Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by GrandTheftWorld.com. It's May 8th, 2022. This is episode 79. We're going to look at the news, world events, current events from the past week. We're going to break it down. We're going to add some additional context, do some deep dives where necessary, get into the facts of the matter, primary evidence, sources, details, deep dives like that. And let's just take a little preview of what the 6 or 7 hour journey looks to be like tonight. We're going to start off by with a story about Rand Paul. He encountered finally the Orwellian Ministry of Truth. He bumped up against it. He had some comments exchanged with Mr. Mayorkas, and they're pretty spicy. We'll take a look at those tonight. Also, the CDC has classified freedom as a disease, and they're going to take all your personal data, and they're going to see if they can prevent the next pandemic with it, but they might also be doing something else with your personal data. And then we got a couple stories on the Billy Bob Gates. First, Bill Gates funds the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization wants to control you. Who controls the World Health Organization? Is it going to control the United States Constitution? Can a pandemic usurp your civil rights and the Bill of Rights and Constitution of this country? More to be learned there. We'll also see a report from Kim Iversen, also digging into the massive influence peddled by Bill Gates without full disclosure to the public. We're going to have a special guest later tonight. We're going to be talking about events that happened about 20 years ago almost, and see how it's relevant to what's going on today. Still today is a lingering legacy of the 9/11 attacks and a loss of civil liberties, the Patriot Act, all sorts of egregious losses of freedom for other people around the world who didn't really have anything to do with the attacks. We're going to dig in and see what we can learn about that. And then, as always, to kick it off tonight, we're going to go to Luke Rudowski from wearechange.org and bestpoliticaltshirts.com. And I want you to pay special attention to the beginning of this video. The people dressed in the hefty suits with the guns strapped to the outside where it says police on the back are shrink wrapping another human being. When are they going to unshrink wrap the human meat? I don't know. But some disturbing new footage that's coming out of China. And that's a place that didn't have freedom or civil rights or liberties to be lost in the first place. So you can see it as a, early warning sign of the loss of human beingness around the world in the name of pandemic and your safety. It's for your safety that they might shrink wrap you like that. So let's go ahead to Luke. We'll do the kickoff, and then we'll continue tonight's show all the way through the end of the wee hours of the morning. Let's go.
Yeah, talk about a sticky situation. And they probably discovered that the sickness somehow travels through your pants, and this is all being done for your health and safety. Stop questioning it. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Rudowski here of wearechange.org, and there's a lot of absolutely crazy news to get into, not just, of course, in Ukraine with Russia, NATO, the United States, and some of the biggest establishment figures like U2 flocking to Ukraine, but also, of course, there's a lot of very interesting developments here inside of the United States. We're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more with all the latest developments as they are breaking, with the most important information provided to you from pretty much the opposite perspective of the corporate media establishment. And before jumping right into it, me and Atlas would like to wish you a happy Mother's Day. As today, I hope you find a mom and you show her some love. Can I say her now, or will I be canceled? Who knows, because we're living so ever closely to a total totalitarian Chinese social credit score society, where, of course, health policies for the greater benefit of society, like the one we saw in the beginning of this broadcast, are being implemented with the full cheer and support of the Western corporate media, with individuals like Bill Gates calling for more of them here domestically and all over the world. policies that are draconian, insane, nasty, and let's be honest here, have significantly spread throughout the entire world, even including places like New Zealand, where today we're getting reports that the government is sending out letters threatening to steal $15,000 from citizens there if they don't take a procedure that they want them to take. A procedure which here in the United States is being partly limited as it's being correlated with blood clots. Gee, if only there was some kind of group of independent thinkers and media personalities calling this out for the last 2 years. If only there was some people warning about this. Oh, yeah. They were censored by big tech, and their voices were, of course, silenced. This, right after the announcement by the FDA restricting the Johnson & Johnson product, which they correlated with hurting especially young boys. The former president of the United States, with absolutely no remorse, no pittance, no cares or F's in the world, brought up the owners of Johnson & Johnson on stage with him during a recent rally, brazenly then announcing this.
A great gentleman. You ever hear of Johnson & Johnson? He owns the place, I tell you what. This guy's got cash like nobody's got cash. Johnson & Johnson, his incredible wife, Suzanne Johnson.
Yeah, definitely incredible, friends. As of course, it's important to note that within the last 2 years, we have foregone the scientific method, foregone rational critical thinking, and just started to worship big pharma, multinational, unaccountable corporate interests as our new kind of deities and gods. This, as the current agenda, narrative, and script is being rewritten now, where my body, my choice is somehow back on the table, as now the corporate media tells everyone that it's okay to say this and believe this, as we are reaching a new divide and conquer level of agenda, with specifically the Supreme Court ruling on Roe versus Wade, which of course is turning out ugly, as recently leftist organizations have decided to dox the home addresses of Supreme Court justices. This has led to now protests at some of the Supreme Court justices' homes, which actually breaks a federal law, which is similar to the January 6th prosecutions that have been happening in Washington, D.C. This, as high fences are being erected outside of the Supreme Court, and with Mitch McConnell now even proposing a federal ban on this procedure, I think it's fair to say that the left is going to be doubling down, the right will be doubling down as well, and I think it's fair to say that there's going to be some political and social turbulence surrounding this particular news. This, as even recently on our YouTube community page, we asked you what will happen because of this major decision that soon will be rendered, and overwhelmingly 57% of the participants said that there will be riots in Democratic cities, while 6% said that there will be riots everywhere else. What will happen? Well, whatever does happen, expect them to be characterized as peaceful protests. No matter what happens, this, as we have the news that the Biden administration has a new press secretary, which they're saying is the first black and, quote, first openly gay person to hold this key White House post. Why does that matter? It does to the Biden administration. This, as a lot of people are pointing to, a clear conflict of interest, since of course this new White House press secretary is also in a very long, serious relationship with a major figure at CNN. Oh, government officials colluding with the corporate media? Who would have thought? But I think it's very fair to say that this White House press secretary definitely has a, quote, uphill battle, as of course the administration has been very fervent with their implementation of the Build Back Better Great Reset to the tune of major supply shortages, the latest of one being baby formula, which a lot of people are saying that there is a crisis with, as many parents are finding it more and more difficult to find food for their babies. How will the new White House secretary spin this? Well, most likely like they previously had, with outright lies and delusional grandeur of thinking, most likely proposing that fasting for babies might be good for them, and that babies could probably lose a few pounds. And you know who doesn't have to lose a few pounds? And because you do, Atlas thanks you very much for the extra dog treats that you're able to allow her to have. Right, Atlas? yes. Her ears going up means yes. Thank you. Now, some people have called this administration criminally incompetent, especially with their foreign policy and geopolitical moves that have been absolutely bewildering, especially not just in Afghanistan, but also the very clear and dangerous escalations that have been happening worldwide, which have bewildered a lot of foreign policy experts, since, of course, the moves that the United States is making is not in the best interest of the American people and clearly is fomenting a lot of chaos. This, as now a lot of politicians have been using Ukraine as their next stage for political photo ops. This, of course, as just within the last 24 hours, the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, U2, yes, Bono and The Edge, along with Jill Biden, all made visits to Ukraine, specifically issuing their support. U2 did a small subway station performance after being personally invited by President Zelensky, who says that he really likes U2. I don't know why someone would publicly admit that, but he did. I'm still pissed that they put their frickin' songs and their album on my phone. I'm not going to listen to it no matter how many times my car tries to start it. And that right there is the true travesty of injustice. And obviously, all of this is happening in war-torn Ukraine that is being used as a proxy state to represent the larger conflict happening between the East and the West, happening between the United States and Russia. A brutal conflict that has been prolonged, that has been going on for a lot longer than a lot of other people have expected. We told you that this is going to be going on for a while. It has, and it has the potential to go on a lot longer. Years, as we've been specifically warning about, specifically using the examples of what happens in Israel, in Palestine, what's been happening inside of Syria, what's been happening outside of Libya. Whenever you have a destabilization of the region, that destabilization seems to reverberate for a very long time. And I think it's very fair to say that the situation is very unstable, as the Russians are losing not only significant hardware in this theater, but they have just lost their 39th colonel. This, as it looks like Ukraine is even making some advances on the Russians that have abandoned their assault on Kiev and are now trying to hold on to the Donbass region. This, as we're getting videos specifically of international technology coming from Turkey, from Germany, from the United States, being used against the Russians successfully, as there is an overwhelming amount of evidence suggesting that this is an absolute brutal conflict with major losses on both sides, with some military experts saying that Ukraine is getting the advantage here, leaving Russia ever so desperate. This, as of course we've been documenting the very aggressive and desperate statements that have been being made by the Russians. This, as just recently the head of Russia's space agency claimed that Russia could destroy all of NATO's countries in a half an hour. Specific comments by Dmitry Rogozin, and with a very important date coming up in just a few hours for the Russians, what will be their response to the latest revelations of the United States openly admitting that it is the one coordinating the attacks on their colonels and generals and assassinating them. And whatever their response may be, the situation is desperate and absolutely freaking crazy. To me, this is beyond ridiculous. There's two nuclear-armed countries that are continuing to escalate their proxy conflicts, whether it was Libya, whether it was Syria, whether now it's Ukraine. Now there's a big financial conflict. Things are crazy, and I think it's very fair to say there's going to be a big development coming from Russia, specifically within the next few hours, that of course we're going to be following closely and reporting on. So make sure you're subscribed and have the notification button tuned to this channel, because as soon as the news breaks, we will be making a video about it, as a lot of people are expecting a major announcement from Russia. Whatever happens, we hope it's a de-escalation, but that's probably not going to happen. Conflict's probably going to draw out for a lot longer than a lot of people expected, which is an absolute shame, specifically being from that region, having family there. This whole thing is just absolutely stupid. And hey, that's my perspective.
I can see why Zelensky likes U2. I mean, Bono's probably about his height when Zelensky's not in those 6-inch heels. It's probably somewhere around there.
The tight black leather.
They got a thing, man. You know, they got a thing. They got it on in the subway in front of other people. That's what I heard. I didn't see the clip. Maybe somebody covers it tonight. We have yet to see. We have yet to see. All right. So a lot in there. They're still ramping up World War III. You got famous people there making unscheduled visits, press tours, using it as a stage, using the rubble in Ukraine as a stage for advancing their agenda, which has nothing to do with Ukraine. Doesn't really include Ukraine in its future either, because it's not going to become part of NATO. So it's sad to see what's happening to
what
people
they
there.
said before the conflict started. That's exactly what our State Department told Zelensky, that you would not be joining NATO, but this will be a good rallying call too.
Yeah.
In other words, they'll support them behind the scenes with military armament and other things if there were a conflict were to emerge. And we're not going to explicitly tell Russia that we're not going to support you joining NATO. We're just going to keep that quiet.
Right. Plus, there's no need to mention the Victoria Nuland, Jeffrey Pyatt, George Soros relationship, just determining the future of Ukraine back in 2014-ish times, right?
Yeah,
of course, we can't talk about Soros unless you're talking about Twitter and Elon Musk and how Soros is one of the people who are ganging up now
on Musk. Yeah. It's a whole. We have a couple clips
all of a sudden,
that.
Musk has to be a conspiracy theorist because he's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You're not in their club, and you're an outsider.
It's a very strange situation. Seeing
that's how it's meant to appear to the public. Probably.
Correct. Yeah, and that's Jason Burmis is going to do a fantastic.
Yeah, we got intermission. It's going to knock down that Trojan horse.
You got it.
Driving himself a Musk. That's not a Tesla. There's nothing Tesla about a Tesla. Let's just start there. And that tells you a lot more about Elon's sixth company, Twitter. Do we have that in the show card at some point tonight? We haven't really covered any.
Yeah,
now he's the CEO. So a couple weeks ago, he put in he bought some stock, and then he put in a bid, and then they accepted it. Now he's CEO, and we'll see what happens. But like I said, weigh it with there's a lot of news, and Musk is in the news. He's made to be in the news. So you got to weigh it. The other side of that scale, you got to put a little Jason Burmis over here and watch his segment from hour 4 of InfoWars this past week. We're going to play it during intermission. So if you haven't seen it, you're going to get to see it. And if you have seen it, it's worth watching twice. You can take some notes.
Actually, we should play that and the Greg Reese bit together. Just
for sure.
Greg Reese, because we played that many months ago, but it's a good
reminder. Just balance it out. Yeah. Go with the facts. Maybe both sides have dirty hands, whether it's Russia or NATO. Talk amongst yourselves. Think for yourself. Make up your own mind. I heard that do your own research is dirty words, but I also heard that the network that said that has now come out. CNN just came out with news this week that said they're no longer going to focus on their BS, and they're going to focus now on facts and truth to try to save their brand, because it's like the Titanic right now.
Surprised they haven't taken a cue from Fox News, which will
it's
tell
going down because the man purse over there at CNN got too heavy. They're sinking. They got to drop the man purse in order to
too much tubing in that man purse.
There's been too much tubing over there. That's right.
It's weighing down the man purse.
Jeez,
so,
what a situation over there. And they had already excised Cuomo from that situation. They had already thrown off some of the heavy baggage.
Who was their boss who also got caught with an affair?
But now they're down to throwing off the merce, the man purse. All right. So next up tonight is Christy Lee from Christy Lee Independent Media. She's going to bring you the week in media malfeasance. And you might notice a couple recurring themes. There were some popular stories in the past week. We're going to get little gists of them, and anything we don't get from the media covered, then we'll do deep dives, and we'll make sure that everyone's satisfied. Let's go to Christy Lee of Christy Lee Independent Media.
The propaganda puppets gather at the Prostitute Gala, otherwise known as the White House Correspondents' Dinner, to pat each other on the back while continuing to put out articles discouraging gathering and encouraging masking up. Fascist Fauci said he wouldn't attend because the pandemic wasn't over, but that didn't stop him from rubbing shoulders at pre-parties. The correspondent said even the president himself took the time to laugh at your struggles.
I think ever since you've come into office, things are really looking up. Gas is up, rent is up, food is up, everything. No, it really has been. A tough first year for you, Mr. President.
Bringing you what's ignored, sensationalized, unbalanced, misleading, or just plain false. Here's your media malfeasance for the first week of May. The Supreme Court leak dominates the news this week, but the focus became women's rights rather than the unprecedented leak of a draft opinion. SCOTUS blog tweets, "It's impossible to overstate the earthquake this will cause inside the court in terms of the destruction of trust among the justices and staff. This leak is the gravest, most unforgivable sin." So who will be responsible for this leak, this stolen document? Will the Politico reporter be treated like James O'Keefe was? Reminder, Project Veritas was given the Ashley Biden diary. They turned it over to police, and then James O'Keefe was raided by the FBI and spied on. Politico publishes a stolen draft from the Supreme Court that is being used to intimidate the highest court before a decision is made. And nothing. James O'Keefe. Yesterday, Politico's Josh Gerstein received a stolen copy of a draft U.S. Supreme Court opinion overturning Roe v. Wade and published it. And yet he sleeps well in his own bed tonight with no fear of being roused at 6 a.m. by short, loud, thuggish FBI agents, as I was, and handcuffed. Is this equal justice under the law? Except in this case, it would appear Politico actually is an accomplice to violating Title 18, Section 2071 of the United States Code. Also missing from the mainstream, Joe Biden's evolving position on the matter. From Gateway Pundit, Joe Biden entered the Senate in 1973, the same year the Supreme Court legalized abortion in its Roe v. Wade decision. 1974, a year after Roe v. Wade was decided, he said the ruling had gone too far and that a woman seeking an abortion should not have the sole right to say what should happen to her body. 1982, he votes for a constitutional amendment allowing states to overturn Roe v. Wade. But now he suddenly cares so much about women's rights that he didn't even bother to condemn such an egregious leak that threatens the integrity and safety of the Supreme Court. And oh wait, Barack Obama's position has flip-flopped as well. Obama in 2008, "The first thing I'll do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act." But in an April 2009 speech, President Obama said the bill was not his highest legislative priority. Nancy Pelosi is mixed up as well. In 2017, she says she welcomes any anti-abortion Dems to the party. Now she says the Republican assault on Roe v. Wade is a manifestation of their decades-long disrespect of women. Did she just alienate and insult all the men that can get pregnant? Elizabeth Warren is awfully worked up.
Angling for decades now, and we are going to fight back.
Did she just call for an insurrection?
I am angry. Angry and upset? Angry and upset and determined.
Has anyone told her that if Roe v. Wade is struck down, it won't have any bearing on her home state of Massachusetts, since this would only put power back in the hands of the states? Has legacy media made that point clear to you? And just for some context, this baby was born at just 23 weeks and will now get to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as outlined in the Declaration of Independence. Because if we don't have equal rights for even the most innocent and defenseless, what kind of country are we? Meanwhile, legacy media continues to write smear pieces about anyone not on the side of its clear bias. New York Times. Elon Musk grew up in elite white communities in South Africa, detached from apartheid's atrocities and surrounded by anti-black propaganda. Yet if you actually read the entire article, it paints a much different anti-apartheid Musk who defended his black classmates. And never mind any mistakes made, New York Times again just edits retractions. They're so passé. How does the New York Times really feel about free speech? I can't tell with its buzzwords like unfettered conversations or dangers of unchecked speech. What about the dangers of checked speech? You couldn't say anything about the jabs except safe and effective. Now media is forced to report FDA is restricting J&J's COVID-19 vaccine due to blood clot risk. FDA officials said in a statement that they decided to restrict J&J's vaccine after taking another look at data. Oh, now they take another look at the data. Interesting. What about those of us who have been looking at the data, yet weren't allowed to share it? Speaking of restrictions on sharing information, our current federal administration really wants to ram through its Orwellian Disinformation Governance Board. This isn't a Democrat versus Republican issue. Both have been guilty of disinformation. We don't need government to protect speech. Free speech helps protect us from our government.
Do you know who the greatest propagator of disinformation in the history of the world is? The U.S. government. Are you familiar with McNamara, the Pentagon Papers? Are you familiar with George W. Bush and the weapons of mass destruction? Are you familiar with Iran-Contra? I mean, think of all the debates and disputes we've had over the last 50 years in our country. We work them out by debating them. We don't work them out by the government being the arbiter. I don't want you guardrails. I want you to have nothing to do with speech. You think we can't determine, speech by traffickers is disinformation? You think the American people are so stupid they need you to tell them what the truth is? You can't even admit what the truth is with the Steele dossier. I don't trust government to figure out what the truth is. Government is largely disseminating disinformation.
For KLIM.News, I'm Christy Lee.
What?
All right, so there's a lot going on there, and Tony, I want you to cover me because I want to play the. There was a thing I heard Biden say the other day. It was in a clip. I think I sent it to Lisa, so I'm copying this link. I'm going to send it to LD in the control room.
Come on, man.
Text. Come on, man. LD, welcome back. We missed you last week. I'm sending you.
Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. I'm here.
There's that the Met Gala. Do you see that? So the picture with Fauci at the pre or post party, whatever it was.
No, I didn't see that.
No masks. You guys see the security guy in the background? Man, I saw a meme this week where like someone highlighted, circled in red, and like, this is what it's like.
I saw a lot of people circulating Elon Musk's New World Order, Novus Ordo Seclorum
that too.
from 2020. And yeah, that's about all I caught from that. LD, I sent you that link. It's so here's the context. Biden is talking about back in the day, he was talking to Supreme Court Justice Bork, I believe it was, and Bork held that individuals get their rights from the government. And Biden's position,
instead of
Biden's position, as he stated it, was that you are born with these rights and that they're not granted or can't be taken away by government. And I was like, is this the same dude? Because it appeared to be coming from the sitting president right now, like recently. And I wanted to see if we can get that clip on the record, because I thought that that's one of the few times I would agree. I would agree with what Biden said right there in that specific case. He seemed to have articulated it accurately.
There have been a couple of times. There's when he was it the part of the Senate hearings for Justice Clarence Thomas. He made this like really strange speech about natural law, and Clarence, and like talking about how he knows about it. You read all this stuff on it. And Clarence Thomas is like, I had no idea what he was talking about, which is interesting. But, and I mean, I get the point. This is not an indictment against Clarence Thomas. It was an indictment against like, he in the past, he's talked a lot about concepts I think that Biden, speaking to Biden now, doesn't understand, just to prop himself up and make himself look intelligent, look good in, the eyes of, in this case, it was the Senate confirmation hearing.
Well, I mean, just look at his track record. Have you ever seen the set of clips where it's like, he said he was top in his class? There's just like a whole list of like yarns that he has spun over the years.
Yes.
And he got caught for plagiarism in the first time he was running for president back in the day. So it's like, he didn't get better as he got older. They just got more, like he became more useful to other people, and it became less about Joe and more about people using Joe and his position to aggrandize themselves and their agenda.
You got it. Yeah, it's two general fallacies. It's ad populum and petitio. So he talks in circles about things he doesn't know about, like natural law, and then he plays to the crowd, the sentiments of the crowd, particularly. Now,
is that different than Principio Principi?
Petitio Principi? No. Petitio Principi is begging the question.
Yeah.
You're being facetious.
I was being facetious. All right. So are we able to play that short clip coming from?
Yeah, we can roll that.
Battlefront. Is that what it is? Battlefront.
Looks like it's Alex Jones.
Battle Plan. Yeah. It's a band.video cloaking URL. Yeah, something like that. Let's see if we can go to the clip. So that's what you're listening for, where he says Bork thought this and I argued this. And I was like, right there. That's a snapshot right there that we should like recognize. It's like when the broken clock is right.
Aren't just deplorable, like Hillary Clinton said. You are the most dangerous, radical, evil people in American history. Here it is.
Got struck down. Griswold was thought to be a bad decision by Bork, and my guess is the guy's on the Supreme Court now. What happens if you have a state changes the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? Is that legit under the way that the decision is written? What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history.
All right, so it's in that clip. We just saw a sample from it, right? So right before he said that is when he said the quote that we're looking for. So let's go to the actual clip because that's just the intro clip for that InfoWars.
Do you know about how far in it is?
Yeah, let's skip Alex talking about it and then go to where they play. Because I agreed with him up until like MAGA crowd, most extreme political group in history. I was like, come on, man. Come on, man. And I don't really know any MAGA people or MAGA, however they pronounce it. So, but I just don't.
It's not even close. It's not even close. Students for Democratic Society, they're underground. I mean,
there was those women that bombed back in the 80s. There was a whole bunch of stuff.
So many radical
so
groups.
many, and like nothing really, they didn't have like J6. There was no coalescent brand.
And what happened on J6? A bunch of people like sort of
a woman got shot by Capitol Police.
Yeah, that's right.
A bunch of unarmed citizens went into the people's house, many which were ushered in by police.
I was going to say
electronic magnetic doors were opened.
A tour throughout the
and people who did destructive things are stupid, and they should be held account.
Yeah, it should be
that guy in the bison horns. I mean, what do you expect was going to happen, bro? Right. What do you think? What do you thought that was a good idea? Right. So, but there's like people that had nothing to do with nothing that are getting caught up with that down there, and that's a chilling effect on getting any American citizen to go out in any type of protest that might not be Antifa sponsored, or run. You see, that's the part where I'm like, that's not a good thing for freedom. So
that's the point. Yeah.
These two sides should play more fair. If they're going to continue to play, like, we don't mind you guys playing in the park, but don't let it wreck our houses around the park, Red team, team.
During the Summer of Love, that was, it went from the park to the houses pretty quickly.
That was just one summer in '69.
Summer of Love.
All right. So Disinformation Governance Board, the DJB. It's like the KGB. That's how I remember it. It's like the KGB, but these guys couldn't like do their letters that high, so they're like DJB, Disinformation Governance Board. Okay, we're gonna hear more about that tonight because it's a recurring theme. And a couple DGB. Didn't I want to say DGB? Disinformation Government Board. Yeah, KGB, DGB.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
KGB. Yeah.
That's all right. I don't know. I already talked for 4 hours earlier today, so I can have some linguistic challenges as we go along here, I'm sure. All right, so
I probably misheard you.
Did we find the part of that clip where he's going to start to spill the beans?
Yeah, well, let's have a look. I can't really preview it without
Here it is.
All right, cool.
Struck down. Griswold was thought to be a bad decision by Bork, and my guess is the guy's on the Supreme Court now. What happens if you have a state changes the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? Is that legit under the way that the decision is written? What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history.
As stunning as the lie to say that we're the most.
Do they play the rest of the clip? Because I've seen a bigger piece of that clip. I'm trying to think where I might have seen it, if not that video. Because he was talking about Bork, and he was talking about Bork in that clip. So it's from that session, but maybe it's another news outlet that had a longer take of that footage.
Yeah.
Or is there more covered? Does he play more
seems
in
like
that video at all? Let's scrub through it. Do it live.
Yeah. Well, seems like that's it from Biden.
Joe Biden.
Really drilling along. Oh, but see.
Yeah, that seems like it's it from Biden.
All right. So somewhere out there's a longer clip of that press conference, and then he talks about how the government doesn't give individuals their rights that they're born, And I was impressed to hear him say that, or recalls that he believed that at one point, or what have you. So we can leave it there and move on to the next story. But where you want to head next, Tony? Because we have about a half hour for our guest, and so like 15 more minutes of news, and then we'll play 15 minutes of.
Is it when he was giving the speech against, like, rejecting Robert Bork back in the 80s?
I don't think so. No, I thought it was like him in front of that bookcase. I'm pretty sure it's like in that same press conference. So somebody else, maybe it was Crowder or someone else, covered the press conference, played a longer piece of the clip where I actually got to hear some substance and not just him trashing a group I'm not part of.
Okay. I was just because I have a clip of like that from back in '87. Never mind. Okay. As far as going, but anyways, yeah, I mean, natural law, he's right. Government is there just to protect those rights, individual rights. They're not there to prescribe those rights. That would be a very Hobbesian viewpoint, but we're not going to get on the political philosophy angle right now. As far whatever you want to do, Ukraine and Russia, vaccines, lockdowns. We have a special guest coming up. Do you want to maybe play? Right now it's 10 o'clock. So we have a special guest coming up in a half hour.
So let's do news for 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll start prepping for interview at like quarter after. So like what's a good 10 or 12-minute clip from one of those sections? I didn't get my iPad yet.
I'm looking at it.
This video plays.
We already went over the J&J, Big Pharma.
Yeah, they knew that a year ago. They're pulling it off now, but it's not like they just found out. So they let that thing, like these people, they're not trying to protect people, judging by their actions, not their words. So I'm just saying.
Should we go to, there's a Kim Iverson clip for life. Bill Gates reveals long-range plan to prevent future pandemics. We have Russell Brand talking about Bill Gates' global surveillance. We don't want to do vaccines and lockdowns. Just due to doing one follow-up conversation afterwards. We could do, there's 3 clips that would equal about 10 minutes. Paul Joseph Watson and Greg Reese, 2 Greg Reese videos that are pertinent about the war in Ukraine. And one of the ways we can we have to, find the solidarity between all of humankind and reject war outright. It's some positive things to say. So it's whatever you want to do.
Let's go to Rusty Rockets, Russell Brand. Let's get that Bill Gates on the record, because that's a good hard corporate aspect, and it'll tie into the segment that we're going to sample from our special guest's recent appearance on the Richard Gage 9/11 Unleashed podcast. That's what we're going to check out in a couple minutes. But right now, let's go to Russell Brand and see how stretched out his t-shirt looks today. I don't know. He was wearing something the other day, and I was like, yeah, that's how your t-shirt gets after a bully grabs you and holds you by it in the hall. But he probably pays $300 for that. Doesn't have that public school experience of. Anyway, let's go to Russell Brand.
I want a global surveillance team to spot future pandemics and then to enact lockdowns. And I want the WHO, who I fund, to be in charge of it all. Except it's not me that wants that, it's Bill Gates. So there's even less to worry about. Hello there, you 5.5/6 million awakening wonders. Together we awaken beyond subjectivity and objectivity to a unique oneness that celebrates our individuality, but also our collective identity. What a miracle. What a paradox it is. Now, if in the comments below, which you're going to be hitting up when you hear the stuff I've got to tell you about Bill Gates, when you're commenting below, if someone says, will you give me your money, I'm a Bitcoin broker. I'm not a Bitcoin broker, okay? I don't know about that stuff. I will never ask you for anything. It's not me. It's people pretending to be me, okay? And luckily, these things will soon be surveilled beautifully by Bill Gates himself, who's going to spot future pandemic threats, shut them down, lock us down, control all of it, so we're never going to have anything to worry about again. We could, in fact, just sit drooling, staring at a screen like morons occasionally, maybe doing something on Microsoft Windows or whatever. That little paperclip guy, I always liked him. If you want to come and see me in Blackpool, there's a link in the description. I'm still doing live stuff, and at the end, I'll tell you how to sign up to my mailing list. I've got a big announcement coming, and I want to be able to communicate with you directly, right? It's important. Now, let's see what Bill Gates is up to. A team of international experts, ranging from epidemiologists to computer modelers, should be created to quickly identify global health threats and improve coordination between countries, Bill Gates has said. warning that greater investment is needed to avoid another pandemic. Now, it would be cynical to look at that as racketeering. You could look at it optimistically as Bill Gates recognises that if there are future pandemics, we should be alert and aware and have a coordinated way of responding. As long as you've got total trust in your government and the agencies, non-elected agencies, I offer you, that will be in charge of this process, everything should be just fine. But who will those governments be? Who runs those governments, and who will those non-government, non-elected agencies that make those decisions be? It'll be the WHO. Who funds the WHO? Oh, well, here's a wacky old coincidence. It's Bill Gates. Now, let's break this down a little bit further and have a look at what Bill Gates' vision entails in his own words.
If we make the right investments, we won't need to live in fear of another COVID.
I think by we, Bill means government.
If we make the right investments.
And by government, he means you, because the government's money is your money. So essentially what Bill Gates is saying, I want your goodwill when your government invests in programs that I am going to suggest in order to prevent the next, inverted commas, inevitable pandemic. Let's see what else Bill's got to say and what motivates Bill. See, if you live in a world of transparency and trust, you will look at Bill Gates and go, I like this dude. He's cool. He wants nothing but to help people. I can look at his actions. I can look at his investments. I can look at his behavior. And I can see this is a person that operates entirely on a system of altruistic, philanthropic motives. If I see anything else in there that seems like it might be about power, control, profit, I'm going to have questions because I'm not an idiot.
Here's how it should work. Epidemiologists will detect suspicious clusters of a disease that could cause a pandemic.
Look at the style and aesthetic of Bill Gates' propagandist video here. It's kind of, on one hand, you could say it's sort of indie and folky, but on the other hand, it's didactic and it puts you, me, us in the position of children receiving information from a parent who tells you everything's going to be okay. Well, here's the relationship I have with parental figures. As long as I know that I can trust you, I'm down with partnership. But I don't need or want a parent. I'm an adult.
A global team of 3,000 disease experts managed by the WHO.
Managed by the WHO. Don't worry about them.
Called the Germ Team.
And why are you doing it on maths paper? That's maths paper.
Will track the disease and share data and recommendations with governments.
Wouldn't it be a lot easier to accept this if there wasn't an evolving narrative around the pandemic that suggests there should be transparency and discourse and dialogue between opposing camps continually, no condemnation of people that dissent against the mainstream narrative, because why would you condemn people for being cynical when you've seen the profits that big business have made, the profits that big pharma have made, the controls that have been exerted, the mistakes that have been made, the censorship around particular arguments that go against the objectives of powerful corporations? All this has to be included. You'd have to be a child to just go along with this.
Governments and pharmaceutical companies will work together.
Yeah, governments and pharmaceutical companies work together, all right? That is my biggest fear. They've been working together all along.
Countries and the WHO will work, and the best way to allocate these tools.
Of course, if there are going to be diseases, it would be good to have scientific solutions. But it's important that there is transparency and dialogue between the governed between government and those that it governs. One way that you might be able to bypass the complexity of that type of tyranny is by making it look all friendly, nice, and we're just sketching it out on maths paper. How about this? How about you never leave your house? And how about we give you a passport and we just observe everything that you're doing? And what about if you don't question my authority? How about you just shut up? How about we're involved in this conversation? Vetoed!
And so this germ team will work with each country to do germ games.
I don't like this germ team, germ game, squid game, dystopia, sci-fi stuff. Do you? The only way around this kind of complexity, this kind of diversity of opinion, this kind of insecurity around our trust of authority, which I would say is a legitimate distrust. Authority should not be automatically trusted. You should start from distrust and then see how authority behaves and then maybe decide on trust. At the moment, I don't think we are at trust. That's not where I am personally. You might be. And guess what, if you are? That's fine with me. Are you okay with my mistrust, my distrust, or do you see my mistrust and distrust as mis and disinformation?
Diseases are always going to spread among humans. but they don't have to become pandemics. You can read more about this in my new book, How to Prevent the Next Pandemic.
Look at him smiling away, all happy. How to prevent the next pandemic. I'd trust you more if you didn't have a book out, mate. If the whole thing wasn't a marketing exercise for a little folky book about how horror awaits us. Let's have a look. So, Bill Gates said to the Financial Times, "It seems wild to me that we could fail to look at this tragedy and not, on behalf of the citizens of the world, make these investments." So you want to get this to every civilian of the world? Yeah, every civilian in the world. So you'll be waiving all the patents then for nations in Africa so that any factory can make it, because you just want the vaccine to be accessible to everyone. Oh, it's not as simple as that. It's not simple. It's not just something you do on like a child's maths book. Oh, isn't it? Is it complicated? Are there other factors at play? Are there economic factors? Are there pharmacological companies that are involved in this? Are there some people that can have the vaccine and some people that can't have the vaccine? Are there questions around the vaccines, or is this just a straightforward little thing for little children? Oh, here's the lollipop, here's the vaccine, here's the solution. Shut up, get back in your house, buy my book. I'm not a glib idiot. I'm alive. I've been alive for the last couple of years. I've seen the suffering, I've seen the complexity, I've seen the confusion, the bafflement, the suffering. I've seen all of it. I'm just not certain that Bill Gates is the answer. Imagine a scenario like this. A concerning outbreak is rapidly identified by local public health agencies. If a threat is detected, governments sound the alarm and initiate public recommendations for travel, social distancing, and emergency planning. Okay. So, amidst this cosy language is the suggestion that we yield yet more authority that most of us were willing to yield at the commencement of the pandemic, because we all treasure and care for all human life. That's the assumption, right? And this is one of the things that I would like to see play out elsewhere. If the premise that human life is sacred is one that we're running society on, i.e. we have all these lockdowns in order to protect human life, then across all areas of human life and civilization, you want to see that premise playing out. If that premise only plays out in particular situations, you have to look at what other factors are at play in those particular situations. Are there economic ones? Are there control situations? Yes. Okay. So we're not only talking about the sanctity of human life, are we? Otherwise, we'd be talking about it everywhere. They start using the blunt tools that are already on hand. Ugh, I don't want a blunt tool. Such as quarantines, antivirals that protect against almost any strain, and tests that can be performed anywhere. Okay, so lockdown and vaccines. We've already got there. So that book, How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, you know, I don't want to spoil the ending in case it's a bit of an Agatha Christie thing, but it's lockdown and vaccines and give Bill Gates more money and power. If this isn't sufficient, then the world's innovators immediately get to work developing new tests, treatments and vaccines. And this all happens quickly. Here's what I'd like to see in place before we go down that road again. No one can profit from any medicine that's used in an emergency situation, particularly not if it's mandated, because if something's mandated, obviously you've got no choice but to take it. So the idea that you're forced to do something that makes people money doesn't seem right to me. So there's not just one simple, clear-cut answer unless you believe in centralized power and centralized authority. And Bill Gates does believe in that. Nowhere in this video and nowhere in this book will Bill Gates go, listen, obviously you're all autonomous individual human beings. And we can see from all of our cultural conversations about diversity and identity that people are going to have a wide range of opinions on something that's global. So obviously people are going to want to do different things and people are going to have different priorities. And we're going to respect that because we have to, because it's a democracy. And in a democracy, people have the right to be wrong. Even if they're wrong not to pursue certain medical treatment, or even if they're wrong not to observe certain measures, they have to be allowed to in a democracy, unless we're saying human life is so sacred that in the protection and preservation of human life, we're going to introduce these tyrannical measures and we're going to acknowledge they're tyrannical, but we're doing it to preserve life. Have a look again at those videos of China where the people are wailing in the towers while their pets are executed and see if that's the world you want to march towards. And believe me, you will be marching. This is from Politico in 2017, so 5 years ago. Let's have a little look at our old friends, the past. Over the past decade, the world's richest man has become the World Health Organization's second biggest donor. That's interesting, isn't it? Because when the current world's richest man, Elon Musk, buys Twitter, everyone freaks out. Not concerned that 5 years ago the richest man was controlling a World Health Organization. What difference could that make? What difference that can make? Oh, well, play the tape forward. Oh, look, there's this pandemic. Suddenly this guy's got a lot of authority. Oh, what sort of things is he suggesting? And do those things benefit him in any way? Oh, don't get into that. Look at Elon Musk. He's trying to buy Twitter. What if I can't say the F word? Or what if people do say the F word? Second only to the United States and just above the United Kingdom. The United States, biggest, most powerful country in the world, Then Bill Gates, a bloke who's good at computers. Third, England and history and the empire and everything. He's right between those two things. Sorry, United Kingdom. This largesse gives him an outsized influence over its agenda, do you reckon? That could grow as the US and the UK threaten to cut funding if the agency doesn't make a better investment case. The result, say his critics, is that Gates' priorities have become the WHO's. Interesting theory. Rather than focusing on strengthening healthcare in poor countries, that would help in their view to contain future outbreaks like the Ebola epidemic, the agency spends a disproportionate amount of its resources on projects with the measurable outcomes Gates prefers. And that's from those conspiracy theorists over at Politico. Woo, Politico! Here's Tim Schwab at The Nation. Revelations of the Gates Foundation's financial stake in COVID-19, which Bill Gates does not appear to have publicly disclosed in dozens of recent media appearances, speak to broader criticisms about the lack of transparency and the foundation's increasingly central role in the pandemic. Transparency. Imagine if Bill Gates, instead of sitting there perched with his little bookie book, said instead, listen, I've got to be honest. I mean, I stand to make a ton out of all this, and I'm in control of all these things. I invest in these media organisations, and I invest in these pharmaceutical solutions, just so you know that I believe in them. That's why I'm doing it. What's wrong with saying that? Who are they accountable to? They don't even have a governance structure that's clear, notes Kate Elder, Senior Vaccines Policy Advisor to Doctors Without Borders. Those scoundrels. Increasingly, I see less information coming from the Gates Foundation. They don't answer most of our questions. They don't make their technical staff available for discussions with us when we're trying to learn more about their technical strategy on COVID and how they're prioritising certain things. All we're asking for, Bill, is a bit of communication. Just write it down on a bit of child's maths paper. Just sketch it out if you want. Don't be so stupid. That's childish. Because Gates is not an elected representative or public official, the details of his far-reaching influence and finances have largely eluded public scrutiny. Remember when sort of conspiracy theorists used to say truly powerful people aren't visible within the system, they operate in opaque ways where they cannot be reached by democracy and agencies of democracy that encourage or demand transparency. And then just bear in mind what you've just heard. You have an enormous amount of power that affects everyone around the globe, and there should be some accountability, some transparency, says Love. People are not asking unreasonable things. It's a charity. We're asking, can you explain what you're doing? Can you explain what you're doing? No. Can you show us what these contracts look like? No. Particularly since they're using their money to influence policies that involve our money. Here's a drawing I did of a tree with an apple on it. Bill Gates' tax records and investment portfolio bear scrutiny because of his leadership role in the pandemic, whose total cost to the global economy is in the trillions of dollars. Public understanding of Gates' finances is also limited by the foundation's maze of inscrutable investments. Now listen, when it comes to investments, I'd like them to be, of course, inscrutable. That means they can't be scrutinized. So I've decided to put them in a maze. It's always clear that your objectives are pure when stuff's in a maze. Inscrutable investments like its reported $100 million stake in GTIA Institutional Investors, a private fund domiciled in the Cayman Islands, a jurisdiction renowned for its financial secrecy. The company in charge of the fund, Global Forest Partners, said the fund-specific holdings are not publicly disclosed. Okay, then why don't you just write it down on a little bit of maths paper, do a little bit of a drawing for us, since it's all so simple. While the Gates Foundation is a non-profit organisation, its endowment still generates billions of dollars in income, more money over the last 5 years than the foundation has given away in charitable grants. It's making a profit. If the pandemic does end up delivering a financial windfall to Bill Gates or his foundation, it may pale in comparison to the political boost he's received as Earth's de facto vaccine czar. His widely lauded role in the pandemic already appears to have helped institutionalise and normalise his political power in other areas where the foundation works. Well, there you go. Bill Gates has a lot of power and a book out. Bill Gates wants to save us. Do you think that the solution is granting more power and authority to unelected agencies that are privately funded by wealthy individuals, particularly ones that are directly connected, powerfully and significantly connected to Bill Gates, who's their second biggest investor after the United States of America? Let us know in the comments below, particularly as information around the pandemic continues to evolve and change. I'm not saying this from a conspiracy theory perspective. I'm not interested in conspiracy theories. I'm interested in information. I'm interested in transparency. I'm interested in truth. I'm interested in democracy. All the things that all major political parties and media outlets claim that they're interested in as well. So there should be no trouble here, right? Hit us up in the comments below if you agree with me or if you disagree with me. What mistakes we're making? Give us a thumbs up. If you don't subscribe yet, subscribe now. Remember, if anyone replies to you in the comments saying it's me, you'll know if it's me because it'll be all weird spelling and stuff. And
All right, so Bill Gates, what he's doing is he's a similar function to like the British East India Company or the British Raj. It's kind of like a private company that has more sway than a lot of nations. Here's an example. East India Company, bigger than the United States, bigger than the United Kingdom, but it's owned by people in the United States and United Kingdom. So it's like a private entity. And as you look over time, it transitions into the British Raj. So it's a huge amount of private influence, kind of off the books, but racking up lots of money. That's kind of like what Bill Gates is doing. It's not just him. It's all the other people that invest with Gates. Like he was going to Jeffrey Epstein for funding. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't Epstein be going to Bill Gates, one of the richest guys in the world, for funding? Why is Bill Gates always trying to go and get government to fund his projects instead of using his own money? Right? Because he doesn't have a mouse in his pocket, or maybe he does. Maybe he does. But he's talking about him plus a whole bunch of governments, and they're taking taxpayer dollars to do the things that he wants to do, but can't afford to do with his own money. It's a really interesting dynamic, and people should look at him with a little more scrutiny. There's Gavi, there's CEPI, like all the groups that approved who would make vaccines in the first place were Bill Gates influenced organizations or controlled organizations.
Not to mention that he's making windfall profits of trillions of dollars. So he's making way more money than he ever did by being the primary stakeholder in Microsoft.
He's done CNBC interviews and TED
yeah.
Talks and had pointed the whole time, and knew these things were coming money. And did nothing to protect people, but did everything to make money from it. And they're saying, well, we might have to do these things to protect people, but at the same time, they're waiting a year before they tell you what they knew a year ago on the J&J shots. It doesn't add up.
Remember, they were suspended for about 2 weeks a week early on when they first were made available because of clotting issues. And then they were reviewed and allowed to be under emergency use again.
And remember when it didn't matter which shot you got? They're just like, as long as you get a shot, you can mix and match, and they all work together. And all those lies they told
it only has to be one time, by the way, whether it's a cycle of the 2 shots for the mRNA or 1 shot for the J&J. It's only one time, Rich. You won't need a booster. Don't worry about it.
And then you got places like New Zealand, it's $15,000 fine or 6 months in jail if you don't have one of these concoctions that might, do whatever they'll tell you a year from now. But they're not telling you today when they want to scare you with those fines. It's not about health. It's not about science. It's about compliance at like every step of the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's, people might say, well, that's New Zealand. It's not America. Well, I think it was Delaware or no, New Hampshire. One of those 2 states. I think it was New Hampshire.
Rhode Island tried
Rhode
to do
Island.
that's
Rhode Island.
Where they would tax people if they didn't have up-to-date injections. So
double tax, I think it was, right? Double tax. You need 3 doctors to sign off and have an exemption. A bunch of crazy stuff.
Yeah, they're just looking to make people move. That's all. That's what that's what those rules are doing. Making people look at where's the states that have freedom.
Now that was shot down, from my understanding, with the fact that was considered should
but they'll try again.
Cause for pause. Exactly. That's right. That's just, it's testing the waters right now, seeing what they can get away with in certain, and that's a very sort of progressive area.
They'll do it while they have the Alex Jones trial on, after they've put the blood in the water with the DEP trial.
So the DEP trial is just it's a preliminary sort of
circus
craft that's going on. Circus.
It's like the pre-show for the circus of the Alex Jones trial that they're going to televise probably this summer.
Yeah.
That's
going to be a shit show.
All right, LD, do we have a juicy clip from the middle of the Richard Gage interview with our special guest tonight? And then we'll prime it, because what he does is he's giving a presentation. So since we'll just be having a back and forth for like a half hour, 45 minutes, he's not going to have a chance to lay all these facts out. So it'd be good to get some of these facts on the record. So I want like 15 minutes from the middle, and then like the last 2 minutes when he shows like the who's who and who could have had influence, control, command, control, these sort of things. Does that fly?
All right. Yeah. You want to start where he's talking about Paul Bremer? Maybe that's
right before that. Right before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's looking
right before the tenants. Yeah, right before. See, the whole thing is really good. So it's like, yeah, okay, that's a good spot. Any of those, yeah. Tenant alterations. I mean.
Oh yeah, the.
Right where they
spray on
so the whole
fireproofing.
Thing. That's one of the reasons I wanted to have him on, so more people would just go and watch this interview with him and Richard Gage.
Yeah.
And get that presentation in their wherewithal, so they can see other options to the official narrative for sure. They look a lot more credible. than the official narrative, for sure. All right, so this is coming from Richard Gage's 9/11. What is it? Richard Gage 9/11 Unleashed, his podcast, his video podcast. Go ahead over to YouTube, find Richard Gage's page because he's separate from the architects and engineers from 9/11 now. So he's got his own YouTube page. Be sure to subscribe. He's been interviewing a whole bunch of interesting authors, researchers. They're doing presentations. He's had several summits, and it's all good for consideration because I don't think anyone really has it right yet, but it's like from seeing all these puzzle pieces laid out, they're like, this one fits with this one. And, you know, from the clip we're about to see right now in there, the guest, who I'll disclose afterwards. Well, I'll just tell you now, it's a researcher named Jeremy Reese. I've been a fan of his work for like 10 years. Richard Gage had interviewed him a week ago, and Jeremy during the interview says, you got to watch Richard's previous interview with Aidan Monahan on remote control systems. So then I watched that one afterwards. So there's just like a ton of good content for consideration. And it's about having an open mind and trying to understand, because it's multiple layers what happened back in that event. And those layers are very different than what they've told people in the narratives. And there's a lot more evidence in these other layers. And it's important to get, like, it's not just one thing. It's like a whole recipe of things to bring about the effects we saw that day. So with that, let's jump to a sample in the middle of this interview between Richard Gage and Jeremy Reese.
This Komatsu Dresser mining division for a while he headed, which was a demolition company.
I'll do like
that's another interesting
2 minutes before that.
This kind of company, he was also
severe military response.
Oh, right before that. Yeah, let's go to the beginning of the Bremer section.
Yeah, the clip.
He's the first one that talks about Osama bin Laden, aside from Andrea Mitchell.
The American way of life is not threatened by these people.
Many resources as
really who could have
all this Kroll and all this network of, you know, spooks and operatives and stuff like that. John O'Neill would have been the guy to go on and tell us, you know, who was responsible for this. He would have been, he should have been on television that morning. This is who went on the television that morning instead and gave us the first official pronouncement of what had happened on 9/11. And let's play that interview real quick. I'd like to play the whole thing so people hear it.
Number of groups who could be responsible for something. We want to turn now to a guest who's joining us in the studio. It's Paul Bremer. I want to make sure I'm getting your name right because I'm just meeting you just at this moment. You're a terrorism expert,
counterterrorism. I hope,
and can talk to us a little bit about who could. I mean, there are a limited number of groups who could be responsible for something of this magnitude.
Yes, this is a very well planned, very well coordinated attack, which suggests it's very well organized centrally. And there are only 3 or 4 candidates in the world, really, who could have conducted this attack.
Bin Laden comes to mind right away, Mr. Bremer.
Indeed, he certainly does. Bin Laden was involved in the first attack on the World Trade Center, which had as its intention doing exactly what happened here, which was to collapse both towers. He certainly has to be a prime suspect, but there are others in the Middle East, and there are at least 2 states, Iran and Iraq, which should at least remain on the list of potential suspects.
What kind of coordination would, I mean, how could something like this be put together?
Well, you'd have to have, first of all, you've got to find some people who are willing to die, which is not that easy. And then, of course, they have to find ways around what we thought was pretty good security at our airports. We haven't had a hijacking in a long time, let alone 4. So there had to have been some very good coordination there. There has to have been coordination in the whole planning of the attack. The people, if they were not Americans, had to get visas to get into the United States. They needed false identities probably to buy airplane tickets. They needed cars to get to the airport. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that had to happen here.
Go ahead.
Well, with as many resources as our government and our allies' governments around the world devote to studying terrorism and knowing what's going on and what they're planning, you have to wonder how something of this magnitude, how this could take place without any warning or any hint that it was coming.
First of all, the intelligence against terrorists is the hardest intelligence there is to gather. Basically, you have to have a spy in the terrorist group who's willing to talk to you for whatever reason. It's the hardest intelligence there is. The National Commission on Terrorism, which I chaired last year, made as our key recommendation a much more vigorous effort to try to get terrorist spies as informing on their colleagues to us. Every time there's a major terrorist attack, it is automatically, of course, an intelligence failure. That's by definition. But I'm sympathetic to the problem about how you get good intelligence on these people. It's not easy. There is an intelligence failure here. There's a massive security failure where we have 4 airplanes being hijacked in the same morning, 2 from Dulles Airport, it appears. So there's a lot of lessons that are going to have to be learned. But first, we've got to find out who did it.
Mr. Bremer, I want to speak to that for a second. When the Oklahoma City incident occurred, the immediate response from a lot of people.
You're on mute, Jeremy.
So he got that wrong. I don't think there was 2 planes hijacked out of Dulles, but he there's some key things. He chaired this National Commission on Terrorism. He points the finger at possibly Iraq and Iran, and then towards the end here he says
Pearl Harbor happened a month before I was born.
Pearl Harbor.
I hear my parents talk about that as a seminal event in their lives all the time. I am not aware of anything like this in the United States before. Americans are now, I think it's fair to say, really scared. Should we be?
This is a day that will change our lives, isn't it?
It is a day that will change our lives. It's a day when the war that the terrorists declared on the United States, and after all, they did declare war on us, has been brought home to the United States in a much more dramatic way than we've seen before. So it will change our lives. I do think it's important, and I'm sure the president and his colleagues, when they start talking about this, it's important to hit some balance. The American way of life is not threatened by these people unless we threaten it ourselves. If we start throwing away the democratic freedoms and the civil liberties that are at the heart of our society, that's what they're after. And that's what we can't allow to have happen. And we've got to go about our business. People have got to move around. I was diverted on a plane this morning. I was trying to get to New York and wound up in Baltimore. And I in a way, was sort of at least relieved to see business as usual going on among people. We have to go on with our lives. It's not to say we don't take it seriously. We take it very seriously. But it's not something where we can all jump in a foxhole somewhere and hope the world doesn't come and bother us. We have to find a balanced response, one that makes it absolutely clear, as the president said this morning, that we're not going to tolerate this act of war. This will have consequences for the people who did it. I hope, very severe consequences. I hope the most severe military response we can come up with. But we also have to remember that we've got a way of life to protect.
Military response.
This is not an existential threat to the United States.
All right. Paul Bremer.
So yeah, it's strange that we find L. Paul Bremer going and giving us the official story of what happened that day on the first person to point the finger at Osama bin Laden. Because Paul Bremer had an office right in the impact zone of the North Tower, right on the near the 93rd floor, where flight AA-11 impacted the North Tower. That was right near Marshall McLennan's secure computer room. And Paul Bremer later became the Iraq occupation governor. He was later, the point man in Iraq and led the Iraq war.
Yeah, but Marsh McLennan was pretty wiped out by the collapse, if you will.
Yeah, they were a big component of the World Trade Center there, and they lost a number of their employees, and I guess
I think hundreds.
Yeah. I think afterwards they formed a division called Marsh Crisis, and Bremer headed Marsh Crisis up until I think 2002, 2003, when we invaded Iraq. When he left there to spearhead the Iraqi invasion. So
now, he also said that Osama bin Laden had involvement in the 93 bombing. I was unaware of that. Do you know about that? I don't think it's true, actually. But he threw it out there.
He threw it out there. I'm pretty sure that the investigation into the investigations that I've seen done, the later ones that people have gone back and released the declassified tapes and stuff, show that it was that the Ramzi Youssef, or wasn't he an FBI informant, and that he thought that he was doing an FBI drill, and that the van was full of mock explosives as part of a drill, and that they had given him real explosives instead.
There was an FBI informant, but it wasn't him.
No. Yeah. So the whole 93 World Trade Center bombing is definitely something. Yeah, I have another slide on that in a little bit, I think. Paul Bremer, though, I want to talk a little bit more about some of his interesting connections. So there were a number of fireproofing upgrades in the towers on the floors, that were owned by these companies. And the fireproofing upgrades included the spray-on fireproofing called Interchar, which was developed by Akzo Nobel, or International Paint Company, which Bremer happened to sit on the board of directors of.
Huh. He's on the board of directors of a paint company. That's curious.
Yeah. And this kind of company, he was also connected to this Komatsu Dresser mining division for a while. He headed, which was a demolition company. So that's another interesting connection that Bremer has, which makes him, a little bit more of a suspect. Here's the actual documents on the fireproofing upgrades that were performed in the towers. Abatement of asbestos containing fireproof material from the elevator shafts was ongoing. It's expected to take, millions of dollars and a number of years. There were World Trade Center alterations on these floors, and these are the time frames and in years, starting in 1988, going through the 90s up until Marsh and McLennan recently. They're excuse me.
So they were on floor 95, apparently, Marsh McLennan. Which is right in the middle of the plane impact. Looks like.
And I have
at the North Tower.
I have a whole. So this is we'll get into this. This is the whole blueprint, so people can go and look on who was on each floor.
Oh my God!
And dig into that deeper. These are available on PDF on 9/11 Blogger, under this link right here, and hopefully you have that to share in the description, because I'll post it in private chat for you, and you can share that with people. But
Gail, do you want to grab that link out of the private chat and share it on the social media, so at least people can have it now who are listening, and we'll also remember to put that in the description after the show.
Yeah, there's large printable versions of these, that go into, highlight the real interesting connections in red, and some of the other, interesting connections in other colors. So these were made by Jonathan Cole, based on Kevin Ryan's research.
Oh.
And, FOIA requests into, the World Trade Center tenants, who was, and the leases, they went and got the leases from the World Trade Center to see who occupied what floor and when, and what kind of work they did. So that's interesting. Part of the investigation that should have been done. Also, Scott Forbes.
Hold on. Let's go back. We can't go over this too fast. I mean, here we have the fireproofing upgrades at or adjacent to the floors that received that had the impact of the plane.
So that's where the plane impacted, and it's also where the failure initiated, the collapse initiated at that point, at this point in the building where the plane
floor 77 to 78 in the South Tower, and floor 92 to 100 right there. So So was the question, of course, it's implicit, was the fireproofing upgrade an undercover operation for the application of a paint or interchar for which Paul Bremer was sitting on the board of directors of? Was he creating something else? Was he in charge of an undercover operation here that was used in the World Trade Center? These are questions.
These are good questions, because if you were going to do an operation like this, you could potentially, if they were to replace that paint, that fireproofing stuff in the paint, right? So they just swap the paint, right? Say we swap the paint with, a sol gel nanothermite, paint on thermite, basically the same paint that they used on the Hindenburg, which, caused the thermite reaction in the skin of the Hindenburg to light up. So that they knew about this kind of stuff. There's this, the investigation into the Hindenburg, revealed that this type of chemical reaction was occurring in these types of paint layers. If the iron rusts and creates this iron oxide, and then the aluminum, or you can use magnesium or other elements too. So you can use lots of different oxidizers, lots of different burning metal agents that will oxidize with that to create that reaction. A lot of people think it's just aluminum and iron oxide. There's other types of thermites as well. Mm-hmm. So it could have been done that, one of these companies had developed, a way to make paint on thermite, and could have swapped this paint in the buildings for those spray-on fireproofing, so that these workers think they're spraying on, real fireproofing material, but in reality, they're spraying thermite onto the beams. Wow. And if you were to do a full fireproofing upgrade on those floors, right on those key floors right here, or, say 77 to 78, say we painted, what if those beams were painted with thermite instead of fireproofing material?
Or the underside of the metal decking above the ceiling.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the metal decking between each floor. Yeah, what if that was painted with thermite? What do you think would be the difference, in fire performance?
Yeah, right.
Of the building, and would that maybe explain the rapid onset of collapse a little bit?
For those of you who don't know, thermite is an incendiary used by the military to cut through steel like a hot knife through butter. And nanothermite, which we get into in part 3 of our webinar, is a very, very high-tech form of thermite, which is sprayed on, or can be. It's a fluid apply.
Yeah. Well, they, realize that normal fuel or burnable materials in powder form become explosive. So it's the same kind of concept, that when you pulverize the components to making thermite and make them really small, or it's not actually nano, probably micro scale rather. But
actually, the components of nanothermite, the rhomboidal shaped iron oxide crystals, are 1,000 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair, which by definition makes them nanoscale. So that's why they call it nanothermite. They call it super thermite in Los Alamos and Livermore, where it came from.
So there's also some evidence that I found of, Gary Corbett testified before, and also Scott Forbes, who is a fiduciary trust senior database administrator. He testified to power downs the weekend before 9/11, where they shut the power and evacuated the buildings, which I thought was suspicious. Also, there was a whole elevator modernization, which would have given them unrestricted access to the core of the building, where the core columns were. That's where the majority of the structure was for these buildings. For those of you not familiar with the architecture and the engineering structure of the towers, there was 6 box columns at the center of the huge box columns at the center of the World Trade Center, which housed the elevator shafts and were the main support structure for the building. If I'm not wrong,
let's clarify something. Sorry to interrupt, but there's some things I have to correct. Yes. The elevator hoistways. There There was more than 50 of them in each tower, and there they are. And so we wouldn't call those box columns, but the structural interior core columns are immediately outside all of those elevator hoistways. So such an elevator modernization could have given access to those columns to plant whatever kind of incendiaries or explosives. Sorry, go ahead.
There's also these spandrels between.
All right, so that was a good sample. You can go to Richard Gage 911 Unleashed. It's a YouTube channel. Go ahead and check it out. Subscribe, get his updates. He's doing shows. He's doing interviews pretty regularly, like a couple a week. And what he's able to do now that he got away from architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, where it had to all be basically about the architecture and engineering, he's actually going out there and interviewing, going back to the classics of 9/11 research all the way up to present day, and getting a lot of different considerable evidence on the table for consideration. That's what it says. All right, so tonight's guest is a researcher. His name's Jeremy Reese. Jeremy, how are you doing tonight? Thanks for showing up and wading through that clip of you and Richard talking. I appreciate it. You were here early too, so I felt bad, but I wanted to have that clip playing in context for the audience. How you doing?
Great, Richard. Thanks for having me on. And it reminds me why I tend to pre-record and edit things down. There's a lot of ahs and ahs.
Yeah, and there was also a little bit of speculation in the part that we actually played, and I wanted to let the audience know that everything that came before that was like well-researched, footnoted, these sort of things. So shame on me for not picking the clip more carefully. We did it kind of in the 5 minutes of pre-show, but I appreciate you making time. And yeah, where would you like to start? You have the floor. You can talk about what you talked about with Richard Gage. That was fantastic content. If you want to talk about how you got started in this and like what questions you first asked and what evidence you just found and like kind of follow the trail of evidence, but it's up to you. I wanted to make sure that you had a good platform to express yourself and get the word out.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to research anything I could about, who was inside those buildings that could have had access. Cause I got kind of beyond the stage of realizing that it was a controlled demolition and, the whole back and forth arguing with people about the physics of the collapse and the smoke clouds and the molten steel and all that stuff. And you realize that there's a lot of layers to this that you have to unwrap for a lot of people, because everyone learns 9/11 the wrong way, it seems. And even the debunking is designed to kind of wrap layers around the core of this. Even when you start diving into the research, there's so much infighting and arguments that can draw people away from kind of this core stuff. And it's easy to get sidetracked and distracted with a lot of the stuff that's out there. But I think that in going after this core group of suspects and reminding people just exactly who Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and L. Paul Bremer were, and how far back they go into the depth and the heart of this whole, deep state, this entity we call the deep state or the New World Order, or the Illuminati or whatever. There's all these words for it. But if you want to look at who's been at the core of this military industrial banking intelligence complex, that's what I like to call it. Really, you could add a couple other terms in there, banking intelligence, surveillance complex as well, because they've wrapped a lot of different heads to this Hydra,
Yeah, the people control, dudes.
Yeah.
Right. They're about total full spectrum dominance.
Technocracy, transhumanism, cybernetic. I mean, it's
they, them, those who want to take away our freedom.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy how they're so in the open, but also in the shadows as well with their connections. And Henry Kissinger comes up a lot in this. Of course, a lot of people don't know that Henry Kissinger was actually originally appointed to head the 9/11 Commission until it drew a lot of attention. And
Bremer
he stepped
worked
down
for Kissinger Associates. If memory serves, I just looked in Dope Inc., which talks about the East India Company being transitioned to Kissinger Associates. So I looked in there in the index for Bremer. He's not in there, But Bremer, I'm pretty sure he did time at Kissinger Associates, which is another connection in addition to these other. So they wanted to put Kissinger in charge of the commission. People recognize that right away. And it's not that Bremer got in charge of the commission, but he got other key roles.
He's a partner. He's a partner with Kissinger Associates. You're right.
Yeah, he was like his position at Marsh. One of his positions was like CEO of risk management.
Yeah, that the whole risk crisis. So there's a number who worked with or were associated with Henry Kissinger, including Brent Scowcroft, Lawrence Eagleburger, Joseph Kasputis, who was actually head of Baseline Financial, which is where the plane impacted the South Tower.
And then you had like George Shultz, but I agree with Scowcroft because he on the morning of 9/11 he was in an E-4B Doomsday plane on the tarmac when World Trade Center 1 got attacked. Apparently, like that's the official story somewhere. I got his book and I got the 9/11 Commission report here. I looked up in here Bremer because I'm like, of course he's in the 9/11 Commission report, right? But I was like, have I ever looked it up? So let me show you what I found. Here's the official. Like this is the official story. I got a couple of these, just in case one got edited. I got like the paperback. I got the hardcover. Here's this part about Bremer, and let me give you a little context because he's only mentioned once. I was surprised. He's only mentioned once in this whole book. It's under the realm of counterterrorism. Talking about the 1960s and 70s State Department. Then you go down here to Zbigniew Brzezinski,
cyclone nonsense.
George Shultz, Cap Weinberger, and then right here on the next page, it picks up through those Shultz elevated the status and visibility of counterterrorism by appointing as its first coordinator L. Paul Bremer and then Robert Oakley, both senior career ambassadors of high standing in the Foreign Service. The department continued to be dominated by regional bureaus for which terrorism was not a first order concern. Then it goes on to talk about more warmongers, mentioning bin Laden.
So it just mentions him in passing, sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yes.
That's weird. Does it mention Jerome Hauer at all?
Oh, let me look.
For Kroll Associates.
This should be a good game. We should make like a 9/11 board game. Hauer.
Because Hauer is, he was sort of the go-to guy. It's interesting that Bremer was on early on, one of the first ones to was Advance that mentioned Osama bin Laden, and he sort of like backs it up and says something about the World Trade Center 1, which. That had been long debunked, I thought, in regards to Ramsey. You said exactly what you were saying, Jeremy.
Hauer. I thought it was Hauer.
Hauer? Hauer is how you spell it.
Yeah, I thought so, but I don't see that.
Unless I'm also.
All right, yeah, we're getting sidetracked. The point was there was only one reference to L. Paul Bremer in the official report. And
Hauer. Yeah, that's weird.
Yes, definitely did not dive enough into these names and characters in their investigation. I think that
almost like they had a predetermined narrative created by Philip Zelikow, who used to work with the National Security Council people that did it.
Almost or John Lemon, who was an associate of Henry Kissinger and a 9/11 commissioner, and James Thompson, also a 9/11 commissioner associated with Kissinger. So,
well, when I looked at the 9/11 commission, like I remember there's a dude from the New School for Social Research. And that's like a communist kind of outlet here. And then there's some people from the Tower Commission, like good old days of Iran-Contra, BCCI fame, right? So it's like a who's who have covered up the last big thing. And I had hope. Like I remember when they came out with this report, it was like July 22nd, 2004 maybe, something like that. It was a long time after 9/11. They waited 441 days to start that investigation. What? I mean, if you're looking for criminals putting off the investigation, look no further than 9/11. But people aren't allowed to know these things. So you've done a good job, in my opinion, over the years of avoiding the red herrings and sticking to who's who do they work for, what's their background, follow the money. And also like this part about Interchar, I didn't know that about Bremer until like I had come across your research in one of your other presentations, right? But my theory was, before I knew about Interchar, when I asked the question, like, how could they do the things that, like, there are things that produce the effects we saw on 9/11, but there's layers of them. So how did they do this part where they might have applied some sort of thermite to the construction. Well, there's construction opportunities, these upgrades, these renovations, these sort of things. But the way I pictured it was when I saw the movie The Italian Job, and Ed Norton's character goes in there and paints that rectangle, and then they blow exactly that rectangle, and it cuts right through the concrete, and the safe drops down, and then they get it out of the water, and that's like the beginning of the movie. I was like, they could paint it on. Like, the painters don't know what kind of thing they're applying, and then when you find out they did new spray on fireproofing, it's like, So,
well, the Hindenburg, I didn't realize that technology had been around. I mean, obviously the nanotechnology.
Yeah, it wasn't
and the
nanothermite.
application. No, I know the nano
it was a
came
thermite
later, right,
reaction.
which is fascinating. Right, that to me was fascinating.
Yeah, I'm sure there's even more if we could really dig through the literature going back and stuff. It was funny because when Jim Meigs of Popular Mechanics was on debating this with the creators of Loose Change on Amy Goodman, back in the day, they had claimed that, you know, thermite couldn't, it was ridiculous, it wasn't a military weapon. We actually found it in the Explosives for Sabotage handbook. I found it in several Army reference manuals for explosives, so proved that it's used by the military. It's in the manuals. And then we proved that it was also used to sever vertical steel columns with an article that one of our researchers found in an old issue of Popular Mechanics, where they demolished the Skyride Tower in Chicago using thermite to melt the legs. And so, like, everything that they said was wrong. And but yet they're still they still every year it gets put out like, oh, you know, Popular Mechanics,
they got it, they got the answer. Don't need to think for yourself, man. Why are you even thinking about it?
Yeah, so it's pretty, I don't know, there's a lot of interesting stuff in the history of nanothermite, but with nanothermite was being developed by at Los Alamos Labs, and the director of security apparently at Los Alamos at the time, just in that division, was the same company that ran security at the World Trade Center, that Securicom Stratesec.
Right.
So they found the contracts for Los Alamos, and someone traced it down. I'd like to really see that all that research hashed out. I've had a number of people reach out to me and even send me more documents on different stuff since I was on Richard Gage, because I guess more people know about, or you get people coming out of the woodwork that say, yeah, I've been sitting on this for 20 years and who do I share it with? You know, and then they see that I'm doing the research, so they send it off to me. And
did you talk about the galvanized pipe the other day in the World Trade Center, about they had to replace pipes or something like
old
that?
Galvanized pipes in the World Trade
Because
Center?
I had someone contact me about that,
but
then I heard someone, it was either you or Aiden Monahan, because I listened to that right afterwards because you said to listen to it, so I did. One of you guys mentioned
it was him. Yeah,
someone who came to him and was saying that thing, and I was like, I had someone contact me 15 years ago, and she's like, my dad helped to build it, and he used to come home and complain like that they didn't make any sense, like the buildings weren't being built to last, that they're putting this galvanized pipe and enclosing it in concrete, and when it fails, you're gonna have to dig up the floor, like on every floor. And it was like a crazy thing. But if you look at it as those buildings were built to be stage props to do exactly what they did and trigger their family's legacy, because it's like Nelson and David were the names of the rock, like they were the names of the towers, the nicknames of the towers, right?
Wow.
Those internationalists, I'm just
so
saying,
they cut corners. Well, galvanized pipe cost actually more, so they probably used just cast iron, and which encased in concrete will rust and corrode in a couple of years. They would have had to use galvanized.
That's an old type of thing. When were the trade centers built? By then they would have 70s. Yeah, by then, like, that's something that was like 1920s style architecture.
And then the other thing that didn't make sense
was
was
my parents lived in, for God's sakes, a big old stone house. Like, they would not use that in the 70s and for a building that would want to last for a long, old cast iron. The casting, like the polymerized casting over time wear away, and it just like a steel cast iron pan would just start rusting. Like,
there's
that's
a couple
crazy.
other
That
interesting problems. So like if I were to talk about it, I would look at the pre-existing problems. Like what was going on at the World Trade Center in a couple years right before this happened? They were being downgraded. The rental space was downgraded from like an A to a C. So like
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Because of the lack of modernization and lack of internet, and you couldn't use a cell phone really in the building because of the the building's casing was like a big Faraday cage, basically. So it was hard time using the cell phone up there. Or I worked up high. It could have been you're up too high to get a good signal, but it was notorious that you can't use your cell phone in the building, even to call someone else who's in the building.
Interesting.
So you'd have to like, grab a desk phone and do that. And then why would they be doing these upgrades in these select areas in buildings that it didn't economically make sense to keep them in service anymore? And then the question comes, how do you take these buildings down economically? What's the insurance risk to take down these huge towers? And then I thought, well, they had to ask that before they got the permit to build these things in the first place. So maybe in the permit, there's some, how are you going to take this down? Maybe they're like, we have a way to de-verticalize it later on command, just like they do to embassies, right? They can have it set up in the construction to do the thing that we observe that day.
I see. Yeah.
Right. So there's a whole bunch of, and then there's the insurance policies prior to that, and the Silverstein, and then the tenants of
the
Trade Center
Silverstein,
7.
but that is that whole connection.
So much
and then
interesting
what he built
history
afterwards
in
with
any of
Silver
those
Towers.
areas.
I have a
Yeah.
quick question for Jeremy
Yeah.
though. Like you said something very wise to me earlier on. Like it's a lot of people start with the how the buildings possibly came down, gets into a lot of ad ignorantium fallacies, possibilities, but we're not quite sure. But you had the wisdom to see through that and say, no, we need to get more to the who, what, when, and where before, and then the logic of those connections before we even get to the how. So
Yeah, you need the who,
that?
what, when, and where to get to the why, then
Right.
to understand the how.
That'll all lead you to how it was done. But
Right.
for you to, and I know you have a background in physics. I remember your moniker as Alien Scientist back in the day. I used to love your videos and watch them all the time.
You don't watch them anymore, Tony?
I haven't. Well, it's been they called me out. It's been a while. Not that
I'm still at it, man. I'm still doing it with
Still
the
doing
Alien
it?
Scientist, man. That's where we got to go in the future. Because that's like the big
100%.
solution, man. Is there's technology that the government's not just been hiding this stuff; they've been hiding a heck of a lot more. And the technology that they have under their belts out there. Again, when you start understanding who really runs the world, who really runs the show, you look into companies like Battelle, and I started researching Battelle. It led me to all the like who could have developed the nanothermite. I started metallurgy contractors. Battelle comes up right away. And when you realize that Battelle's been around since before the Manhattan Project, they essentially own. They don't essentially. They own every single national laboratory in the United States. Literally all of our science is managed by Battelle. In the entire United States. You can look this up. They have the contracts for every single national laboratory. Then you realize that every single national laboratory in the country has these patent holding companies where basically they'll scoop up the patents and hold them and shelve them and pay off the scientists who invent these sorts of things. Basically anything that would be a threat to the powers that be, which is the gold, oil, and drugs that run
gods.
the gods,
Yeah.
is basically gets bought out and shelved. And then there's actual physical systems and mechanisms in place within the scientific realm to do this. And that's what a lot of people in the scientific community don't realize. They think like, oh, well, I could just become a scientist and go and invent like the next life-saving, energy technology.
That's
and
car that runs on water.
Yeah,
Right?
And
Many
that's
such
not
cases.
the case. It's not the case. I'm sorry. Like, it's not how it works.
No, you're exactly right. It's knowledge filtration systems to these review boards and these journal reviews and all this sort of nonsense. Plus, most of it's done through actually, most are competing for government grants nowadays. But even when it was private funding back in the early 20th century or the 19th century, still a lot of it, if they couldn't support the infrastructure already in place in order to make more money in some capacity or to precipitate or continue what's going on in regards to how the way we distribute electricity. I'm thinking of Morgan and the whole battle with Tesla and Edison and all that sort of nonsense. But to me, you provided a theoretical foundation for making sense how these technologies actually could possibly be developed, and could here are the theoretical foundations around actually creating technologies that are gravity shielding, things that really would be sort of a whole different way of viewing physics and understanding the nature of physics. And I was really into that earlier on, because I'm like, well, if this is true, and a lot of my research led there as well, and I'm talking going back 10, 15 years ago when I sort of had my own awakening, then there has to be at least some sort of theoretical foundation that it can be grounded in some sort of scientific understanding that would make this possible. I don't want to hear some sort of like, because there's so many, when you get into this research, there's so many different, let's just call them sort of bad actors, or just people that are just not heavy within the physics and they're interested in the sort of what ifs and the imaginative aspect of it, or just there's a lot of weird theories out there, and a lot of people would go down a lot of strange rabbit holes. So to me, grounded it in a sort of physics that
you got to be able to entertain weird theories in order to get to what the actual
but you have to
truth
make
is.
sure you can ground it in logic, and that's what Jeremy. That's what was really powerful about your work, Jeremy, because you really grounded it in logic for me to help bring it back to sort of a material reality, and this is how it could manifest this way. So,
and by
kudos to
logic,
and
you
your
mean
work.
starting with evidence that exists
and
then
deducing from first
following it.
principles.
Yeah, right.
It's very simple. But
That's what we were going. Well, that's what I did with all the electronics and photonics. I mean, I was talking, one of the first people
photoelectric
talking about
materials,
using optoelectronics and the future of how everything would be run with and indeed the quantum computers. They're now realizing that we can't build quantum computers without this technology, without the optoelectronic technology. It's just not possible. So it's good. It's good to be coming full circle now with a lot of this as it's emerging, and people are like, people have been talking about this for 20 years now. Where is it? It's like, well, here it is. It took 20 years to get here, and it might take another 20 to get where we really need to go with it. But I think that lowering our power down is a big part of this. Realizing that we're really wasting a ton of energy with the way that we have all of our infrastructure currently set up, including the gasoline engines and cars and everything. And then that's going to be a challenge in and of itself, because we're trying to switch over to electric, but then that the cost of lithium's going through the roof, and we don't have enough of
and how many
that.
lithium deposits. I mean, it just becomes.
We don't have the infrastructure to completely, replace, fossil fuels yet. And we're at a bit of a,
But we could allocate land, grow hemp, make alcohol gas. You could have an engine runs on alcohol. You don't want to grow hemp, you can buy it from the town hemp agora.
Corn.
And if you
corn
grow it,
corn works great too.
Yeah, corn works great, but hemp's more efficient at it. There's a book by David Bloom, Alcohol Can Be a Gas, and then you put that together with Jack Harer's The Emperor of Hemp, or The Emperor Wears No Clothes book. Boom. We got that solved. Don't have to worry about the Saudis.
There's actually
or the
a bunch
Russians.
of different biofuels lately beyond hemp that are, from my understanding, with new technology would make it pretty much just.
But we want low tech. We want low tech. Like, remember back in the times of Gandhi, when he wanted to protest the British Empire, they started making homespun clothing. So for them, freedom was a loom where they could make their own cotton, so they didn't have to depend on British textiles. Today, instead of textiles, it's petroleum, British petroleum. And to get free of that, we could grow hemp, we could process it in alcohol, we could pump that could be like freedom.
I'm just saying you could do that with a lot of
America.
different bio, but it doesn't have to be hemp. I'm just saying that the technology's evolved to the point where you can use a lot of different weeds and grasses and sort of field crops such as that. But cover
something
crops.
that can be grown.
The laws haven't evolved.
Exactly. Why is it illegal in the first place? Let's go back to history. JP Morgan and DuPont wanted monopoly money, and they got it still.
But back to my original. So it's great to finally meet you, and really appreciate your work throughout all the years you've been doing it. 15 plus years now? I think I discovered you like 10 years ago. But what sort of made you transition, obviously not away from the possibilities of how the towers could have been brought down, the materials used, controlled demolition, different types of explosive materials, but to transition to the people that might have been the connections, let's say, the individuals that maybe have some sort of connection to the Trade Center in some fashion? Like what made you transition from the echo chamber of 1,000 different opinions fighting back and forth on how it was done, and ignoring the financial connections, ignoring the political connections, ignoring the corporate connections? What was that?
Well, I think it was right around, when all the thermite evidence started coming out with Stephen Jones and Kevin Ryan, and a lot of these guys who were investigating that
it's like 2006-ish.
2006, 2007, all like a lot of those papers started coming out, and we started looking into the thermite stuff. And that's when I was like, I know there's something more down this rabbit hole with the thermite connections and stuff. So I kept digging down that hole. But at the same time, we saw that whole wave come out of these alternate theories of how the towers were brought down. And the whole there was this whole theory of using the Hutchison effect, which I was familiar with and interested in. And there's a whole bunch of videos talking about how that some of these more exotic
high
physics,
voltage, situations,
directed energy weapons and stuff like that could have been, used to vaporize the towers or other more unconventional methods. So I of course, become entangled with that because it's more science to kind of dig more stuff to dig down. But what you
and
realize,
there's layers to it too, because it's like it seems laughable, but there is footage where a girder appears to just vaporize. It doesn't as it's falling, it just disappears. It's steel,
and there's
right?
cars that are half rusted, and there's materials that have gone through other perfectly like
my
cemented.
point has always been,
It's
because
very strange. It is.
I had a
very
client that worked there. Each floor in the World Trade Center is 1 square acre. So
Yeah.
that's 1 square
Wow,
acre of
Jesus.
concrete and rebar under our feet, because it's all open floor plan supported by the interior columns and the exterior columns, right? So there's all that's there. And for 220 square acres of concrete to vaporize, pulverize, turn into dust, I don't know what kind of energy it takes to do that, but it's more than comes from jet fuel in any equation I could figure out with physics.
That's true.
So
but the thing is, like you mentioned,
vibrational,
people think that-
molecular dissociation. There's something else there, unless thermite accounts for it somehow.
Well, I was
explosive.
totally into that early on,
Yeah.
just from my research into alternative potential energy solutions to Jeremy's. But go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Right. The whole thing with molecular dissociation, if it was steel and you're using directed energy or microwaves, it's going to, it's going to spark. It's going to sparkle pretty brightly, just like the argument that they used against the thermite said, the whole thing would have lit up like a sparkler on the 4th of July. So it couldn't have been thermite. Well, the same thing would have happened if you put directed energy weapon on the metal, especially the aluminum facade on the outside of the building. Like you mentioned, it acts like a Faraday cage. Well, how did they penetrate to the core, columns in the building if it was directed energy weapons? And you come up with all these really scientific ways of asking the questions and looking at it, and then where did the energy come from to do it? If that, it's much easier to store that energy in chemical form inside devices that are pre-planted within the buildings. And why are they all this effort to look at a hurricane that was 100 miles off the coast? And it just seems like distractions from what we should be looking into, which
But without that hurricane, you would have had a cloudy, overcast maybe day, and that hurricane sucked all the clouds and all the smoke that day out of the set. So from the camera and all the cameras were looking south pretty much that day. And as the set design, the wind blows all the smoke left all day, which is going
strong
east,
wind
technically,
too, from my understanding.
right? So it's something that you can continue to look at and analyze and look and see what are those angles. It's not just that there was a hurricane there. There's a whole naval armada out there just off the coast of Long Island when this is all going down. And then you see some Navy helicopters maybe flying around the Trade Center while it's on fire. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Wait, I didn't know the Naval Armada. Is that part of that's not part of the NORAD?
It was Hurricane Aaron. Yeah. So the whole thing is there's a whole bunch of facts.
That's the Woods angle. But to Jeremy's point, how do you penetrate like a Faraday cage? And then there would be some sort of friction with the waves, with the material.
I know about planning and picking the date of September 11th for esoteric and other reasons, but
it's the birthday
creating
of the
a
Pentagon.
hurricane. They created a hurricane too. I mean, it's maybe it was
I
a
don't know that anyone
lucky
claimed,
happenstance, but
I'm sure people did claim that they created the hurricane. I just think it's that's.
But they created the hurricane and then stored the energy in that, and then they sucked the energy out of it to demolish the buildings later.
Is there a cartoon of that one? That would be pretty good.
No, this is some out there, but and
it's some logical cartoon.
You got to look at these things logically, and I'm still like, we still got a bunch of Hutchison guys that we talk to and bring in every once in a while to try to show where they're at with that technology. No one's no one's really there vaporizing steel towers yet with it, but I'm still open to anyone that can show me, an example of how to do this. So I try to be open-minded and scientific
to the science
as
that
possible.
exists. That's what is that your limit? Is that your line in the sand? Like things that either exist or we have, evidence that they've been researching in this area and it could exist because they've been pouring money in, we can't see. So it's like up to the line where we can see, plus a little bit further because we know there's a lot of top secret stuff that
We
they're
know
doing.
that they're 20 years ahead of whatever they're telling us out here in the public.
At least,
and
I once
at
heard a
least.
Lockheed Martin say those 75 years. That was going back about 12 years ago. They were
'Cause they
saying
might
at
have
least
had
in
some
more
stuff-
military technology, whatever is in the consumer level, is they're 75 years advanced in the military level. At least that was his claim. It was some managing director at Lockheed Martin. Like,
Well, is that because they got a time capsule package from Lockheed Martin 75 years in the future? Is that how they got ahead in the first place? I mean, you guys are like this close to talking Philadelphia experiment with that whole hurricane and,
That's the
Fahrenheit.
whole Roswell
brings in
thing,
ether, yeah.
We might have got something. I don't think it was made by Lockheed Martin, but we might have
Right.
gotten a window into something much more advanced in the future.
That'd be like an ether physics sort of thing.
all of a sudden we had the
Field
silicon
physics, field
chips and, all sorts of technological advances right after 1947. CIA, all sorts of stuff.
Well,
National
had,
Security Act.
John Trump. What was it? He
John
was
G.
taking all-
Trump took over
John G.
Tesla's
Trump,
work.
Tesla's work. So all that
He's
stuff.
knighted, Sir Knight John G. Trump.
No way. He was knighted.
Oh yeah, he got knighted by Queen Elizabeth, I'm pretty sure.
And that's Trump's uncle. I mean, it's a weird.
Could have been King Edmund or Edward or
strange.
Right, that's what
connection.
they were saying. It was like Trump holds the secrets. That's what someone was saying. That they, were,
They had
I
that time
remember
travel
that's
book,
whole-
the Adventures of Baron Trump from like the 1800s.
Yes, I remember that too. Yeah,
I did not know that one.
That's entertainment. What you and I
There's
look
some logical
into
parts,
daily as our research work is not entertainment. It's like, oh, these are the sad facts of the matter that people aren't really getting to.
Right.
And there was a point in that Richard Gage clip where you guys were talking about 1993 World Trade Center bombing, and the informant for the FBI, I think you said Ramzi Youssef, but he's the guy they put in jail for it. The FBI informant is a guy named Imad Salem. He was an Egyptian military officer. His FBI handler was a guy named John Antisev. And when I first met Jason Burmis, so this is like 2006, my wife and I drove out to Oneonta. We're hanging out with Loose Change, and Burmis tells me about Imad Salem. And I didn't know about that at the time. I didn't have those details. And he's like, brother, you can have the recording. And he goes to the internet. He's like, here's the FBI guy right here. So I got to sit there and like, oh, wow. And, Salem's like, you're the one that told me to switch the fake bomb for the real bomb. You got, and they're it's the calls about arguing over expenses for him being an informant. But during that conversation, Salem was like, you guys are the ones that told me. And he's like, I know. And I was like, oh, geez. So yeah, understanding like the context of what is Iran-Contra, what was BCCI, these sort of things. And then 9/11, the story is a lot harder to believe, the official story, because you're like, wait a minute, you guys have been grooming Arab proxy forces for like years, and you got those from the British. So all of a sudden now those guys are rogue.
Over
They're not
20
working for
years,
you.
Yeah, it's crazy because that's when John O'Neill was hired to investigate after the World Trade Center bombing. That's when he started getting into all those networks and started learning a lot about all that stuff and became the expert on that. And
that was the only other detail I think that I heard. Like because you said he started that day or the day before. What did
No,
you
it was like it was actually, there was rumors. It turns out that he started like a month before. It was like
August 23rd or something.
That's
like
why I
that.
brought up
Yeah.
Jerome Howard, because he's the one who got him the job, if I remember correctly.
And Howard told the White House to go on Cipro.
Yeah, Cipro,
And
the day that
Howard
it happened, if I remember correctly.
Worked for Kroll. And then you had a bunch of dirt on Howard in your presentation. What else do you remember off the top of your head, Jeremy?
Well, Howard had been like knew exactly how the towers collapsed before anyone else did, and was assured that it was probably the jet fuel that heated up the beams and caused the structural failure.
He was at the Event 101 meeting.
Oh,
Before
was
Event
the
201.
Event 201? Yeah.
No, I'm saying back for 9/11, it was called the Event 101 meeting. That's where they decided on
That
how things would go
011.
that day. Yeah, yeah. We'll have to see if there's a video for that one. But go ahead. Sorry.
There was another connection that I thought it was interesting that Richard Gage mentioned that early on when he had started Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, that Hauer had signed on and reached out, but he didn't trust him, so he didn't put him on the list because he thought he was up to something. So, but apparently, Hauer was became suspicious. He said he didn't have really questions about the Twin Towers, but Building 7 kind of wasn't sure about how Building 7 came down, apparently, according to and I told Richard, like, you gotta dig up this conversation. He said he recorded it. I was like, you gotta post that, man. Like,
that's incredible. That's incredible, actually. That Hauer reached out to get. That's so wow.
That's far out, man.
Honeypot stuff there.
There was another point you brought up that I didn't realize, and so I knew World Trade Center 7, Solomon Smith, Barney Brothers building, right? I didn't realize SSB had that much real estate in it. It was like 83% of the building was them, and then the rest was CIA, SEC, emergency bunker. So they had a large part of that building, and that Rumsfeld and who else was on the board of directors of that company at the time when it happened? Because I was like, that's not coincidental right there.
They also had a small office on the same floor as the OEM, apparently. So I thought that was interesting. It's like,
well, they wouldn't want to have to rebuild the towers and have World Trade Center 7 stick out like a thumb. So they were kind of like, I might as well pull it. We'll build all three, or we'll build the whole thing. Right. Because at the end of the day, I've always looked at it, seeing the players that are in it. It's like, first, it's geopolitical strategy to bring about like their wet dream as expressed in the Council on Foreign Relations and the Project for a New American Century, like New Pearl Harbor document. Underneath that, it's a real estate scam. It's real estate fraud where they take out insurance policies, they individual terrorist attacks on each building. So they get moolah coming out of that. They wanted to redesign and modernize, and they wanted to have somebody else foot the bill for it. And then out of that, they called it the Freedom Tower, but it's not the Freedom Tower anymore. And the memorial that they built on that place is like a black hole abyss. It is like such a disturbing monument that they have there. And if there was any justice, they would have taken that square area of real estate, whatever it is, 10 square acres, that part, and said, no commerce can ever been transacted on this ground ever again because of those attacks. Right. But that's not what they're doing. They got to rebuild the whole place bigger, better, stronger. When I saw the rebuild of World Trade Center 7, it's such an ominous building, dude. You can just tell it's so over-engineered so that no terrorist attack will ever take this building down again. And I'm like, these are permanent structures these people were building, and they're not the set pieces that got torn down that day. And it's pretty ominous the last 20 years what they've gotten accomplished with so little resistance or people catching on to what they did. So thank you.
It's amazing that I wish they had this. I could take like a time machine back with some of this information to like 2004 when it was first. It could have just hit so much harder than it did in the mainstream, because they were just able to take all these alternative kind of theories and just beat this down in the public eye to the point where you can't even talk about it without offending people, and they don't want to look into the actual information.
Well, it's one of those cases where the victims had to get close to their abusers, and then anyone who questions it, the abusers are saying, "Oh, you're doing an injustice to the victims by looking into these events." But
it's like an analogy to what's going on today.
Stockholm syndrome, dude.
Yeah, it's a form of Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. It's looking back on that entire situation. I mean, one of the things I did recently is I went back and just reviewed very quickly, like, what are the justifications for how these towers came down? Obviously, it's the burning of jet fuel that weekend. And so the argument, there's always back and forth. So it's like, well, it's, jet fuel at that burning at that Fahrenheit wouldn't be able to warp the steel enough for it to collapse in the fashion it did. In World Trade Center 7, they argue there was one major column that was the key form of the structural integrity, and that was on fire for like 7+ hours. I forget the number of time, and that caused a free fall collapse of the building once that beam gave way. But it's sort of, in that the issue comes into just physics. It's like, well, free fall. First of all, even if we grant them the hypothetical that, okay, jet fuel burning at a specific temperature can warp, because the beams are open, essentially the jet fuel somehow was on fire and then fell the whole way down to the bottom of the base, somehow warped all of it enough, burning at various temperatures, that it would cause a straight collapse the way it did at near free fall speeds. That's to me where it's like, if anything, wouldn't it buckle at certain points? Wouldn't there be different structural integrity issues? It'd be inconsistencies. So I'm going.
You
back
wouldn't have two similar buildings doing the same thing.
Exactly. Well,
neither one of them fell over and hit all the other buildings.
That's what I
Though
mean.
there were iron girders from World Trade Center 1 that were shot 500 feet across the street through Merrill Lynch and the Winter Garden behind that building. Girders don't do that if they lose structural support. They fall straight down.
Right.
So there's all sorts of pyrotechnic
Anomalies.
incendiaries, but people aren't used to watching such things. And that's why I really liked that Jeremy not only looked into like the AIG and Marsh, and you found those connections, but then you went and found all those other connections. What's the longest presentation? What's the one that has like all the stuff in it? Do you have a name for that?
I don't have like one that has everything. I made like 3 different versions of a documentary that I did about this. The first one I did was called 9/11 Conspiracy Solved. Names, connections, details, and stuff. And that one's probably the most thorough. And I kind of chopped it down from there because there was a lot of stuff in there that wasn't core and didn't really stress on this whole continuity of government group, which I felt was like, I later, realized was an essential, core to the 9/11 where it was initially planned. When you're looking into that, the disaster scenario, the think tanks and all that, and scenario 12D, that whole concept of that scenario came from those COG think tanks, and that was a core part of it. And I did another one called Black 9/11 after Mark Gaffney's book, kind of talking about some of the he had elucidated in that book. Not all of them though, because he's got a whole theory on Flight 93 in there, and how it was taken down and exploded. But the whole Hammer Fund and all that I covered in the Black 9/11 one, which a lot of the financial guys, like people who really watch what you do, were interested in that and wanted me to focus more on that and future things. But I don't really have the financial background to kind of understand that so well. And I had one guy reach out to me who did, and wanted to connect a couple other dots for me with his investigations and stuff. So I got to reach back out to some people.
Yeah, my only problem with, like the problems that I remember with this book were there were ambiguities in his writing about my experiences, and those ambiguities had been removed, I thought, through the correspondence and provision of evidence. So it was like he was taking like this way over here, Grove claims. I'm like, well, at least Grove has provided evidence to the, toward the claim or something, right? So it was almost like, but anyway, I thought it was a good treatment. He looked at AIG and Kroll and Hank and, the whole Greenberg family. And there's so few people that talk about this. I was thankful that he's like, knew enough to ask me and not just write about it without asking, He's like, I can actually go to the source and get documents instead of looking from afar. So,
I remember a couple of interviews I'd seen with you. You talked about Michael Dukakis, I think was his name. Some of these other,
but his last name does start with a D, and I'm not looking to dox him and get his organization's looking at this podcast.
Oh yeah, huh? All right, cool. We'll have to talk about that more privately then. But
I'm pretty sure, because I told Gaffney, I'm not going to tell you his name, but his name's in the documents, and here's where it is in the documents. So it's like I didn't want to be the doxer or leaker, but
yes,
yeah, he's a character.
Yes.
Dude. We'll call him
Definitely
Mike D, and it's not Mike Delaney for anyone who's here from Autonomy tonight. It's not Delaney. It's another Mike D from New York City,
from the Beastie Boys.
No, is he the one that passed away? Because I don't want to be associated.
No, that was Adam. Yeah,
any ill communication. All right, so the documents surrounding some of these companies, the financial ones you didn't look into, but you started looking into the manufacturing and production and like military contractor providers of, things like that. And that's where you got like Dresser Industries, Hammer, and you started finding like a small group of people and the companies they sit on and the family control these things, right? Like you mentioned Securicom, which if memory serves was like Marvin Bush and Wirt D. Walker, right?
Yep.
That's
Wirt
two
Walker,
Bushes, because Wirt Walker is George Walker Bush's side of the family, the Walker side of the family, and then Marvin Bush was also part of that. So he's a direct, like he's George Bush's brother.
That's Securicom, right? Marvin Bush.
Yeah, let me bring up. I got it in the history blueprint here. Let me see if I can get it.
And a lot of those guys came from the Carlyle groups. Frank Carlucci had worked with a lot of those Stratesec employees for a company called BDM International, which did a lot of Navy black projects. And
Carlyle Group was meeting on the morning of 9/11, right? And it had H.W. Bush and Salim bin Laden, the brother of the accused terrorist. And H.W. Bush had spent the night in the White House that night to go to the Carlyle Group meeting in the morning, and that's when 9/11 happened. So you got all these dudes involved. But I didn't have was Securicom Carlyle Group company, or they were?
Yeah, so Carlyle Group was a. You got to look. You got to look up the BDM International, which was Braddock, Dunn, and McDonough or something like that.
I'm pretty sure I don't have them, but
BDM was Braddock, Dunn, and McDonald. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So Braddock, Dunn, and
So
McDonald.
it's 1990 Carlyle Group to buy BD. Okay.
Yeah, and the Carlyle Group bought them out and brought a lot of those guys over to Securicom Stratesec. This is kind of what they did before. And
No, it's called Stratesec before, right? Securicom is the name later, or is it always Secure?
It was
Stratesec,
Securicom, but then a similar company sued them for that name, and they had to change their name to Stratesec. And during that lawsuit, apparently they had had a bunch of frivolous motions and frivolous filings that just showed them they just wanted to show their legal opponents that they had money to burn, and when it came to lawyers, apparently.
Posturing a little bit,
yeah. I had Securicom under Kroll, Marvin Bush, Wirt Walker, and then off to the side, clients
kind of
World
like
Trade
Kroll.
Center, Dulles, and United Airlines. But I didn't have Los Alamos. Is that what you had mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I have to find. I'm gonna get that contract and I'll find it for you, because Kevin Ryan, I think, is the one who he published this in an article called "The Top 10 Connections Between NIST and Nanothermites," where he started just connecting the dots between NIST, this company called SAIC.
Oh yeah,
Scientific Applications International Corporation, which SAIC became Leidos Corporation, and then Leidos. That's where Barry McDaniel ended up. Apparently, he works for Leidos Corporation, according to his LinkedIn account, and he was the COO of Securicom Stratesec on 9/11.
That's interesting, because just looking at some of the notes I had here, also worked for Patel Hatfill. Hold on, let me see.
Well, Hatfill isn't that the name of the anthrax guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. And according to my notes,
Jerome
he also
Hauer
worked for
with
Patel, which is
bioterrorism?
the chemical company you were talking about earlier, Jeremy.
The
And then,
metallurgist.
the metallurgists, yes. Oh, not chemical. I'm sorry. Excuse me, metallurgists. And they were awarded a huge biodefense contract, supposedly right after 9/11. SAIC.
Dun, dun, dun.
So then
SAIC.
Hatfield was a friend of Hauer, and he was working on supposedly anthrax. That's the claim, or AM at the Fort Detrick.
Yeah, but Porton Down had the same copy of that.
Oh, okay.
AIM strain of anthrax.
It was also going to Britain as well. Okay.
And Britain would also have a motive to send those letters to those people with that wording, because it's Anglo-Israeli relationship that's expressed in those notes.
And then Hauer, on top of that, being friends with Hatfield, is the one that tells him to take Sippar Bay on the day of 9/11. That was before this. That's
Well, there's just, you got to get out your
So
9/11
many-
coincidence bin, Tony, and put that in there and say there's nothing to see here. It's just a coincidence. And that bin will get very full very quickly.
preponderance of evidence. Holy shit! At this point, I mean, it's just, and then the connections with Patel, which I completely forgotten about. I did not realize that until Jeremy brought that up as the metallurgist. That's just interesting as well.
Jeremy, did you ever check out the document where the Joint Chiefs of Staff changed the aircraft piracy rules June 1st, 2001? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to find that exact, because that was a claim that was made in a number of documentaries and other things around 9/11, is that they changed the authority of who could order a shoot down, and just to make it just the vice president. Apparently they removed that power from the Joint Chiefs of Staff and others in the chain of command.
All right, so let's see if I have it here, because I had it linked to a Google search. Like, this is the Google search you used to do to find it. Right. And it would show statement on aviation security, but that's posted 2004. Right.
Yeah.
Now it could say as amended June 2001. I don't know if I trust that. This might go to it. So I'd have to re-look it up. But I have the actual title. I have the links. We could go back in the Wayback Machine to find. And I also had a copy of it here. Let's see what this post is. Again, the title of it was Aircraft Piracy, Hijacking, Destruction of Derelict Airborne Objects. But I'm looking to see. Yeah, so I'd have to re-look it up. Oh, wait. PDF. What is this? Notes.
Somewhere.
Notes. We have some plan. Oh, this is 9/11 Commission Report. Oh, so if I go to page,
it's 9/11 report. You can see the top.
Yeah.
GPO-9/11
So
report.
did I put in what page it is? In my notes. Do I have notes? Let's see. Notes. No, I didn't. I left myself hanging.
Control F, maybe.
Well, the point is, such
We talked
a
about
memo
that a couple
exists.
episodes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a
because we went
printout
over
of it
that.
someplace. And
That one I remember, and I remember repeating that claim in one of my things, and then I got called out on it, and I had to try to go track it down, and I had a terrible time finding the actual documentation from the Joint Chiefs.
yeah,
of
so I have
Staff.
a printout of it in a folder, so those things don't happen, because I know the internet is tending to change these days. I don't have that folder down here, and I didn't think of looking this up, but I wanted to make sure that you knew it existed, and someone's already tried to call you out on it. Why don't they want people to know that exists? Right? Because they now know it's hard to find. So it's like, oh, you might give up on presenting that point. And I'm like, no, that's why we got to go to that point and get it out there more. And I could
we'll have to dig that up, because I'd love to I like to take things like that and put it and resurface them every now and again, to make sure that they remember that video interview on MSNBC with L. Paul Bremer was taken down 3 times by Google Video, and it was it used to be banned, from even being presented. Now you can actually find it if you search for it directly and scroll down to page 70 on YouTube search.
It's funny, it's because their algorithm. And
I was trying to
paradoxically
copy that link and
seems.
send it to LD. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Delay.
No, to Jeremy's point, though, a lot of stuff does get hidden and the algorithm doesn't pick it up necessarily if it doesn't get the type of hits, because it's weighted based on hits and the interest that people give it to certain degrees. And then they look up certain keywords associated with it, and it has a sort of complex if thens around it. But it's just if it's something that doesn't have a lot of notoriety, there's stuff that still remains on YouTube or other platforms that otherwise you would be shot down if it had the certain clout or notoriety with the number of people that watch it. So that's a good point. Whereas, one of the big things in True Stream Media just did a brilliant production about is what's been happening with the internet, obviously, over the past, for me, it was around 2016 election in America for us when Trump got elected, or I started noticing, and the cultural reaction to that, the internet became conspicuously, I mean, before that, people have been doing research in alternative communities, which I've been a part of for a long time, working with Rich for over 10 years. We had already noticed this trend, but it didn't become really conspicuous to me until about 2016, where it's like you would search for something, even what I would consider to be somewhat benign, and all of a sudden it would never, the websites I was used to frequenting, or the blogs or the news sources, they're all of a sudden not available the same way. And that's where I started noticing the algorithm was becoming very stringent. And
I think it took them a while to get hip to that. Honestly, I thought they were slacking on the intelligence, in my opinion, because for a number of 4 years there, we dominated YouTube and Google Video. Google Video, we dominated Google Video. When that was up, it was we kept all the conspiracy. 9/11 conspiracy was at the top, and we kept it there for a number of years.
That's all it was. Yeah, I was the main conspiracy videos I would watch was always on, this was when I was in college, was on Google Video. I actually probably downloaded what I could, if it was even programs to allow me to download back then. I have to go back and look, because then they took it down. I mean, that was so long ago, I can't remember, but I guess they're having trouble policing that. And then YouTube popped up, but YouTube was sort of a Wild West too. They couldn't really police anything on there as well. I mean, the sort of censorship around YouTube didn't really pick up until, again, the whole seemingly around 2016, which it seemed 2016 gave them the precedent needed to then go around justifying supposedly that they need to control speech, which is very dangerous.
All right, so this is what this show does here. We get to the bottom of stuff. Okay, you go to Google Books. You type in this, you go to page 458 in the 9/11 Commission report. Here's the footnotes. But wait, there's more. We can actually look in the book, the hardcover that I showed you earlier. Let's go to page 458 and let's zoom in. Right here. Here's the aircraft piracy and destruction of derelict airborne objects, June 1st, 2001, Joint Chiefs of Staff memo. They did change stuff right before 9/11. And this is why Cheney can stand there and say in the bunker and say, yes, the orders still stand. Did you hear anything to the contrary? Because the orders were changed. He was in power of saying, don't shoot it down. Don't shoot it down. Let it hit the building. Up until then, there was a different chain of command that would have had that alleged Flight 77 shot down before it got anywhere near the Pentagon. And then when you ask the question, who changed the rules? You got the people who were in charge of the operation. So it's interesting that they claim that such things don't exist, and it's right there to be looked up at. And I already had that page marked in the hardcover.
No, wait, that would have been 3 months before. Yeah,
3 months before. See, if you look at my copy of this book, there was a green tab.
I think I have the actual order here
on this page.
You guys,
we
can see it.
I had a green tab, see, on that page. I just highlighted it, but that page was already marked for such things.
Yeah, it would be in section C, in destruction of derelict airborne objects.
There you go.
Again, it's in it refers you to enclosure D. I remember there's a whole bunch of these. You have to jump around and you have to have all these to piece it all together, because they hit it in a lot of legal terminology. It said you have to refer to this section, refer to that, and refer to this. So you have to piece together 3 different sources,
right?
In order to. Yeah, I remember they made it very difficult and
then hope with piecing it together, it doesn't become circular. that they're
Right.
all just don't reference each other as to who has the answer. Yeah, it's what I'm.
Well, they do the thing. They don't give us all the information up front in the first place. And then over time, they just slowly keep taking away the facts that used to be there and easily referenceable to help people understand. Right. And like you're saying, like 10, 15 years ago, it was a heyday of all sorts of people were noticing these things. And now it's like, that information is not available anymore. Yeah, that's it right there.
Yep. Yeah.
Control plus for a second and just like kind of zoom in on it so people at home can like see that screen capture. There we go. Juicy screen capture there. Boom, boom. Look that up, read it, and then show it to people who think the guys with box cutters did it all. Because you asked the question, how did the guys with the box cutters write that memo?
Yeah.
It was in their favor. On 9/11, that memo plays in their favor, bro.
Well, it's
So
nice
this-
when you start out with the questions and the answers you want to get, and then you just have to do a sort of dog
Does
and
that
pony
say
show to get to the
Lemnitzer
answers
at the bottom? I'm sorry. I thought we were in Operation Northwoods. This is a different document, apparently.
Vice Admiral Fry.
Yeah, brought to you by the people who do
Who would
things.
stand to profit? Why would AIG have connections to Kroll? And then there's Marsh, largest, one of the largest law firms, one of the largest insurance groups, AIG, as well. And then you have Kroll Associates, one of the more
Corporate investigations industry.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really private security, corporates investigate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like the
The
private secret
Curacom is
service.
basically like a Kroll as well. Now, Kroll has connections to the CIA. It's like they're private contractors. There's connections to private contractors.
It's like an international private intelligence agency.
Right. Yeah. Basically.
Brought to you by certain state actors, not America.
But they were they did a lot of the electronic security and badging, the Securicom Stratasec. So they had all the contracts for the cameras, the DVRs, the surveillance systems, and also the electronic swipe cards to get.
Do you know how to do the
ability.
Proxima cards? Do you
The
know like
fob?
how to read the information off of one of those cards? Because I
Yeah.
still have my original World Trade Center ID, which is it doesn't look like it, but it's a Proxima card. And when you would put it near the thing, the doors would open and whatnot. And I
Yeah.
would like to see like what information's actually on the card.
Yeah, we could try to. We could check that out.
I needed a
you
nerd
did-
to ask that question too, because I'm like, I don't know how to do it.
I'd have to run it through like I'd have to go get like the systems to do that. But you have an FOB and an FOB reader. It's called a FOB FOB.
Yeah. We do that in our industry, actually.
That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder what information is on it. Normally, it's just a PIN number, and that number is actually associated with that card in their actual system.
Yeah,
Like their
but it
data
gives
base,
me
which gives them authentication. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you go to the World Trade Center back in the day, they would take your picture and give you a paper temporary card. So every time you went there, you had to stand in line. And finally, I was there often enough that Marsh was like, "We're going to give you an ID." So I went down to like 94th floor, 95th. It was a downstairs thing, and I didn't have to use the elevators. Every couple floors in the Marsh area, they had a stairway that would go down to the other floor. So I went down to security, and I got a hard pass, and but it only let me open doors on like 96, 97, like where our office and our workers were as like contractors. So but I still have that. It's good through December of 2001, so it wasn't expired yet.
Yeah, it's generally I'll tell you how some of the systems work, and they're on different zones or different areas, and some of them are cleared for those areas that you work in, and some of them are can be like individual doors, individual zones and stuff. So they have it all organized inside of like a system on a computer, where again it would be your number would be associated with an ID card, which would have access granted to it within another secure program.
I just didn't know how much information they would have stored on it. Would they have like my address, telephone number, driver's license number, other things associated with
Not
with
necessarily
the ID
on the card, but
No, it would be associated
in the
with
computer?
Then the
Yeah.
computer. So like then
All
that's where the servers would connect with. That's like where the ERP systems would come in. They would connect to different databases that then would be able to pull up. So like that number could tie you to another database if they wanted to look that up, and the IT staff to see your name, your address, but that wouldn't be on the card itself. The card's just relaying a number that's on a database, to Jeremy's point, because we do this when we set up security and manufacturing corporations, when we do the ERP systems. Like it just all relates to like a central database that then can tie into other business processes or other business modules depending on what you want.
So that fob, that area is just basically it's a magnetic inductor, and it activates a chip inside the card, which has an RFID thing in there, and all that RFID thing is it spits out a number. It's a radio frequency active identification number, and it just, when it gets the electronic charge from that, when you put it up to that fob, it spits out the number, and then there's a reader inside there that reads that number that it spits out, and that's
right on. All right, so there's no information lurking on that card then that's waiting for us to
all the
access.
information is
All
on
right,
the computer based on the number that it went back, but those computers and those systems are long since
good. Yeah, they don't exist
Yeah.
anymore.
yeah
who knows
So-
where they went.
That's
Convar.
right. That's a good point. Convar. Yeah.
Convar. Yeah, that was a good one. I should have mentioned that. That's another key piece of the puzzle. I should
I
probably
mean,
go
if you
back
look at it
over.
as like a forensic historian or just like a forensic investor, not even a historian, a forensic
Yeah, a German
investigator.
company recovering all this hard drive data found in the rubble, and then
German
Kroll buys
company, and then Kroll buys it. And all the steel is shipped to China.
China.
So, I mean, it's like China. Yeah. So like, it's just very weird. You think of a crime scene, you want to
Think of one.
preserve the evidence as well as you
If
can.
you
in
go
order
back to the original Ocean's 11,
Mhm.
there's Sammy Davis Jr. putting like shape charges on girders in the building, because in both Ocean's 11s, there's a deverticalization of a building.
Yeah.
And there's a gang, like a whole thievery type thing going on while everyone thinks something else is going on.
Yeah,
a whole
it's
lot
a
of
bait and
misdirect-
switch. Yeah.
Some really interesting symbology.
Misdirections,
When
red
did they
hot,
remake Ocean's 11? And when did Matt Damon and George Clooney turn around, face the camera while the building drops behind them?
Why name it YB11? Well, I guess it goes back to the 1960s film, which goes back to them probably a
George
novel.
Clayton Johnson.
Mhm. Wait, really? He's one of the.
Yeah, he wrote that.
He wrote that? I did not know George. Okay, interesting.
Ocean's 11. Yeah, he might have had a partner on it, but he wrote that.
Okay.
Yeah, back in the day. All right, so yeah, where were we before we got stuck in George Clayton Johnson land? He's also in the Jack Harrow movie. Now that I'm thinking about it, The Emperor of Him.
I'll have to go back and watch the original Ocean's 11.
Talking about
'cause
Convar though. Sorry. Good.
Oh yeah, hard drives in the dust picked up by Kroll Associates.
Well, there's a
disappeared.
bunch, like Jeremy. There's a bunch. I'm sure you know about most of them, but there's the Patriot, right? 9/11, 9 pounds 11 ounces. There's
Oh
this
yeah, I
weird
remember finding
cultural
stuff like that.
reference. Yeah.
Okay, so at the movie, at the beginning of the movie, the Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot from like 1996 or whatever that is, he is making a rocking chair, and in the first scene of the movie,
Yeah,
he's
it's like
weighing
one of
a
the-
rocking chair, and he says 9 pounds 11 ounces.
Then he sits on it.
Perfect. And I was like, what? Who needs a 9-pound rock? Like, what's the deal with that, man? And it's just this interesting part of
But then
like,
he
that would be
sits
more
on
Jay
it, and
Dyer
it falls apart.
revelation of
right?
the method.
So like there's
Yeah.
a whole there's the whole
revelation of the method.
So-
Planning ahead of time and letting people know, like the lone gunman and those types of things that they put out before then. Would they have a commandeered aircraft going into the World Trade Centers a couple months before they actually did it? I mean, come on. No one's investigating that. Yeah,
What
so
was that science fiction show? Yeah, I mean there's was it
the X-Files or the other one? The Lone
X-Files.
Gunman.
Lone Gunman and X-Files, I think, were the two I
Yeah.
was thinking of. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that
Did
was
you-
an amazing episode. Everyone I show that to is like, this came out before 9/11. Yeah, it did. Like,
So a couple weeks ago, we went over the Titanic, sort of, because it's sort of it came up, and it was interesting because it's sort of like the first case for the potential conspiracy around insurance fraud. At least, like that's one angle that can be played, because there's a sister ship what was it called? The Titan.
Oh yeah,
I forget
two.
what it's-
Britannia.
There's two,
Yeah,
and then there
the,
was damage.
Olympic
and they
and the
couldn't get the
Britannic.
insurance for it, or the Olympia. Yeah, that's right. But the book, The Titan, was where they come up with the hypothetical fiction.
Wreck of the Titan.
Fictional, or Wreck of the Titan. Yeah, but the book, yeah, Wreck of the Titan.
From
Comes with the fictional
1898.
scenario, 1898 fictional scenario about, and in the first like couple of pages it outlines almost exactly what happens with Titanic, but it was the Olympia with and it's weird because that ship gets damaged, they couldn't get the insurance on it. It goes back to harbor where exactly the Titanic takes off from. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of very strange coincidences around that whole situation as well.
So it's hard to discern.
It's
Well,
like
it's not
a
hard.
weird
It takes
analogy.
work. It takes purposeful work to discern the correlations from the
Mhm.
causations and
Yeah.
these things that are like bright shiny things, but don't tie into the who, what, where, when, why, and how.
Right. Did Trump just read that book and decide to name his son Barron, or is he really a time traveler?
Synchronicity,
know,
or coincidence. Yeah, it's
He's like,
nature's
this will
wink.
really mess with people if I name the kid Barron.
So Jeremy, I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but someone in our community just asked me, and maybe I want to actually sort of follow up, but sort of twist the question a little bit. Sorry, Tim. Tim asks, any thoughts on Dr. Judy Wood, dustification, use of directed energy weapons? So
yeah,
forth
we'd
and so on.
started getting into that, and I didn't really like come full circle with that because again, you mentioned that the floor plan was a 1 acre wide, so you got to think about how big those floors are and how big the object is, that spire in that video and stuff like that, because you can't claim molecular dissociation with the resolution that you're viewing that at, because it could just be dust.
That's a
And
great
as I
point.
mentioned, a lot of the steel in this building was fireproofed on the inside with the spray-on fireproofing. That spray-on fireproofing wasn't so much a paint as it was gypsum.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So gypsum is like drywall material. So if you start cracking it, it turns to dust quite easily, and if you're blowing up a building's worth, it can create quite a bit of dust. So there's arguments that what you're seeing is in reality is dust. It's not the building turning to dust. It's just that a lot of dust is going up in the air. Because Judy Wood also makes the argument that there wasn't a large rubble pile left over. In fact, there's numerous photos of the rubble pile.
Huge,
and
a lot of it was shipped off. Like that's
it's
massive,
6 stories,
massive.
60 feet, about 6 stories.
But I remember seeing some of those photos early on. I mean, there's a massive rubble pile. That's exactly true. I mean, that's.
Yeah, so there's certain things that Judy Wood said that I just I don't agree with as far as the forensic evidence and the facts, and just her using of a lot of she avoids a lot of scientific terminology in favor of like kitchen item,
Yes.
the bubbler, the fizzer, like this.
Well, it's like I always try to separate the messenger from the message, because she's almost like the most eccentric person you could have positioning the topic, right? And I have her book, and I like to listen to everybody, and I reserve my right to make a decision later. I don't know yet, but I'm looking at all this stuff, right? So
Yeah.
if you separate her and put Judy Wood over here, eccentric presenter, and just look at the stuff that she's saying, it's like, does the government use tax dollars to make any type of energy weapons? Oh yeah, Department of Energy, right?
Yeah,
And
they did.
so there are aspects of this. They do have technologies they haven't revealed
Correct.
to the public.
That's what
all
we were
these
talking
types of
about
things,
earlier.
right?
That's right.
But so I would go away to I don't know about her claims, but is that like they showed it to us in a James Bond movie where they had like the satellite GoldenEye or whatever. and
GoldenEye, yeah.
GoldenEye
It
was
a laser
actually
that
an
reflected
operation.
the sun.
GoldenEye is the name of Ian Fleming's, or was it? It was one of their hideouts down in the Bahamas. So there's a GoldenEye like plantation, but there was Operation GoldenEye back in World War II that Ian Fleming was in on, right? So I'm not saying it was directed energy weapons or anything like that. I'm just saying the people running the show have already shown us predictive programming where such things exist. And you've had this Reagan Star Wars program and armed satellites and rods of God and all this stuff floating around the planet. They might have used something that we haven't seen yet. And I'm open to that, but not from her explanation.
I'm open to
me
yes,
too.
to a certain-
That's where I wanted to transition. The question is like, because you mentioned you have people that you communicate that talk about the Hutchinson effect, which she obviously is big into in regards to field physics and directed energy weapons and these sorts of concepts. So I appreciate your openness to say maybe Judy Wood isn't the best representation for that, or the evidence that she's pointing to isn't the best evidence to implicate the use of directed energy weapons.
Described on purpose to make the.
Or it could be it could be a straw man. It could be a straw man to tear down the possibility that some sort of weaponry was or was not used, but to hide the fact that there possibly has been development of.
But on the flip side of that, I
weapons.
watched that Heavy Watergate movie one time, and I had concerns about the Department of Energy too. What are they up to over there?
But I appreciate the so spin about the Jeremy though. I appreciate the fact you still, because Judy was dubious, but still are willing to at least consider a possibility. Because a lot of physicists, a lot of people who have been trained in the science, you're trained as a physicist.
So there's a good interview that she did with Greg Jenkins, where he's an actual scientist who really is knowledgeable about a lot of this stuff and asks her a lot of really good questions and catches her in a lot of it's a good interview. Greg Jenkins, if people want to dive into that and look that up. I've asked Judy Wood to come on and debate, and I've asked her proponents to have debate with me on this and stuff, and they tend to run away from that kind of stuff. They tend to go on a lot. She was real popular on a lot of underground channels, including going on coast to coast AM and stuff like that. So she made the circuits, and they sent out a massive email campaign that to which my professors at a small state college here in Massachusetts even got their emails, and they had gotten the emails and forwarded to me because they were like, my professors were like, oh, here, this is up your alley. I know you're into all this stuff. So they sent it to me, and they didn't really look into it too much themselves, but it just gives them the impression that, because they're so busy with, their university duties and whatever they're doing in
research
in
grants, hyper specialized fields, and whatever.
They don't bat an eye at that stuff. They just forwarded it to me because they know I'm interested in it. And but that's their interpretation of what this is out there. And of course, I responded back to them and showed them, here's some of the other theories and other information on what happened as well. So that this isn't the only woman out there questioning the science. There's more legitimate, questionings of the science and with a little bit less, speculation on what. And she tries to say that she doesn't speculate, but her first, right out the gate, she had published a paper with Morgan Reynolds on directed energy space-based weapons systems,
and he used to work in the Reagan and Bush administrations.
All right,
because I've talked to Morgan Reynolds before, and I was like, this guy's maybe not like us. He's a little bit different, and so
he was the no plane theory, saying that the holes weren't big enough for the impacts and the tower stuff, and the other guy saying that was this guy Albert Stubblebean, who's psychological warfare operations, working with Rima LeBeau, and he was mentioned by Kay Griggs in that 6-hour talk that used to.
Oh, that's fascinating,
right?
I forgot about I remember Kay Griggs, but I didn't remember that connection because I remember her talking about
that's
Kissinger.
Why, as you learn names, you got to go back and listen to that, because a lot of what she's talking about, General Gray and all those guys were involved in exactly what she specified.
It's all Psy-War stuff.
Yeah, it's psychological warfare. Exactly. Yeah. So you start looking into that. The whole thing with the Judy Wood thing is it was just, it tried to make people look at Hurricane Erin. It tried to make people look up in space everywhere,
Red
but
herrings.
Inside the towers, and it was.
Don't
I just
look at the
vault
underneath the trade centers.
Don't look at the financial.
Look away.
Or look too closely. Look in the fine dust and look on this, and now we're arguing that when you vaporize the aluminum and the iron in the building, it turns to what looks like nanothermites because it's just vaporized building components. So there we've explained away all your thermite stuff, and you don't have to look into that anymore. So
and that's why they covered it with aluminum 50 years ago. And then you can come all full circle back to the construction. It's an interesting piece of work. And I think the truth is somewhere between where you're covering it and where, like, there was I'll use another cinematic reference.
Rich, gotta be careful.
A cinematic reference. 1984, 85, there was a film called Real Genius with Val Kilmer,
No,
in
it's a great
there.
film. Yeah.
In there, he's they take these hyper smart kids at a university, which is a front for military research. They get these kids to make a super laser, and then they find out the military is going to take the laser up in the air and vaporize targets.
But they
from
tell the
space.
students that they're doing it just for, it's like research or it's some sort of hypothetical project. It's not something they're
teasing a
actually
grant
trying to
in
manifest.
front of them and stuff. It's a crazy movie, but so I think it's somewhere between what you're describing and what they probably have on national security, which means we have to guess on it because we don't know exactly what it is or how it works. But if that laser was an invisible part of the spectrum, if they used energy from a non-visible part of our spectrum so that the laser is not apparent to the visual eye or to cameras,
but the effects could be dependent. See, that's to Jeremy's point about the microwave
penetration
radiation.
depth, and it all depends on those free electrons in the surface of the material that you're trying to, so if you have an ionization energy, it will knock those electrons off and ionize them, and that causes
the
sparking.
two big questions is like, where do you get
Tuning
the energy to do it? And then if there was a directed energy, there should be some
there's contracts. So there's contracts for who built those directed energy lasers or masers or whatever have you. And there's energy, there's a lot of technical detail in within those contracts or the patents for those devices. Which you can look up a lot of the stuff on how, particle beam weapons and other things that they've experimented with. There's
Department of Energy contractors and researchers working on such things.
It's Department of Energy, but also there's a number of private companies that have developed similar systems with
Maybe
directed
plasma
energy
as
weapons.
well,
BAE is a big one.
British
Raytheon.
Aerospace Engineering.
Raytheon.
Raytheon.
So there's a number of companies with the contracts, even for U.S. naval laser weapons. So they have these systems on our battleships that can take out incoming, missiles.
Yeah, I've seen those ones where
stuff
they
like
chain a
that.
bunch of capacitors like together to have like a sort of it's like a laser like weapon almost. That was interesting on a massive naval carrier where it's just like chains of capacitors, which are like almost like mini batteries in a way to store up enough charge, then have this ridiculous. But the problem was the energy to generate that charge. Like that's to have
they
that
use
over and over again.
They use
Now-
flywheels and stuff to
Oh,
charge.
okay.
and
I would say
other
this
ways.
group is part of the globalist not friendlies, right? So did they have any capacity to make some of the things maybe on 9/11 appear? Because they're right in the midst of autonomous weapon systems, Bandar, Bush, Michael Chertoff, Carlyle Group, MI6.
One of
Yeah,
the things
it would be interesting to look into that. I mean, as far as the energetic capabilities go, it's just more plausible to me to believe that came from chemical energy stored in pre-planted explosives. That it seems like these alternative theories are trying desperately to get people to look away from those types of connections.
I agree. Guts Occam's razor too. One must not multiply entities beyond necessity. In other words, multiply hypotheses and like the chemical energy, the energy stored in sort of chemicals would be
in
enough
other words,
to,
if it's
also from a
plausible-
cost perspective.
and cost right, the plausibility, right?
Yeah,
Also
Occam's razor
to-
says there's no need to bring anyone else into the buildings coming down when the owners plausibly did it themselves.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Occam's
yeah,
razor.
exactly. There's
Fair
no-
enough, right?
Also, like as far as a space-based weapon, it would have to be in a geostationary orbit to
That's right.
strike the same point on the globe twice, because otherwise you need two of these things, and then that doubles the cost. And if they're this kind of energetic capability, that and then again the issue
many
is
what
that
ifs.
if you have a weapon that is capable of this level of destruction, why are we still drone striking weddings, and why aren't we taking these guys out with these weapons from space, this light from and why haven't there been other targets internationally that we've taken out with this weapon,
Or other nations possibly having developed similar technology. I mean, it multiplies again entities beyond necessity. Go back to William Ockham. The idea is this ifs and what ifs, hypotheticals on top of hypotheticals on top of hypotheticals to build
I
up
would
more
say because they haven't
hypotheses.
unveiled it publicly yet, and they
It's
haven't
just too
had,
many.
because of the strategic use of whatever they did on 9/11, they haven't had to do much else. I mean, when
Fair
9/11
point.
happened, they were like, oh, these guys jumped, and they, we know that they allegedly took 4, but the news that day was like they had 8 airplanes that they hijacked, and this could just keep happening for days. There was like no, like they'd have to shut everything down, but nothing ever happened really after that except the anthrax. Right. So it's like Al Qaeda had
The
us down,
shoe
but all of
bomber.
a sudden they let it, yeah,
Yeah,
right.
shoe bomber.
The C4 that he tried to light with his Bic, which doesn't make sense. And that's like there to tell people who can think that's a fake story. And it's there for people who don't know the difference. Yeah.
So there's one more question from our audience. Don't mind, Jeremy, that just asked, can you ask him about his position on the nuclear theories? Like
the Dmitry Kozloff. Yeah. So as a researcher, it's our job to like consider all theories. We don't know until we observe it and start to look at it and think about it and let it marinate. And we don't have to make a decision right away on any of these given things. So I remember going through Kozlov's research, and I found it somewhat compelling. I'm like, they did something well.
I was actually with you at that time, and it was interesting.
They didn't blow
I
out
remember
the
us going through
bathtub that would have let the Hudson River in. Like it was a very precise construction, type of thing. And when he said they'd use this all the time over there and he had experience, I was like, okay, I'll listen to him. So what did you think? You remember doing that research?
It's just nukes that don't give off the radiation signature and don't have the byproducts. Apparently,
they're micro, like almost like
5th generation mini nukes or
shape charges, but there was tritium being shot out of that that real estate for a long time.
Apparently, some of that tritium can be traced to the exit signs. Apparently, they have a small amount of the radioactive isotope in the exit signs.
Interesting.
During a power down, or there's no power in the building, they want the signs to actually glow.
I don't know about that. If I buy that, because I thought the tritium detection was from like
what's the half-life
satellite
on that? Like, because you'd have to do like what a spectrometer reading, and like how long does the tritium or the ions from the tritium last? Like, there's so many questions that.
So there's a dust study that was done by Deutsche Bank, and there's a couple other ones that you can actually have the isotopic readouts on the scale. I don't think that there was any solid evidence of radioactive isotopes, indicating the use of nukes. So I
didn't get that from Kozlov's research. I remember from back like within a couple years afterwards. And I remember seeing some maps and it being like credible information, but I hadn't connected it to any micro nukes or anything like that. I didn't hear Kozlov's thing till like probably 10 years after that. So
it's interesting that they use compelling to me. Sorry, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, it's just interesting that if it was disinformation, that they'd use like a Russian source for it, to kind of like,
He passed away though, didn't he? Recently, I forget if he's.
So my thing with the thermite's always been like, I remember seeing. Okay, so was it the 9/11 conference?
There were some counter arguments against thermite. Like
no, I just remember I was at the 9/11 conference in 2006, and I'm pretty sure I walked into the auditorium, and Stephen E. Jones was either presenting or somebody was playing the footage that he plays, where the molten metal is just coming out of the side of the building, and you're like, there's a exothermic reaction going on there that doesn't look like jet fuel. And that's where I first kind of became aware of that hypothesis. So I was like, that's one thing to cut those girders, but it doesn't account for the pulverization of all that rebar concrete, right? So I've never
thought the same Stephen
thermite...
Jones with the cold fusion. Stephen
Yes.
Jones? Oh,
did you not get that?
Oh man, I forgot. It's been so long. Oh my god.
And the heavy Watergate, Stephen E. Jones from the Department of Energy that threw Pons and Fleischman under the bus, apparently looks to be the same Stephen E. Jones, doesn't work for the Department of Energy and sells us thermite. But if you looked up his contracts and what he did for, like, I don't know if it was Lawrence Livermore, but I remember looking into it and I was like, it's almost like you would have
I tried to get Stephen to come on and clarify that, because I wanted to get him to come on and give like an account of that. He had sent me a link years back on clarifying his work on cold fusion and directing Pons and Fleischman to hold that first press conference, so that they got so much flack from the scientific community. They said,
I would love that.
Science
That would
isn't
be really
done by.
interesting.
Yeah. So there was a number. It looked like there was a concerted effort to character assassinate Stephen Jones when he started speaking out about the thermite stuff. Because anytime I'd post that stuff around, I would get the same people approach me and give me that information, and it would come from a number of different sources. I
saw it because I watched the Heavy Watergate film, and I was just doing like cold fusion research, and then all of a sudden it's the guy on screen. I was like, is this the same guy from the 9/11 movement?
It is.
And I rewound it and watched, and it's like when the Department of Energy was threatened by Pons and Fleischman, the Department of Energy sent their own James Bond to kind of disrupt the situation. And it just seemed like when the thing came around and it was like nanothermite, and I was always asking, what's the source of the powder that you guys analyzed? And when you get to the answer that it was just like anonymously sent to them, I was like, how do you even know it's from the same site? Like, it wasn't like collected by anybody that we know from the site to be like evidence. And
so there's a number. I got some of the names of the people that actually collected the dust. And
was it like Niels Harrit and those guys back in the day? That was like that group that did the analysis.
Yeah, Niels Harrit was one of the guys that did the analysis. There was a number of people that saved dust samples and then submitted them. One was that Kelly. I have her in one of my slides there from my presentation, I thought. But one of the woman's name was Kelly. There was another older woman with some real Coke bottle glasses that worked near the World Trade Center. She's got to be dead by now. She was really old then, 20 years ago. So there are names actually for the people that collected the dust and submitted the samples and stuff. And there's also a record of approximately where the dust samples were taken from. And that's all in the Bentham Open report, I believe. The studies that were published, but it's in the first part of it, like the chain of custody of where they got it from, because that was an important factor with a lot of it.
You would have thought everyone would collect dust from the scene, but no one really. I don't know. It's like I saw the dust.
The shock
I didn't collect
of the
any
moment, right?
I have volcanic ash from Mount St. Helens upstairs that my grandparents had gone there as tourists after the thing and got me the volcanic ash, and I used to take it to show and tell and be like, hey. But you would have thought that, having things like that, I would have been like, here's an empty vial, let's get some evidence, and who knows what we can do with it later, but let's see what's in all this dust that's everywhere in like inches deep.
I don't really blame you or others for not considering that, though. If you think about the shock at the moment,
yeah, dude.
And I remember the debunkers coming out and saying that the microspheres were fly ash from an incinerator dump, and all these other they're coming up with all these other plausible explanations for the evidence that was coming out. And so there was a lot of that early on. And then they tried to position Stephen Jones as yes, he was this DOE inside man to disrupt the cold fusion thing, and and they try to frame it as that's what he's trying to do with the 9/11
I remember
issue. That Heavy Watergate film was like from the 90s, so it was like a pre 9/11 film. That's the other thing. It wasn't like simultaneous to that. It existed in the past.
So there was
that
accusation came before then, and the Heavy Watergate. I have to check that Heavy Watergate film out.
Yeah, it's got the guy from Quantum Leap. Dean Stockwell is the narrator for it. I'm pretty sure he's like he's doing some
I
voice
remember
work
watching
in
that
the
a
90s.
long time ago. I should revisit that. I haven't seen it.
I know my buddy Paul Verge had asked Jones on, during an interview or something about it, and he just smiled and walked away, So nobody has gotten us an official statement, and I don't know that he's published a statement or anything like that. I don't need it. I just, when I look at these topics, there might be something from Department of Energy other than thermite is what my thought is. That's all. It has nothing to do with the messenger. It's just about like what technology exists on the shelf.
Yeah, from my understanding with cold fusion is that there's even departments still, there's a very small amount of funding. Like there's a small Italian university, and there's a couple other universities around the globe that have a tiny bit of funding to try to reattempt it, but they can only sustain a cold fusion reaction for essentially microseconds or something
U.S.
like
Navy
that,
Labs
which could just
proved-
be a magnetic sort of.
Yeah, SPAWAR, Larry Forsley of SPAWAR and the U.S. Navy's lab confirmed tritium production in cold fusion reactions. So that they've come out with a lot of evidence, showing that these types of nuclear reactions are possible.
Right? That's what I've But the
lattice,
problem is
which
they
is
aren't getting.
interesting that it's connected to this Hutchison effect stuff with a lot of the research that I've seen. The people that are working on it now, there's a guy called the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project named Bob Grenier, who does a lot of his own personal research into transmutating elements under similar, cold fusion effects and stuff like that. So there's some interesting
the symmetry
research
of
being done.
nucleic. So the nucleic part, like the protons, the electrons, and the neutrons, like there's some sort of like weird symmetry, geometric symmetry that occurs under like the fusion reaction is happening because of some sort of like weird symmetry, some sort of like field effect essentially that is causing. That is like what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, normally, in normal fusion, you have what's called the Coulomb barrier, and it's this outer electron shell has this a charge with the electron shell, and you can only push two protons close enough together. In this Coulomb barrier provides a massive barrier to overcome, and if you could cross that barrier, then the two protons and the two nuclei will touch together and they'll fuse. But normally we do this through in like fusion reactors. We try to put a ton of energy in there.
It's just like a friction. We force exactly.
But the idea is
not elegant.
No, it's not elegant. Yeah.
Inside of a lattice of a metal, like a metal lattice, like for example, they have palladium deuteride is the lattice that they use for the Pons and Fleischmann use, and a lot of the replications use is deuterium is heavy water, of course, so it's heavy hydrogen. It's just hydrogen is just a proton with an electron, a single proton. But if you add a neutron, it gets it a little bit heavier, but doesn't change the charge because neutrons are neutral. So it's still the same charge as hydrogen. It's just a little bit heavier than hydrogen, and that's called deuterium. And then if you add another neutron, it's tritium. So
heavy Watergate.
Yeah. So this is the whole idea behind it is that if you put stuff inside of a lattice, you can get them, things squished together, and you can get transmutation of elements under other conditions.
How does the Hutchinson effect play into that? Because my understanding, the Hutchinson effect had to do with extremely high voltages with different directed at specific materials, creates very strange sorts of effects,
gravity-like effects,
gravity shielding effects, which that has to do with like the whole ether theorist idea.
So there's a model that they have of this, your particle in the box, and that's called your Hamiltonian. So if you're adding real high electrostatic charges to it, you're adding really high potentials to that equation. So you could potentially reach different results in the end wave equation for the physics. So there's different models, including Peter Hagelstein's Hydroton model. That's one of the latest ones, and Edmund Storms and some of these other guys are working with similar models for how fusion occurs in these types of situations and stuff. But again, the experimental side of this is we have some data on this, but it's no one's from any of those organizations has come up with a definite plan on how to use wave interferometry or any of these methods that have been claimed is going on in the physics. No one's actually been able to demonstrate and show this happening, and then also come up with
working reaction or something, or
working hypothesis of how to do this, how it's done. How do we take a laser and vaporize steel and molecular dissociate steel?
It's like lasing a stick of dynamite.
So as far as the
cool theory, it's cool stuff, but it's like, where's the practice? And then that's sort of where you have to separate the science from the science fiction.
Correct.
And,
I have to give you the science trivia. because I talked about Real Genius, Val Kilmer. If you go to the 1996-ish film, The Saint, also with Val Kilmer.
That's another Val Kilmer.
Elizabeth
film,
Shue talks about Pons and Fleischmann.
Oh
She
yeah, the
draws
whole
it out
thing's
on the
about
board.
cold fusion, but it's about
Right.
the economic impact of cold fusion. If it
And
were to get to
Russia,
market.
oligarchs,
Yeah, there's
and
Russia
oil
involved.
It's really good, and it's not in the original theme. I mean, that's the plot in 1996, but the series The Saint ran in the 60s, right? So you have to separate the series from that particular theatrical plot, which has Russian oligarchs, just like they got today.
Well, to me, it's always seemed like whether cold fusion or that's just not nucleic
TRTX.
acids, but some atomic particles that we're talking about, but the lattice structure of those particles. But like, they're the Hutchinson effects. These are essentially effects that have happened. That's just like superimposing them onto a narrative in regards to 9/11, not cold fusion necessarily, but the Hutchinson effect is being sort of the theoretical foundation for the possibility of high voltage or directed energy weapon systems being used. That's where the
Not
leap
unlike what
comes in.
Tesla did. That was all high voltage, and he
Well,
had a
Tesla was trying to set up like a
death
resonant
ray.
transformer with like the ionosphere or something like that, which that's create a
Telluric
static
currents.
charge. Yes,
Yeah,
right.
earth
Telluric
currents.
static charges and hurricanes.
Because that's why he built his Wardenclyffe Tower underneath a running river system, or not river, but like a water system to create like a static charge at the top that he could then try to somehow dial in as being with the, like transforming the high voltages from above. Yeah, I mean it was interesting. I mean, whether it's possible, I mean it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
He did it live.
He tried to do it live, and that got shut down pretty quickly. I don't know if it's possible. I really don't. It's a very interesting theory.
Yeah, again, I with a lot of this stuff is I have to look for experimental proof of concept. And
yeah, that's why I liked your channel back there. I still like your knowledge, because you always grounded really like these incredible theories, but you tried to actually
Good
explain the
electricity
possible
pun. He grounds it.
physics. He grounds it. Yes.
Takes those electrons to the ground.
One of my favorite videos you did, this is me nerding out real quick, is when this is years and years and years ago, you were talking about the potential creating for an anti-gravity or gravity shielding effect to like a UFO like disk structure. And you're talking about, could you take a ferrofluid like a mercury and spin around like a electromagnet? But the problem is you have to create a superconductive effect. So we don't really have the ability at high temperatures and pressures to spin it fast enough to be able to cool it enough to create
The
this
key
sort of
is you got to
effect.
take superconductive materials to near absolute zero.
But the problem is we don't have the material to create
yet.
the absolute zero or the
Material
conditions to-
science.
So now they're using liquid light, and they're using
Liquid light?
trapped. Yeah, it's trapped light and
That's
liquid
fascinating.
light. So that's where we've been at like the last 5 or 10 years with a lot of the interesting research coming out on that. Is now you're not going to need to push around mercury fluid or superfluid. You can actually just use liquid light, because liquid light is itself a superfluid, a superconducting superfluid at room temperature. So
Is that almost like plasma is like a gas of ionized particle. That's liquid light. I'm trying to.
Well, plasma is its own
fascinating.
form of.
It's its
matter.
own form of matter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
I'll have to check that out. That's fascinating. I appreciate that, Jerry. I have to follow up with all that I've gotten.
All right,
it's
one
cool
more,
stuff.
one more nerdy thing before we go back to something else. They have this Bell experiment. So it's in a double vacuum of glass, and there's 2 batteries, there's 2 bells, and there's a ringer, and it's just ringing. And they estimate it's rung about 10 billion times so far. It's been in action since like the 1880s, and it's self-powering essentially from its structure. So the scientists today don't know how it works, and they're scared to take it apart because they don't know how to put it back together. And they hypothesize at some point the thing will stop ringing. But it's interesting what they could build back then that still works today and hasn't been plugged into any electricity.
interesting, yeah, like the Helmholtz resonances, and
I was just thinking
there's
that's
a lot of
symmetry and resonance. Yeah.
a lot of interesting stuff like that, and the Great Pyramids too, like the structure of the Grand Gallery, and also like the structure of the even the other pyramids, like that give these weird reflective resonances and stuff like that. And it's
There's weird sonic resonances that occur inside the various chambers, king's, queen's chamber. There's also like weird static electric effects at the top of the pyramids as well. There's a lot of interesting and very strange theories in regard, but at the same time very interesting because they almost act like resonant sort of conductors, which that's, well, yeah. Like,
again,
Is that where you get your name alien scientist from your like pyramid and early origins research, or where does the moniker come from?
I came like in 2008 when I was trying to come up with a cool name for, you know, a channel for YouTube. And I was just like, well, it's kind of like alien technology, you know, but I wanted, you know, it's science and stuff. So like the whole idea of, you know, what would, you know, this whole idea of alien civilizations, they got to have, that's what it is. They have to have farmers and carpenters and spaceship builders and everything else in their civilization. So they got to have scientists too. You know, and that would be like the coolest thing is if you know, if I was going to talk to any alien, you know, of course I'd want to talk to a scientist and figure out what they know about science and technology. So yeah, it's kind of where I came up with the idea or the name for that. And I don't know, I thought it was kind of cool because it's like nobody else is the alien scientist, so I get to be the alien scientist.
Yeah, that was a good handle for back then. I remember it was probably around that time, maybe a couple years earlier. I was on joerogan.net. I was consuming all the crazy stuff on that website that he used to have. And he used to have a link that went to this page called Elf Trance or something like that. And it's like it had these monkeys in the jungle and the aliens come down and give them mushrooms. And then all of a sudden they're like building pyramids. It was this whole evolution of civilization kind of cartoon graphic novel, and it was interactive. So if you went over here, you could like chill out with the aliens and get some of their tech and bring it back to your people. You'd have to use Wayback Machine to find something like that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was called, like Elf Trance or something like that.
Like ELF, like
yeah,
extremely low frequencies.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, but such things don't exist anymore, I'm sure, to easily find.
It was an interesting.
Someone's got to have it on the Wayback Machine or something. That's cool. Rogan was definitely on to a lot more stuff back in the day. I feel like he got reined in or toned down at some point, where they're like, you know,
he has to bring everyone else along with, like, he has to bring the audience up to the point instead of being like he's already been there, done that, right? Because I remember, who was it? Kevin Booth, American Drug War. He used to be Bill Hicks's manager. It was like on Rogan's site, you could get the Bill Hicks and Kevin Booth and all those dudes who knew each other. Alex Jones, it was all connected together right there. I remember going to Kevin Booth's website and I looked at his t-shirts and he had one that was a psilocybin molecule. And then it said squeegee your third eye. And then it had like the chemical symbols for it. And so I bought one of those. I still have it someplace. It needs to be reprinted though. It's an old t-shirt.
He says some very fascinating people on, like, I mean, he's always says, but to Jeremy's point, I mean, obviously being on Spotify now, having the notoriety he does, because he started out talking about mushrooms. I mean, a lot of it was like DMT, mushrooms, aliens, this crazy out there stuff, because he was interested in that type of, you know, it started out in like a room in his house with his friends talking. He's about MMA, psychedelics, and sort of alien type of encounter.
Yeah, just conspiracy stuff back in the day, those first 100 shows or so that they did.
I was trying to think of that theory. Christopher Dunn, I think, was the name of the theory. He came up with some sort of chemical theory for the power plant, the pyramids potentially being power plants or something, and having some sort of resonant
the Giza power plant. It was called. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, it was based on some sort of chemical.
Does have those aqueducty type things underneath, like. The understanding of how they're built is still not explained today.
There's a whole legend where Tesla supposedly visited. I've been trying to find.
It's a Stargate.
That he supposedly visited the pyramids, and he's had this aha moment, and then came back and started construction on the Wardenclyffe Tower, because you look at the Wardenclyffe Tower.
It connects because
it has the same sort of aqueducts underneath, creating this sort of static charge at the top, and having sort of like resonant transformative effects with the ionosphere, and it doesn't violate, as far as I understand, any laws of physics, or at least thermodynamics. They're just transforming power that exists around in a the upper layers of the atmosphere where charged particles is what we call the ionosphere, which is probably coming from the solar wind to some degree or something like that. So anyways,
Right,
it was
that
neat to-
Schumann resonances or the natural Earth resonances and currents and stuff. There's some interesting stuff there. There's a company that's like out in Texas trying to build one of those tower like Wardenclyffe towers and doing some beamed energy experiments on commercial viability of the actual technology and stuff. And I think the Navy they actually beamed some energy to a station with microwaves recently, and they did some experiments with that too. So there's stuff going on with this.
I guess the issue is how lossy it would be in regards to transporting energy wirelessly, which you'd have to type.
What happens when you stand in the way of the beam?
That
or the birds that fly in the way.
Yeah. Right. To bring it back to 9/11 real quick, and won't keep you forever, but this is a fantastic conversation. I got one. Well, hopefully this will be the last one. Maybe not. From the gallery. Have you seen some of the new this Rich and I, just to preface this, found this to be either a giant honeypot or a massive red herring, but there is this for those that are embedded in the 9/11 alternative sort of truther community. There were the Kevin Wesley YouTube videos that dropped a couple months ago now, Rich?
When the Russia war started.
Right at the day the Ukrainian-Russian war started.
Moved in.
And so Tim asked from the community, have you seen those? What do you think of those? To me, it didn't really seem to say much. It seemed to be more occult.
It seemed to me it'd be a wink and a nod from some of the people who did it, because it's got Anglo-American establishment all over it, and secret weapon systems and Department of Energy and nuclear clearances and a whole bunch of stuff on that dude's YouTube page. But it's all like on the down low, and it's got Easter eggs embedded into it that only like spooks would probably put in there.
Yeah.
I'll have to check this out because I wasn't even aware of this Kevin Wesley, and I found it on here, and I'll have to go and.
All right, so if you check out, I watched all the YouTube videos that he has. It has his retirement, so you can get his whole official history and how he's an Anglo-American officer, and he retired in London with the American flag and the British flag behind him. He had a Q clearance, secret weapons, energy clearance, nuclear clearance, experimental aircraft clearance, a whole bunch of ominous things. He's there filming when World Trade Center 2 explodes. And if you listen to the audio around him, it seems kind of scripted. Like, if you're on the project, go stand there that day with your video camera, and we'll use whoever has the best footage and circulate it. But his didn't make the cut. So they waited 20 years, and then he releases it. But at the end, he plays a song as he's showing you other footage, and it's America, God Save America, or whatever, America the Beautiful, a song that was written and embargoed for 20 years until it was released, just like his footage was. So there's like this kind of like psyop thing embedded at the end of the video that tells you it's a little bit more than maybe it's claiming to be. And for those with ears to hear and eyes to see, you could see maybe it's not just like tourist video like it purports to be.
Again, it'd be great to get this guy on and interview him, because there's a lot of people claiming that he's a real person, but someone's impersonating him with this YouTube account.
It's his personal videos, though. I went through all the videos like those. There's the horned owl predator drone type thing. And if you look that up, Northrop Grumman horned owl or whatever it was, Lockheed, I couldn't, it's not easily findable. So it's almost like a not so public aircraft is in one of those videos, or maybe I missearched.
There was also another, like in that weird sort of Gothic inspired sort of cathedral that under which he was, his retirement ceremony took place in England, by the way, which is strange.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
There was there's a poem talks about warping steel or something, or warping, like it's obviously allusions to what happened on 9/11. I'm trying to remember. I talked about this during the town hall, but I've been too tired and I don't remember. I'm trying to find the specific, because in other words, there's Easter eggs all over the place. There's this very strange poem that he takes a picture of in the background of this basement of this church in England. And then there's another situation where he shows, because he was an altitude flight instructor or something like that, or he obviously was his resume is
in there. I
And
found
so
it interesting.
He has this whole altitude chamber thing, and I'm like, what's he alluding to? Is it
Yeah,
impossible
right?
to bank at the speeds, making those sort of nosedives and then banking to the right or to the left to try to like get in line with the towers, and like what type of forces are involved there? What type of effect does that have on your ability to breathe? I don't, because
At
it's
that
this
alleged
weird
speed
stuff.
and the banking maneuvers expertly executed within split fractions of seconds of otherwise they would have missed the target, and dealing with the wind speed coming from west to east when you're coming in from the south.
Jonathan Swift, that's what it is.
Jonathan Swift.
That was the poem.
Gulliver's Travels, or the ones where they
think-
eat people, where they eat the Irish babies.
There was a video analysis of the last 12 seconds of flight 175 before it hit the buildings, and yeah, it showed that the plane made like a single corrective maneuver. Like if you were controlling that, a human pilot, you would have made like a corrective maneuver every like probably 3 per second. Several corrective maneuvers, but the plane that hit the South Tower just made like a single jerky kind of like correction and then went right in. It was very mechanical. It looked computer controlled, and with what we know from Aidan Monahan's research and also what was in that X-Files Lone Gunman episode, why wouldn't they have hijacked these planes and flown them by computer? It just makes the most sense to me.
Well, they have the software. It's like they have the hijacking prevention software. So if the plane gets hijacked, they can take it over remotely and fly it and do whatever they want. So they're no longer, so these things exist at the time, and yet it's the guys at the box cutters, and we got to go get them over there so they don't come over here and get us again. And
right, but we had we had planned for it, and we had the systems in place. They were in place actually on board the aircraft that were hijacked on 9/11. So we had those systems in place. We could have just shut them down and flown those planes from the ground, which is just more remarkable once you learn that, because it's like, oh yeah, they definitely, like even L. Paul Bremer says it's really hard because to find terrorists who are willing to do this, because you have to find someone who's willing to die for their country, and that's really hard to do. To someone who's willing to die for this, so that they believe in this so much. Well, if you have this technology, then you don't need that. All you need is a couple patsies that think they're OPFOR agents, which is opposition force team. You tell them that they're going to take part in a drill, and they got to hijack the plane as part of a drill, and then the rest falls into place. So it's
sort of a little loose analogy to the first World Trade Center bombing. It's all just
or you get these guys who are like
drill.
Saudi drug cartel pilots and say, how would you like to fly for a legit airline? Here's a ticket, get on the plane. And during that, even if they did hijack it, Pentagon takes over those hijackings. And so the guys are in there and they're like, sir, we just engaged the takeover system. And then someone comes in and says, okay, everyone get up out of your seats. There's a new team that comes and sits in there when they're not going to land the planes. They're going to drive those planes into the targets. And so there's all sorts of scenarios, and that's right in line with Operation Northwoods from 30 years earlier.
The bigger issue, though, is the impossibility of taking amateur pilots to maneuver the way that to me was always one
not
of the
only
big...
to hijack, but to kill themselves in a very strategic and like world changing way. They didn't crash it into the nuclear facility, which would have been one of the top targets if you're going to do something like that.
Right.
So it was like a theatrical look up here while who knows what was going
There's
on.
a
at the
bunch
ground.
of weird esoteric. You have the tower.
There's a lot of Aleister Crowley symbolism in that too.
Yeah, weird. Like it's just a very strange. It's sort of symbolic. Taking down the towers represents symbolic destruction of America's economy and the
Jachin
the
and
loss of power.
Boaz.
Joachim and Boaz. Yeah. So there's and then there's It's just weird. It's the whole thing seems to be very ritualistic. Obviously, then there's the put options. There's the financial connections. There's Silverstein, the insurance. There's Kroll. There's Securicom. We talked about AIG, Marsh & McLennan. I mean, the gold.
The AMEC Corporation that did the renovations in the Pentagon.
And Bovis. AMEC and Bovis.
Yeah.
And Phoenix Construction. Phoenix Construction had roles at
Turner
both places.
Also. Turner Construction. They're a big.
Well, I always remembered Phoenix because the Pentagon, they broke ground September 11th, 1941. And so 60 years to the day on its birthday, it gets destroyed and then rebuilt like from its ashes with Phoenix construction. I was just like, some people were loving their symbolism when they're putting these things together. It's entertaining script they got there. Lots of good characters. What were you saying about Bovis? These are the big construction companies that build and also remove the demolition
And
materials.
you said something about
AMEC
Turner?
was the AMEC. Well, Turner Construction was one of the contractors that I know that had some contracts to do some of the work on those floors in the World Trade Center and stuff. And they have to use union construction for a lot of that. So, because it is I don't know what the contracts are, but they have to use union for that type of construction. You can't use outside.
Can't go out. It has to be unionized.
There's a lot of and there's a lot of
legislation,
interesting connections there that could be there. I mean, all the unions are run kind of. It's kind of like a mafia.
It's a mafia. It's like a legalized mafia. And before, in the past, going back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was literally the mafia. I mean, the mafia had pretty much embedded the unions, as well as the FBI and other organizations and plant agents. It's not like everyone was a part of it, but so it sort of like runs as a legal mafia. Of course, government, you could say, is kind of like
George Bush, the Mafia, and CIA. It's a book. It is.
Teamsters were a famous example of that. Italian mob and various other mafias were infiltrated those unions in order to. I mean, there's one of the conspiracies of JFK was associated with the Teamster help supposedly get him elected. It goes back to the bootlegging his father was doing during Prohibition, and so there's all these very strange connections. Then they didn't. Supposedly JFK,
Meyer Lansky and the whole Cuban connection, because the Batista had come in. Batista had been ousted in Cuba, and Fidel Castro had taken over, and he had outlawed the gambling industry, which was a big part. So
which is Godfather too. That's sort of like illusions. That's sort of what they try to point a little bit out there. It's like, these people, they're willing to die for this cause of nationalism.
I got you. Operation Underworld, 1938, the UK starts working with Meyer Lansky and the Jewish Organized Crime Syndicate. And then in 1942, the United States starts doing the same thing.
Yeah, well, they realized that during World War II, there was actually a bombing of a ship that happened in the port, and they were investigating it, and they got nowhere with their investigations until they brought the mafia guys in. And when the mafia was able to figure out who was responsible and how it happened within, a couple weeks versus the federal investigations, which were getting nowhere. And so that they basically signed a deal with the mafia because they realized that we're not going to be able to keep our ports safe without them, And
True that.
they were right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the MI6 infiltration of America is they start working with organized crime here before we do.
What's sad to say too, there's a reason for that though. It's like they can operate outside the bounds of legislation and bureaucracy.
They already ran a drug monopoly,
and
America's goody. That's the deal.
There's sort of a paradox there where they're more efficient, even though they're also participating in crime themselves. They can paradoxically also control the ports and also control the security around it, supposedly. It's just weird. I mean, it's nothing.
Supposedly, because if anyone else tries to control it, they make it difficult.
It's almost as if they wanted to be the center of world trade.
Well, it's all just different levels of organized crime, right? We talk on
that's
the
what the
level of, like,
Wire
a
taught
mafia
me.
family. Yeah, the Wire, exactly. I was talking to my dad today about the Wire.
That goes back to that whole what's the empire that was over there in the Ukraine, the Kazalovs or whatever.
Oh, the Khazars or the Khazars?
Khazars, yeah.
The Khazarian Empire in the 9th through like 13th century or something.
Khazarian
like
Mafia. Apparently, it all goes back to there. It all started out of there and has roots back to that area. In fact, didn't the term deep state came from Turkey originally I heard it was because they had found some prostitute who was involved with a drug dealer, and then it tied right into like the top people in government, and so they came up with that whole term, the deep state. Apparently it has some ties to this whole region.
Well, you have to remember the Ottoman Empire, one of the longest lasting empires in history. I mean, centered out of
up until World War One, bro.
Constantinople.
Lawrence of Arabia took care of that.
Right.
I'm sorry, the Balfour Declaration took care of that.
Well, it's like Pico, you had Balfour Declaration, you had the carving up of territory based on resources, thanks to that belligerent hegemony that was World War I, excuse me, and then the British saying, yeah, we don't even own that territory, but we'll give it to you once we win the war. We just got to get America involved. Don't worry, we got the under.
Let us teach you what government is. We give away
called
things that
the
aren't
sinking
ours.
of the Lusitania.
Yeah.
Sink the Lusitania. We'll have the heavy, won't say the word, but the influence of the press that are of a certain predilection, run stories to sort of galvanize sentiment within the American public, to get them to go to World War, to embrace the concept for war. And we send one of the
it's all about world domination, Tony. They have the best interest at heart.
Greater good, in other words. And that ties back to 9/11. So good.
Yeah.
This journalist Hugh Roberts has described the shady nexus between the police and intelligence services, claiming certain politicians and organized crime whose members believe they are authorized to get up to all sorts of unavowable things because they are the custodians of the higher interest of the nation.
Yeah,
that's
about it.
That's it.
It's like that movie. There's a cop movie from 2015 called War on Everyone, or At War on Everyone, something like that. War with Everybody. The attitude of the two policemen in that movie is pretty much the attitude of the globalists. Like, they have authority so they can like corrupt and not like keep justice.
Yeah.
They use the artificial sense of authority in order to bolster their own positions and make it seem like there's checks and balances when in fact they operate outside the law.
Yeah.
And they
That's
set up
the 25
patsies in order
cent
to
version.
fall down. Yeah, exactly. It's the elevator.
I gave you
pitch
the
version.
nickel version. Tony gave you the 25-cent version. He's pretty fancy. He's like 2 bits. Here you go. There you go.
So Jeremy, what's
crazy that they're fighting over all these resources? Apparently it's all for resources at the end of the day and control over those resources. But man, but they're also hoarding the technology that could,
liberate us all.
Liberate us all. And it's just
right.
Just
they're kind of dicks.
One of the big problems with not talking about the more out there types of free energy or cheaper energy out and cleaner energy solutions that obviously we could invest in and explore is also the way we set up the sort of con game of crony capitalism, fascism, really worldwide. So there's all these embedded
Cartel capitalism.
infrastructures and institutions and infrastructure in place, and it would the argument from the which I don't agree with, but they would say is like, well, it caused such destabilization from a world economic standpoint to bring out a technology that could not only maybe revolutionize our understanding of physics, but then potentially overdo all the key infrastructure that is tied to every main institution, the way we run all of world supply chains, that it would cause such an intense destabilization that adopting it would, which I don't see how that argument doesn't hold up the water to me, because yes, on one level, that's true, because then people would argue to cause like World War III and attendant famines and destabilization of the supply chain and all this stuff. It's sort of like that movie First Contact, the old Star Trek movie from the 90s, where they invent warp drive, right?
In the year
it was after
2063.
I
think it was April 4th, 2063.
After the world had gone to war, and there was only like tribes left in America, and most of the world had been destroyed, but new technology had emerged, and there's like a rogue scientist engineer, develops the warp drive or whatever.
When in reality, Elon Musk claims he just did.
But the point is that they're trying to insinuate through an artistic representation that only can take place in a society that already is sort of destabilized to the point where we'd be willing to or could accept the new technology. It's like the new technologies that came in after World War II, like microwave technologies or something like that. And
Global union.
To me, it just seems like an argument to try to maintain the status quo rather than accept the idea that we can peacefully initiate and implement technologies that could really truly change the world and better the human condition in a way that would be mind-boggling, I think, for most people to even consider the potential possibility. But when I woke up, I considered that if we were to change this game, it would have to be through physics and new technologies that would be able to create decentralize the power structure. And that starts with energy. What's the first thing I need to run my
Starts
home?
with taking our energy back and understanding.
And energy can be used metaphorically and literally. And that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm diatribing, but I hope that.
Yeah. It's cool stuff to talk about, and I guess I'm glad we're all on the same page with it. So
yeah, I feel like we just scratched the surface, but it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning already. I want to thank you for carving out time and investing not only with us, but we're sharing it with an audience out there of people who are nerdy too. So where can people catch up with you and keep up with you? And what would you like to plug or promote or tell the future?
Well, just definitely check out my YouTube channel, Alien Scientist on YouTube. Subscribe to me there and keep an eye out for our, the conferences that we hold talking about these types of technologies and trying to get a platform where scientists can come out of the woodwork and speak openly to their peers and about these things, so that if there is technologies that they want to disclose or declassify, this is a place to do that. And we're trying to encourage free energy, warp drive technology, any kind of thing like that exists out there. We try to have a place for people to come out and talk about that. So that's altpropulsion.com is the website for that conference that's run by Tim Ventura and Mark Sokol and several others of who are collaborating on that effort. And so it's scientific disclosure. We're trying to bring a lot of different new ideas out of the woodwork in terms of these mostly propulsion technologies right now, but I want to branch out into more cold fusion and free energy kind of stuff. Real solutions for the problems that we're facing globally now. Also, for my 9/11 stuff, I have a page on Facebook called 9/11 Inside Out, where I have a lot of all my documentaries and other stuff posted, a lot of other articles and related source information. Anytime I come across anything that's related to that core group of suspects or the 9/11 investigation, I'll probably have it posted there. I also had a website, but I just don't have time to keep up with the hosting and the editing and everything else. So it gets hard these days. But yeah, definitely check that out. Richard Gage has got that new Richard Gage Unleashed 9/11. He's kicking some serious butt. Check out what he's doing with that initiative. We also didn't even get into the whole NIST lawsuit. They're suing NIST to try to get them to correct things and with their investigations and reports. So that's some groundbreaking stuff. It could potentially go somewhere as far as accountability for 9/11 and truth and justice. So definitely check that out. And I encourage people to get more involved themselves with just the dissemination of information. Man, people are ready for this stuff now. After COVID, people are like wide awake and they're super receptive to the information now, like they've never been in history before. So now is the time where you may be like, I know I've gotten a lot of burnout when I was seeing 9/11 stuff. I don't even look at it anymore if it comes across my news feed, because it's just like, no, I'm just burned out on this. Like, and now's the time not to be burned out. Now's the time to reignite your fire and get back in the game, because we're closer than ever. And something's about to break. It's about to give. And you think that we're there. We're only just beginning, man. Our time's coming, and it's great that to see all the people in this community have just come full circle and coming together, and you guys inviting me on the show is great, because I've looked up to you and your work, your books, everything you've done with Tragedy and Hope, and over the years I followed your work too, Richard. So you've been a silent inspiration to me as well as many others, I'm sure. So
well, I
keep up
appreciate the
good
kind
work.
words, man. Yeah, you do likewise. And we should have another I'll come up with like some aspects, but I'd like to talk next time about like when we have a conversation about 9/11, how does one put evidence on the table to say such and such took place, right? So like when people would say, well, the planes did this, I'm like, well, what
Rules of
planes?
evidence,
Yeah, rules of evidence, methods of identification for these various things.
Right.
How can we be certain of chain of custody, or, you know, time in service of the airlines, these sort of things, right? So it's in those details that I think people start to get like a much bigger perspective on what's going on. And yeah, there's a whole bunch more to talk about. So we don't have to do it all tonight. We got it started. And
Well, I just want to thank you for your work, Jeremy. I'm going to have to get back into it. I've fallen off the wayside a bit. I'm big into philosophy, but I started out in alternative technology and alternative physics and these sorts of ideas. And your channel was probably one of the most, if not the most important I discovered in regards to considering the true possibility behind it, but again, grounding it in reality. So I want to really pick that back up and reconsider that. So I really appreciate you throwing out those resources. I'm definitely going to check that out and get sort of re-involved with a lot of that work. So
yeah, for
the big
anyone
problem
watching,
now,
go ahead.
Sorry, it's just so much. Some of those we're trying to cut down on the length of the content, because we've given presenters like an hour to present and then an hour of Q&A and 2 hours. No, who has time to sit there and watch 2 hours these days? So there's got to be a lot of work that needs to be done on condensing that sort of stuff down and really taking out the gems, because there's a lot of dense information in there when you start diving into like the technologies and all that kind of stuff. So
right.
Yeah, and for anyone who's watching, if you do go watch Richard Gage's interview with Jeremy, what I can promise you is at the end, not only just Jeremy show you all these things, he connects them together, and then he's like, to do this, these people could have had command and control, and he's already made the case for it. So he summarizes, and when it's like more plausible that these guys did it than those hijackers that everyone thinks did it, you have to weigh that and consider it. And it's not conspiracy theory, it's facts that exist that may or may not be connected together. And the only way we're going to find out, connected together correctly, accurately, efficiently, is to talk and to have discussions and to figure out what we know about in, getting wrong. And, I found those couple of things that's like the most minute details in your presentation, but it's like, it's worth mentioning. It's Ahmad Salam, so that in the future, you don't, say Ramzi Youssef, right? And then you make such offerings to me, and I'm like, oh, thank you. I didn't know that. I appreciate that. And I think that's how we find the truth eventually, is by us learning to grow together in the right direction and not be like at odds. Like
no one's smarter than all of us together,
right,
as a team. I think you said that before, and it really resonated with me, because together we can collectively be so intelligent that we're coming up with things. That's what we try to do with the scientific community, but bringing all the smartest people together in the same room to try to hash this out. And then we say, well, if you got better ideas, then come and present, and then that sort of puts other people up to the challenge and brings smarter people to the table, which is a benefit for all of us.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, we'll let you get back to probably getting rest at this point, and have a productive week. Thank you. And I'll send you a link when we clip out the interview. We'll probably publish it like Thursday, Friday this week. You can share it with your audience and let them see all your fine work being appreciated.
Awesome work.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks. We'll have to do this again.
Yeah, right on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And are you on the East Coast?
Questions.
Yeah, I'm in Rhode Island.
Oh, I'm in Connecticut, dude. We should hang out this summer. We should
definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely. Heck yeah.
Like
I'll have to come up then.
Yeah, Tony, get up here with that new computer. And,
I'm going down to Pennsylvania next week for MUFON. So
I
live in Pennsylvania. That's ironic.
Yeah, he lives in right outside that place where they're going to have the MUFON probably.
Well, MUFON PA, go check it out. If you want to meet up with me, I'll be there.
Very cool.
All right, right on. You
That's
have a
right.
good night, and yeah, we'll catch up with you again soon. And thank you for all the research and studious academic work over the years on the variety of topics that you've touched upon with your research.
Yeah, awesome work.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too, man. Peace.
Have a good night.
All right, Tony. Now we're gonna have to get to. We got a long way to go and a short time to get.
I just
there. What
wanted
do
to
we
talk
got?
about free energy all night. Sorry.
Me too, man.
Yeah,
We could have got into
joke.
it. We could just change the whole nature of tonight's broadcast with.
No, it's all good. That's
We'll break out the energy machine of Joseph Newman, and we'll start learning about
Maybe
gyroscopic master
plasma
G's.
physics and magnetic theories and all the crazy
Hey, Joseph
stuff out
Newman
there.
believed in the gyroscopic master G so much that he named his son Gyromess. Short,
really?
abbreviated version of gyroscopic master G, which I believe to be like a concept worth considering when you think about it. It's like
It's
a
a lot of
particle
interesting
that
theories.
spins, it rotates at the speed of light, but also travels linearly at the speed of light. And it's a particle that would appear as a wave or as a, so anyway,
As
it's
a
pretty interesting
particle
stuff.
or as a wave,
particle
as a
and a wave.
localized particle. Yeah,
There's a
It's
resolution.
essentially
between the
it's
two.
a field. It's a field effect from a non-specified point. Then that would be an ether effect. So there's like different ways you can describe the same phenomenon.
Or you could look at
if
the
it's
Sally
actually
Field effect on Burt Reynolds' career. It's kind
law.
of like Amber
Yeah.
Heard, Johnny Depp. No, it's different.
Amber,
There was
yeah,
no
well,
poo
it's
on
a
the
little
bed
bit
back
longer
then.
Going, yeah.
No poo on the bed back then.
There's
Sally
so
Field's
there's
a nice woman.
There's a lot of crazy stuff. I have all propulsion up right now. I'm looking through this. Let me bring
Yeah,
back the show
get your
card.
propulsion all revved down. Get your propulsion all chilled. We're not going to warp drive yet. Deep Space Nine, not continuing. Yeah, I'm a fan of Next Generation. But
Yeah, no,
George
that's good.
Clayton Johnson callback. He wrote the pilot episode also for Star Trek.
Star
for,
Trek, yeah. Gene Roddenberry.
What's yeah, Roddenberry, that dude. Now we should talk about Logan's Run and
No,
one more
sure.
Val Kilmer movie, and we can have the trifecta for each. Isn't that what it takes to drink? Isn't there a drinking game? Grand Theft World drinking game when we mention an actor
I'm
three
sure
times,
there's a lot of people pretty drunk right now.
or we hit the trifecta. You know who was drunk the other day? Steven Crowder,
Yeah, he was. I have
because his
a,
intern nailed it with that drinking game. I
have a video from that whole.
Do we have that clip? 'Cause
ordeal.
before we play it, I did screen capture. Let me go to my photographs here. I did screen capture the rules of that drinking game.
Are you? Are we
No, I'm-
really? What?
I
Okay.
did because it was such a. I'm trying to see. Did it not capture because my phone was full? Oh no, here it is. I got it right here. I'm gonna put it in production chat, and you guys can show the audience here if I can get the Discordio. And so Crowder had said, whatever intern, like, good for you for nailing this, but you're never doing it again, because it was something where you had to drink and finish the cup on a regular basis. So any objection, you got to drink. No, attorney objection, you got to drink. LD will be able to get this on screen. Amber cries, you have to drink. Appeal to sexism, you have to drink.
Oh,
Movie, if Amber mentions a movie that she's in or working on, you have to drink. And if Johnny Depp laughs, you have to finish your drink. And I guess that's where Crowder got it right there, because Depp was laughing for the morning of that day.
And he was.
And he's crying for the afternoon.
You think he had a flask? Like, oh wait, we talked about that.
Did we show her doing bumps?
We could show that. I could.
We got
I could
that?
dig that up. real
Yeah,
quick.
because there was already enough cocaine talk about Johnny in that trial, and then somebody had made that joke that like he's got more bumps than a Braille library. Well,
Yeah.
it appeared I
Braille
didn't think this was going on, but somebody showed me a piece of footage, and they're like, "What do you think this is?" And I said, "Looks like Amber doing a bump in court on the stand."
Yeah.
And then so
Yeah,
play
wipe the
it a couple
nose.
times. So
She looks around.
she's looking around to see if she got away with it. I
She
mean,
looks
this is
around.
what it
No,
looks
she
like.
looks around first. She looks down. She's looking in her lap. Tissue comes up. Then she
And she like puts
sniffs
the tissue in her
after
nose.
she's
That's
blowing
how
her
you wipe
nose
your nose,
and
right?
looks
I have
around.
seen people in New York City do blow And those are the mannerisms from doing it to wiping their nose to checking around to see if anyone did it. Those are the mannerisms of somebody who's doing cocaine. Now, I'm not saying she is doing cocaine in the courtroom, but that would be pretty controversial. But if you look at it from a fact of they are there to have their life on trial, to, like, they're acting right now. They're both professional actors, and they do blow while they're on the job. Pirates of the Caribbean or Rum Diaries, whatever. They do drugs. Hollywood actors do drugs. Surprise everybody, right? So if they're Hollywood acting in this court trial, wouldn't it be expected that she's going to maintain her perkiness on the stand? Like,
yeah,
that
she
she
got to
would
do
be
something to keep that energy level up, right?
And what does it say if you're so bold that while you're accusing the other dude of having a jar of cocaine, you're doing bumps on the stand like that?
It's
I'm not
extreme
saying she did.
narcissism. Well, she's been supposedly, I mean, these
just
are,
saying.
you know, the DSM style. She had been diagnosed by a psychiatrist with histrionics. And so, you know, it's sort of like a narcissistic disorder. It's basically just, you know, self-absorption. But
LD, did you show the
it's really
rules?
more of a megalomania because they're probably not even really aware of it. She's that narcissistic.
They're both wackadoos, man.
They're both crazy, man. That's what
They're
happens when you go down
bad.
the
You hear the rules
limelight.
again.
Yeah, they're the drinking stools with Amber Turd. There, I said it.
So you want to play that Crowder clip?
Yeah, because I need to go refresh. And
it's in culture. It's
I got it. I got it.
It'd be good to have a couple laughs
Culture.
before we get back
It's
to
in
the
culture,
serious.
he says.
I put it in culture
It's in
section.
culture. There's a
Let's see.
there's
That
a
was
petri
a
dish, and it is
interesting
growing
timing.
a culture from a fecal sample.
Oh, there's a lot of bacteria on a fecal sample. And you could certainly, if under the right conditions, right temperature, pressure, humidity, and, you know, if you have maybe a sugar medium, you could feed it, get the bacteria to grow. There's a lot of different ways we could build up this experiment.
All right. Let's see what it. Yeah. Let's go to that.
We're gonna take your chat. Make him piss off YouTube. All right. We have a video that Kevin said of the interactions.
We do. Do we have any music to play? Because I don't think there's music on this.
What is it for?
Just Johnny
Hey.
interacting with his foxy lawyer.
Sorry,
Steven, I'm sorry.
That's my job.
Okay, my bad.
Hold on.
I
Hold on.
respect
Hold
your
on.
position.
Hold on. I still love you. Hold on.
Reese,
Do you have any music for it?
No.
Oh, big man. What is this? Is that Johnny Depp? I don't understand what's happening.
I don't either.
Is that his lawyer?
Yeah.
Oh, she says Elon Musk. But where's the? That's not Johnny. He doesn't have a ponytail or all the bracelets.
I don't. Johnny dressed like a wedding singer.
No. I feel like he should sing while I eat prime rib.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
looking
that's
for
the
the
interaction
clip
with the
before
lawyer.
he got wasted.
Okay, Kevin, you can be a doctor.
Like before he got wasted?
Yeah. Like before they told YouTube to piss off, when he was still like somewhat sober but getting trashed by the game, and he was sober enough to be like, all right, you got me, but this is never happening again. That person's never running the drinking game contest again. Writing the rules, because they nailed him with the rules, because they knew, like, from watching the day before, there was like 50 objections. They should have had one where drink when they approach the judge, because that also happened more times than I have ever really seen in any type of trial like this. So I was looking for the earlier Crowder
Let me
clip.
see if I can find it real quick. No, I don't remember what episode it's from. That's the problem. I'm trying to
Only because I think it's a good example of like
go to his episode.
the first day she testified, they let her just ramble on to say whatever she wanted, and on the second day they were throwing like trying to break her pace to take away the advantage of an actress having the stand. That's what I saw there. But it also, if her testimony is backed up by evidence, it was pretty damning, like Ninth Gate damning for that dude the other day.
Yeah, I think I found it here. Let me see.
Well, I found it on YouTube. The full,
yeah,
the full thing.
It's
the full
live
thing's on
coverage.
YouTube.
If you go to like the hour,
half hour till from the end or something.
one
like
and a
that,
half.
probably.
Yeah, go to an hour and a half because it's 2 hours long this live stream. But if you go to an hour and a half, then he's drinking and laughing. And
All right. Let's see.
So boring.
I could look at it in the commercial for the original one, and I'm like, I'll never watch this show.
You know what else, though, too? I think you and I probably share this. Being a comedian, you see an interview with George R. R. Martin, you're like, oh, that guy has no sense of humor. I probably can't read this.
Right.
Yeah, he takes himself so seriously. Like, if you go back and you read Tolkien, like, you see, like, he actually talked about this was designed to be written. It was basically meant to be sort of, folklore. Or he said like what's the term, like mythology for the Western Europe that didn't already exist. And he said it was meant for the simple person, for the layman, and he seemed to have a sense of humor about himself. But George R. R. Martin he has no sense of humor, and once someone shows it, I'm like, I can't do it.
Oh no! One of the funniest things I've ever seen too about the guy was on an episode of Family Guy, and it's just George R. R. Martin. He's just in his like mobility scooter.
Yeah.
And Brian walks up and goes, "Are you sitting?" And he goes, "Almost always."
Hey, our resident psychology PhD candidate has some commentary if you want to bring him in.
All right, okay. We want to bring in our resident PhD candidate. All right, let's bring him on in. Yeah. Kevin, you're such a disease.
Jack.
Oh, they're coming back.
Oh, okay. Hold on, they're coming back.
So, tell us.
If there's an objection, I swear to God.
Jury, what you did then over that night, the next day.
I'm going to leaf blow pollen all over this room.
Is that cousin Vinny talking?
At the hotel.
What did you do?
I cried a lot. Tried to surround myself with my friends and resolved to leave him.
Let the record show they're all imaginary.
I felt powerless.
Our friends are different kinds
Nothing
of
I
liquor.
did made a difference.
Friend mineral,
on the
next
plane,
friend
I was
spirits.
so careful.
Objection. Non-responsive.
So she's doing some of the
Please
things
just
I
tell
was
us
talking
what
about
you
out
did.
there. The start-stop is very indicative of somebody that's lying and kind of fabricating on the spot. So she'll have moments where she talks quite a bit, and it's just like you telling a story about your life that you're watching the video of in your mind.
Got my penis caught in a revolving door once.
Exactly. And that would be a fluid story, start-stop.
A lot of people behind it too.
Yeah, I know.
I
don't know how to be a gentleman in that. Do I go first to move the door for the woman, or do I let her go first and let the door? But the problem is, there's no way to be a gentleman when your wiener's stuck between the glass.
Really? They're just screaming.
No, that's a good point. And I've also noticed there are very few ums, which a lot of people will say, in broadcasting, you're not supposed to say because it's a word whisker, but it's natural when you're recounting something, as opposed to very staccato, articulate, stop, and then this described that way. I noticed that's how she's doing it. All right, let's see what she's saying.
Half of Mr. Depp.
Objection. Hearsay.
Son of a bitch.
Agency on that, Your Honor.
What? Did you just call it like a slip and fall lawyer? Like, it's unreal.
Well, I think who's objecting? Is Johnny Depp's lawyers right now objecting? Yeah.
Yeah, because her lawyer is.
Yeah, so they're just making it impossible. So it's good for them to do that, but it's
Yeah.
exhausting for us.
But everything her lawyer's doing is like it's not helping her.
Right.
Content is, can you tell us
How did you feel
who
that
this
night?
text message is with?
Amber, what's the
Johnny's
size of your
assistant.
tits?
Yes.
Objection.
What's his name?
Overruled.
Stephen Duders.
How would you describe your nipples? Silver dollar? Or do they take up most of the breast? National Geographic.
Would they be comparable to an ice cream cone? And if so, which flavor?
Yes. No?
I'll allow it. I demand it.
Hearsay. I'm afraid that's overruled.
Why?
don't
Because
you
I'm
whip
incredibly
out-
horny.
Yes. Now pull those out, or I will have you in contempt.
And they'll make you pull it out in court jail. All right, hold on. We got to see this. I'm sorry.
They went back to the mute.
Son of a... This is the worst. All right, give us your PhD candidate. Give us your breakdown here.
Well, one of the things that you see a lot from her is the believe me face.
Right.
And there was a lot of that in the early parts of her testimony, especially yesterday, where she's telling a story and she's wanting to look at the jury and she'll kind of go into her narrative and then up come the eyebrows.
Don't look me in the eyes. It triggers my aggression.
It's true.
I see it as a challenge.
Off the throne. No, but
I'm half drunk and it's 11 Central, for God's sakes. I'm sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
No,
Your
Johnny
analysis is far more valuable than anything I can contribute here.
Johnny's all drunk.
It's like, you believe me, right? And she looks to the jury.
No.
And the eyebrows come up, and then she'll go back into the start-stop
Right.
thing. And then she's checking in because, you guys believe me.
Yeah. Which is, it seems like it's if you're reliving one of your most, and this is something that people get wrong because a lot of the body language experts you'll see on television, they're like, that person is looking down and to the left, it means they're lying. Often if someone is actually recounting something traumatic or something that is embarrassing to them, they won't look you in the eye. It doesn't mean that they're lying. It means that they're nervous about it. So someone who looks you in the eye to describe their most traumatic experience of their life.
That's a little much.
That's not natural. But because they've been told, look them in the eye. Oh, Daniel-san, always look eye. Well, no, not if you were raped.
Right. Longer than 3 seconds, it's getting weird.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You ever see guys interact? They don't look each other in the eye.
No.
Unless it's a stare down before a fight.
And then they'll talk about something they did that was like, terrible, and they'll be like, oh, you're right.
Yeah.
So do you want to have an appetizer?
Yes. I hear they have fantastic mineral spirit spinach dip.
Yep. You think they'll find the body?
Well, it's buried under bags of Burger King refuse.
Bags of old Burger King Kids Club friendship bracelets.
Yes.
And rings, Dakota rings.
Brando ate bags of Burger King scraps.
It's the best.
Oh.
It's the best.
I felt guilty once because when I was poor and I was at a hotel on the road, I took a roll because it clearly had been it was like one of those places that would wrap it in foil.
Please, been there.
Yeah. Okay, I took more than a roll. I was trying to.
I know.
I took food off of I took food off of room service trays when I was poor on the road.
Well, every comic too on Earth has been like, this continental breakfast also goes in my pocket for dinner. Looks like I'm having yogurt and a banana at 5 o'clock.
And then
Life's going good.
And the other comic walks up and knows exactly what you're doing and just goes,
yeah. You've ruined dinner.
All right.
What is this, a Danish? Oh, it goes in your back pocket.
Yeah. I had to go siphon gas.
They're back up on Amber.
Okay, let's hear Amber lie.
Mr. Depp, in the days following the Boston plane incident.
Yes, I did.
They were two
Please tell the
youths.
jury about those communications.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I knew it was going to be hearsay.
You're not
Sustained.
allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay. It's kind of confusing because he was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record. You'll disregard that testimony.
Oh, boy. She's not going to do well with this.
The communications with Mr. Depp, please.
I have to pee in a minute. I'm really
So am I.
trying
We
to-
just can't all go pee at once. Tokunawa's gone.
Oh,
I've got to pee
did you go
super
to
bad.
pee?
Yeah. Just wait for him. Then you.
Is Kevy still in
Can I
there?
go before you, or do you have to go first? All right.
You can go, and then I'll go.
They're breaking her pattern, so she's not able to get on a roll.
Yeah. No, that's exactly. Okay, Pat, you two talk. I want to hear and then I'll come back. You guys update me on all the lies. Okay.
Roger.
About my prediction, everything that Brett says is bullshit. Okay, I'll be right back.
We still got audio
And
there.
then I didn't
We got
respond
audio here. Okay.
right away. And he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on and good luck. And I was
Wouldn't
better
a transcript
for it.
help this out?
And then continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and he said that he was he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings.
Chocolate.
That he, I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but encouraging him. And he was saying, "Well, look, me and this person, we
Should know what a sponsor is.
we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober, and that was the last time. The monster will never come back.
monster will never come
she's
back.
telling the
And
story to the
because
jury.
It felt like such a different.
That is kind of weird.
It felt so much worse than it had ever been before.
It is strange. It's like, Kevin, would you say she's performing for the jury?
Definitely. Well, and the point about ums and the thought linkers that I'm doing right now myself, I think is well made, but we are talking about an actress here who has a lot of time in front of camera, has spent their whole time doing interviews. So we might actually be seeing who she is now without the thought linkers. Like that she just might be that good.
Right.
Which makes the start-stop thing so like pronounced.
I've seen Never Back Down.
You've seen what?
I said I've seen Never Back Down. She's not that good.
No, yeah, that's a good point.
Emotions and how you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go. I'll lay the foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants
drink again?
239.
Yeah, that's right.
239.
I came in unarmed.
Good gravy. Like, shouldn't she be answering the lawyer and not staring off to the side? I mean, Tim makes a good point. Like,
yeah, that does that's someone asks you a question.
You look at them.
Yeah, you start looking at them, and then she just looks off and answers the question.
The same as we just looked at each other for that point of conversation.
Yeah,
as
it's
opposed
like
to
this.
me staring at everyone else to see what they thought. It's insane.
It's like, so Dave, I agree with what you say. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to look everywhere else. Is the jury, are you believing my bullshit? All right, great.
Well, that's what I assumed.
Gage Grosskreutz would do that a lot during the trial.
Who would?
Gage Grosskreutz when he was
also a domestic abuser.
And he
that idiot
kind
from
of answer the question and then look over
right
and be like, "You guys believe me, right? Yeah, and then turn back.
Right, and then
very
turn back.
informative.
It is very weird.
The guy who drove farther than Kyle with a gun.
Yes, exactly. If they don't get a pattern here, we'll go to Mug Club and take chat because this is just it's just death.
Oh, there's a
watching her.
pattern. It just sounds like a.
They can never answer, which means
Like
that
a
his attorneys
timer
are doing
going
a good
off.
job.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is not. This is why when you watch shows like Boston Legal or The Practice, you realize that it's not like that in real life. It's very tedious.
Well, as
Really
Kevin
annoying.
and Tim have both pointed out, like she's kind of performing to the jury. Her face always goes to them.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of acting it out. She's not really answering the questions. It's more of a performance every time, and that's why I think she's constantly getting hearsay.
Also, she
hearsay.
slept with half of them.
Well, of course, it's just James Franco.
Oh, that looks like a cry.
Listen, I'm going to give you fair judgment.
Is that a cry?
I'm willing to serve my community. Sit on the jury. All right, let's see. Oh God.
Embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him.
And this is a 4% beer. It's basically water.
Or I got back with him
All right, I'm gonna go because I don't care.
on the condition that he
Okay,
would
come back. We'll take the chat.
uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
Again, she's talking about Johnny.
So I'm gonna
What Johnny
take you
needed to go
now
to
up
rehab.
to
Johnny didn't do the
June
detox. Johnny
through
didn't do
August
this. What about
2014.
you, Amber? What about you? That's what I think people are picking up on. I don't know. You guys can comment below, and I would love to see your comments because it is interesting to see this dynamic of specifically women who've been abused, but across the board, not buy it. And I think the big reason that people are turned off is Johnny Depp did answer questions about himself, about his inner demons, about his flaws, and she is focused on questions about him, about his flaws. And for the same reason that people don't like a tattletale. It's like, okay, but what about you? And she hasn't gotten to that. You just want to talk about that.
This doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden,
Doctor was Robert
the plan
Smith.
was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, it felt serious. I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny, and the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie, so he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers, and the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished,
For someone, here's also something for someone who's so concerned about, and I would say obsessed with Johnny Depp's substance abuse issues, it really is weird that she was going, because they were only married for, was it a year? A little more than a year? It wasn't a very long amount of time. Maybe it was 15 months. At most, it was 15 months. You know, yesterday she talked about 3 separate instances when she was doing drugs with Johnny Depp. MDMA when they went to this trailer park, MDMA on the plane. So for someone who's like, I just really want him to get off drugs and get sober, but you were doing drugs with him. So when did you start taking it seriously?
Right.
Yeah. 15 months.
15 months.
You're right.
Without saying what the communications were.
And if that's the case, does she take responsibility for enabling him?
Where Johnny was, I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did. I think in May.
Whoever wrote this drinking game needs to be on temporary leave.
Well, they nailed it. It's a good game.
Yeah, but they're going to kill me.
Debbie Lloyd.
At least every time
And
she
Ali
does
Kipper
Believe Me
came
Face
out.
isn't in the drinking game, there would just be alcohol.
Yes, exactly.
Just all be in the hospital.
Medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
But we have to be careful about what other people told you. Okay, so you can testify to what
Yes,
you know.
please refrain from, see, we're in a courtroom, so being a gossipy high school bitch doesn't quite apply here. This doesn't meet the minimum threshold for the court.
I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount
That wasn't a
of painkillers he
specific
was
reference.
taking.
No, and it wasn't her film, it was his film.
He
We just have a movie mentioned.
his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically. He would be
Did it
speaking
change
to
when you gave him MDMA twice?
the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would in mid sentence.
She just said my movie.
One time
You
I
also
was sitting
chuckled.
across from him, and
I'm not going to give that a
Well,
flaw.
the good thing is I can finish, so someone else needs to bring me a drink because this is almost done. So it's a perfect time for me to have to.
completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and Johnny constantly smoked, and he just
Obsessed
shot
with
the
him.
cigarette.
Johnny
as he
smoked.
fell
Johnny
asleep.
this. Johnny that.
See, like, this is probably true.
Yeah.
Because there's no break in the pattern, and it sounds like an episodic memory.
And he smells like Virginia Slims.
Understand it.
He definitely looks like he smells
Even
like
though I
Virginia
had
Slims.
experience with drug use in my family.
Can you imagine being Johnny Depp's acupuncturist?
Was trying to figure out with the nurses and
Or
doctors
his masseuse,
what
where you're like,
happened,
oh,
what changed,
can you just shower?
the change and what medications
All
were
right, you can go
causing
ahead and
it.
pull it.
Hazmat suit.
I knew there were
Yes.
new.
So from there, following those rules, Crowder gets pretty sloshed, even with just a 4% beer. And it continues to go on for the rest of the day. Her testimony in the afternoon was a lot different than what they just showed on screen. And the accusations were pretty profound. And so we'll see what happens with that case. I think it's just a big preparation for them opening things up for Alex Jones. Like
Big
this is
man
the this is the pre-show. They're going to put AJ on trial, put him on, television 6 weeks. There's like 4 trials he has to go through. They're going to televise at least one of those, I'm sure. And they're just kind of like dripping blood in the water with this Depp Amber Heard turd trial.
It's a sad indictment against our culture, if you think about it, because they're prepping us in some capacity, getting us ready for the real stage show of the Alex Jones trial, potentially. But at the same time, the fact that we give so much interest to this, there's so many things that are going on in the world, and I get it it's
like a representation of the Me Too argument.
I understand. It's their cult. It's the woke cultural angle, the progressive angle.
And then on the flip side, there was a bunch of people
angle.
just running to like defend
Postmodern
Johnny,
Yeah.
that he was like a innocent man who was set up, and like we have yet to see all the evidence. I'm just saying the tide changed right after that Crowder clip, because she kept testifying, and then she talked about how he raped her with the bottle, and in a room full of broken glass, and she paints out quite a horrific picture that even if she gets cross-examined and it falls apart, like people have a visceral memory now associated with that the testimony.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I
don't see him going back to Disney playing Jack Sparrow after it. What, even if he's vindicated somehow, is pretty harsh testimony by someone who's a professional actor. They're both professional actors. So the difference is he's owned up to every time they've said something like, "Did you do this fucked up thing?" He's like, "Yes." Did I read that correctly? Yes, you did. Whereas
I have no issue.
He's like Teflon Don.
Yeah, the Depp handled it the way he should handle it. He should fess up, be honest with his own transgressions, his own idiosyncrasies, his own sort of debilities with his personality and whatnot. I get that. And I'm not excoriating that or even admonishing him on a lighter note. I'm just pointing out that like the fact the culture is interested in it. And to your point, yes, about Amber, I mean, supposedly raping her with a bomb. I mean, she also, I won't speak to that directly, but she did show a picture of supposedly a bruise, right? Earlier in the trial, where it's just trying to insinuate or trying to actually state
she said that
explicitly that he
headbutted her.
hit her.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not consistent, at least from a number of resources I've looked at, with how
Well, he
these
said the
patterns take
Kleenex had
place.
nail polish on it.
Had
So
nail
she was
polish.
holding it like her nose was bloody, and he's
And
like, "I inspected
it's like
it, and it
one
was nail
super
polish."
isolated bruise she supposedly took. Typical signs are like scattered bruises over like a given area, usually due to a struggle of some type. This was like almost perfectly sort of what's the word I'm looking for, choreographed, made up, sort of. It's
So
just,
nobody wins. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, the
Nobody
problem
wins.
is that
People's
it's in-
attention are being stolen. Both sides are going to look
That's my
awful
point.
after this.
That's my point about the culture. It's like that people's attention is being sort of misdirected to this. Their energy is being given to this spectacle rather than focusing. And I get it, we can't focus on the heavy details of everything going on, but this seems to take precedent in the culture over what's going on with the economy, what's going on in the Ukraine, what's going on with COVID still. We have sort of simmering behind the scenes, if you will. And so there's all these other topics going on in the culture that I feel like are being sort of overlooked for two narratives this week. Elon
Seems
Musk
very meme-ish.
and Amber Heard.
Like over here is all this important
And
stuff,
Johnny
but
Depp.
media attention is over.
Right. Yeah.
different
And
place.
so in other words, it's another form of entertainment. That's what this has become. It's another form of entertainment. And it goes to we're almost what's the word I'm looking for, but sort of overstimulated
Postman
on
said-
other forms of entertainment like that.
Neil
we're
Postman's book was
anesthetized
called-
to it.
I'm sorry. Entertaining Ourselves to Death.
Yeah,
his
it's a
book.
classic. That's called, yeah. I think it was from Neil Postman. You get that juxtaposition between Brave New
Technopoly.
World and 1984.
Yeah. Technopoly.
Yeah, the Technopoly, where he juxtaposes and says it's more like Brave New World, but there are elements of 1984 that emerge, but it's the more conspicuous manifestation would be Brave New World. Either way, yeah, I mean, it's Terrence McKenna used to talk about that too. That sort of entertaining ourselves to death. So it's a new form of entertainment because we're sort of bored with the old ones. Maybe, I don't know. Everything just seems to be part of the meme culture. Where how can we make fun of it? How can we sort of direct ourselves away from this is where I have issues a little bit with comedy, because comedy is so important, but at the same time can be so abused because at this, we a lot of time, as much as it can tell truth, it can also cover up truth by taking things that are true and just making a joke out of it. And then we end up not really thinking about it on a deeper level or having any serious conversations with ourselves internally or with people that we want to talk with. And that's why I have a tenuous relationship with comedy, even those comedians that I like, because it's a way also to marginalize very serious topics that we actually do need to sit down and talk about and be adults with instead of make fun of. And everything is just about making fun of today, whether it's about woke culture, or about Biden, or about all these things that are going on. While at the same time, our rights continually be taken away and we seem to be less and less free in a world that's embracing more and more tyranny, and we're sort of laughing our way in shackles and even maybe latching onto them. So not to say
that's Tony's book, Laughing His Way to Shackles. Laughing our way to shackles.
Using the shekel. I should.
Sorry. Entertaining ourselves to death while overturning the money changer table.
It's a frustration. It's a lot of all the news this week was two things: Elon Musk and Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. It seemed. Oh, and Roe v. Wade.
Elon dated Amber. That's in the trial. Like notes on her behalf to her ACLU donation that never happened, and all this sort of stuff, dude. And that's when it's
an incestuous group of celebrities that are just so narcissistic, really megalomaniacs, to the point where I don't think they can even unwind from their own narcissism. Narcissism seems to imply that you're at least aware of your own sort of ego worship of yourself, like your egotistical attitude. Megalomania is like where you're not even aware of it. You just like do it out of impulse. Like in other words, they're so detached from reality.
Well, that's another point. If I want to make a last point about this Depp Heard trial, it would be something like this. Check out the evidence from his side of the story about the Australia incident, and then listen to her story about it. And you're going to hear two totally different stories.
That's right.
Johnny's like, she threw a can of mineral spirits at me, and then she threw a bottle, and my hand was here, and it severed his finger. Yeah, and then her story is he ate 8 tabs of MDMA and then went around the house and painted the house with his cut off finger and using it as a paintbrush. It's pretty crazy story, and it doesn't match, the housekeeper and all these other people that testified last week. So anyway,
corroborating evidence. Yeah, there's no corroborating evidence.
And yes, I had all my work done when I checked into such things.
There's nothing wrong with checking if you've gotten any other work done or consider other things as but I think a lot of people in our culture, these 3 main talking points this week: Roe v. Wade, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, and Elon Musk, and how he's a savior or a villain, depending on which side of the aisle you fall on. And
the leaking of that Supreme Court memo is designed to destroy trust within the Supreme Court. It's like a mechanism of war that happened there. Yeah, and I wouldn't put that past Russia. Does anyone check to see if Russia did that? Because that'd be like clever nation state move.
China,
not saying because that guy Will Chamberlain, he's a lawyer. He's on Timcast. He pointed towards someone who works there. He's like,
it's supposed to be an assistant
who has a record of such kind of interest in these sort of things. But I'm not jumping to a conclusion to say it was that, because that's the perfect thing. If there was someone there, another group could do something like that, knowing that she would be like the scapegoat or fall girl.
They had the fall girl or the fall, right.
Or she was dumb enough to do that, and there are those connections with her husband and the guy who published it. So
it's also the ideological bias that she's willing to sort of, fall on the sword, so to speak. It's almost, so who knows?
Almost as like extremist as dudes who would drive planes into buildings.
Oh, that's part of the Frankfurt School legacy and postmodernism. So
those religious Muslims who were at the strip clubs,
doing coke, amateur pilots that could barely pass their license.
See, there is crossover. There's a lot more connection between
flight license,
the hijackers from 9/11 and the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial than you would imagine, because they both are built on mounds of cocaine. Both of those stories,
cocaine and the dissolution of IQ, destruction of IQ and basic intelligence.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So it's been a wild week, and the Roe v. Wade, without getting into the details of that, that's this.
Yeah, I didn't bring a poll long enough to touch that issue tonight.
No, that's not. It's also kind of, while that's going on, to my point, what other things are going on that are eroding individual freedoms in a way that is much more conspicuous and much
Bill
more
Gates taking over with the WHO.
You got it.
And getting those treaties signed so they have control of you.
Instead of getting caught in the quagmire of trying to define what is a very difficult. Anyways, I'm not going down there.
While you guys are worrying about how to define a woman, this dude's Grand Theft Worlding over there.
That's right. But that was the main talking points, right?
He's turning the whole Disney World. He's like Gates World. He's like, I'll actually have the world too in my place. Disney was small potatoes.
So there's, I don't know, where do you want to?
How about that clip of Rand Paul? Didn't we want to hit that at some point?
Yeah, let's hit that.
And technology.
Let's let him go after Mayorkas. Mayorkas, something like that. That's the dude. Department of Government Disinformation.
I'm Brittany Lewis with Forbes Breaking News. At Wednesday's Senate Homeland Security Committee hearing, Senator Rand Paul pressed Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on the Steele dossier. Paul accused the Homeland Security Secretary of not acknowledging that the controversial Steele dossier was disinformation. Paul also expressed concern about the new DHS Disinformation Governance Board. Mayorkas defended the board and claimed that Paul was mischaracterizing his opinion. Take a look at the fiery Senate exchange.
For your questions.
Do you think the Steele dossier included Russian disinformation?
Senator, that's not a question that I'm equipped to answer.
It was in the public news. It was you may have heard of it, the Mueller investigation. It was a $32 million investigation that went over a couple of years. Horowitz was an investigator general, and he looked at the FBI's activity in the beginning of this. And what the FBI concluded was that there were FBI agents throughout this period of time who concluded that, yes, the dossier was full of Russian disinformation. So let's say it is Russian disinformation. You say your new Disinformation Governance Board is going to help the public with disinformation. You claim it's not going to be about domestic, it's going to be about foreigners and those evil Russians. So here's my question. The FBI concludes that the Steele dossier was full of Russian disinformation. CNN propagated this disinformation gladly for years and years. The difference, I guess, between your opinion and our opinion is that as despicable as it is that CNN propagated this disinformation, I wouldn't shut them down. I wouldn't lecture them. I wouldn't put it on a government website that CNN's wrong for propagating disinformation. The problem you have is you're not even willing to admit, we can't even have an agreement on what the FBI said was disinformation. How do you propose that you're going to have an office of disinformation governance if you see the problem in even determining what is disinformation?
Oh, Senator, because our work is not focused on disinformation writ large. Where we, the Department of Homeland Security, become involved is when there's a connectivity between disinformation and threats to the security of the homeland.
Well, that's what the Russians might be considered that. You mentioned the Russians the other day when you tried to pivot away from this being about censorship. But let's say it is the Russians. I know you're not going to ever agree that the Steele dossier, which y'all spent so much money on, was disinformation. But it was, and the FBI concluded. But let's just say there's an imaginary disinformation. You've discovered tomorrow Russian disinformation that's going to hurt our national security. And CNN's broadcasting it. What are you going to do?
Senator, let me...
You're going to tell Putin, you shouldn't do this.
Senator,
what are you going to do?
Senator, let me explain what we do in the Department of Homeland Security with respect to disinformation, and frankly, what we've been doing for nearly 10 years across different administrations. The cartels propagate disinformation that Title 42 does not apply to a particular community of migrants from a particular country.
How are they propagating this?
If I may, through social media. And what we do through U.S. Customs and Border Protection is actually communicate via social media and other channels that is false, that we do apply Title 42.
So let's say there's Russian disinformation as well. Are you going to take to social media and broadcast that people are broadcasting something incorrect about what do you think is Russian disinformation?
Senator, let me emphasize.
Well, you said the other day Russians, and now you're saying not so much the Russians, you're saying the cartels.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Senator. You're mischaracterizing my statement.
Then what are you going to do if there's Russian disinformation? You're going to broadcast something on social media?
Allow me to share when we become involved in the Department of Homeland Security. We become involved when disinformation poses a threat to the security of our country. It is when there's a connectivity to a threat to our country. It could be a threat, a connectivity to violence. And what this working group does, is precisely what I would think you would want it to do, which is to take a look at the work, the disinformation work that our department has done, and ask the following questions. Do we have policies? Do we have guardrails? Do we have standards?
But here's the problem. We can't even agree. We can't even agree what disinformation is. You can't even agree that it was disinformation, that the Russians fed information to the Steele dossier. If you can't agree to that, how are we ever going to come to an agreement on what is disinformation so you can police it on social media?
Senator, I have 2 points, if I may finish. Number one, that what this office, what this working group does, because it's not an office, what this working group does is ensure that there are guardrails, definitions, standards to make sure that the free speech rights, the civil rights, civil liberties, and privacy rights of individuals.
So do you think COVID disinformation threatens our national security?
And number two, if I may, Senator, and number two, is it your proposition that when the cartels spread disinformation with respect to our immigration policies to try to lure vulnerable migrants to our border illegally?
I think you've got no idea what disinformation is, and I don't think the government's capable of it. Do you know who the greatest propagator of disinformation in the history of the world is? The U.S. government. Are you familiar with McNamara, the Pentagon Papers? Are you familiar with George W. Bush and the weapons of mass destruction? Are you familiar with Iran-Contra? I mean, think of all the debates and disputes we've had over the last 50 years in our country. We work them out by debating them. We don't work them out by the government being the arbiter. I don't want you guardrails. I want you to have nothing to do with speech. You think we can't determine, speech by traffickers is disinformation? You think the American people are so stupid they need you to tell them what the truth is? You can't even admit what the truth is with the Steele dossier. I don't trust government to figure out what the truth is. Government is largely disseminating disinformation. So I do have a question, and here's the question. So the Russians, maybe some cartels. What about COVID disinformation? Is that in your bailiwick for your disinformation governance board?
Senator, you would have to give me the details with.
Okay, here.
Rand Paul back in the news, which is interesting because we haven't seen him since his excoriation of Fauci. There's a number of times that he went against Fauci and the definition of gain of function and whether or not they're funding gain of function research, the Wuhan laboratory. Then he went silent for the past couple of months. And all of a sudden, it's good to see him sort of reemerge and at least challenge this new disinformation board, governance board that's being set up by the Biden administration. It's as if they took 1984 and made it a playbook, an official playbook for the Biden administration. But I'm just.
You would have to be
like
literate. No one in the Biden administration is familiar with science fiction, Tony. I'm telling you, if we could just start there was somebody who did a big leaflet drop from an airplane in Florida the other day. And it's like, if he could just drop leaflets, for science fiction QR codes to 1984 audiobooks for the people that work over there, they could catch up on the irony that they're producing.
How much do you think Mayorkas actually knows any of those scenarios? The Pentagon Papers, Iran-Contra, weapons of mass destruction. Look, and that's barely scratching the surface. What about the Gulf of Tonkin? What about we just talked about 9/11 tonight? What about the first World Trade Center bomb? What about the babies in incubators? What about
they put the babies in the incubators? All right, here's Pentagon Papers. Daniel Ellsberg, Rand Corporation. What was the next one he mentioned?
He talked about obviously the weapons of mass destruction.
McNamara.
Guy mentioned the McNamara. That would be 1968 Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, because he said there's McNamara.
Did he mention McNamara? Okay, so Gulf of Tonkin.
Gulf of Tonkin hoax.
1964. Sorry, way off.
Shadows of Power by Perloff is a book you can read all about it.
James Perloff. Yeah, right. And by the way, McNamara I think is on the record. You can find video of him stating that was a lie. That he said that was made up. That there was no. I'm not even sure they had a carrier in the Gulf at that point. I forget. I have to look it up.
It's in that documentary by Errol Morris.
So I remember watching that well over 10 years ago.
Yeah, Unknown Knowns, The Known Unknown, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, it's on the record. It's also it's a Sony Pictures movie. Gulf of Tonkin hoax. So that's
weapon
figure that out.
Destruction is the next.
Mayorkas has better resources than we do. So what was the next one?
Weapons of mass destruction: POW.
WMD. Look at that.
So that's for Colin Powell giving his testimony in front of what, the Senate or Congress, by the Senate.
Council on Foreign Relations says it was a war of choice, that there was no Iraq WMDs. So I'm just saying, there's Condi Rice and around. Here's the war.
I think I might have played that during my Logic group, or Colin Powell. No, maybe I chose it for Bush instead. I forget. I think I might have.
Oh, look, here's L. Paul Jerry Bremer.
There he is. Marshall McLennan crisis.
Governor of Iraq, lost those billions of dollars off the trucks.
Oh, they're a risk management firm. I thought they had they were a law
so you wouldn't
firm
want
for
to
some
watch
reason.
like
I'm thinking of
the
Scott
new
Moore.
American Century documentary film to learn about these things. I think that's also a Perloff joint with the guys I did State of Mind with. Let's see. Look at all these things in this. Check out that film.
I was so confused. For some reason, I thought Marshall McLennan was.
Yeah, there's a lot. The New American Century, I'm pretty sure that's the Perloff. Or there was the Shadow Ring.
Oh, they
which
just
was,
call themselves professional services firm. I thought they were lawyers.
And so what else did he say? Iran Contra?
So it's like insurance investment. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of shit they do. Iran Contra, yeah. So Oliver North. His testimony.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm sure Iran Contra's right here.
How they funnel the
There's
money?
Colin Powell. Yeah, you just gotta follow the money.
I
Go to
said, no, I
EATSCO.
said, how did they funnel the money? I was
To
gonna say-
EATSCO, Egyptian American Transportation Service Corporation. There's one of them. BCCI is another
I
one.
think BCCI was the big one there. I was going to mention. I forget at HSBC. I don't think they're connected to this.
Now you can go to
I get
the
really confused.
behind the Iran Contra affair documentary. You can go to CIA and the Savings and Loan Scandal Part 1. You can go to Clinton Chronicles. You can go to Dope Inc. You can go to Family of Secrets by Russ Baker. What else? There's a whole bunch. Look at the scroll over here. Look at how many sources there are for information on Iran Contra. How can't Mayorkas know about this? The Mafia, the CIA, and George Bush. See, I told you there was a book called that earlier.
Yep.
Sultan of Brunei to donate money to the Contras. Did he also have a boat that was owned by Adnan Khashoggi of Iran Contra and later by Trump? Maybe. Let's see. What do you think? Sultan of Brunei donate money. Oh, he paid $85 million for this yacht, the Nabila, which becomes the Trump princess. So just never say never again, everybody, because that's where you know that boat from. It was used in that movie. It's all Ian Fleming and MI6. There you go. Now it belongs to the guy who just lost Twitter because it's the Kingdom 5 KR yacht, formerly
it's
Trump
like the Village
princess,
bicycle of yachts,
owned by bin Talal Al Walid bin Talal, the Twitter dude. See, and here's the article on it. Look at that. It's an interesting history of that yacht. Just saying.
Only what that yacht could
You
tell.
look into the Trump princess, and all you find is Iran Contra.
What's Iran Contra? That's arms for drugs. So arms for drugs. Nothing's really changing here in regards to what the power leader into. When we talked about earlier, gods, gold, oil, drugs, and sex. Arms, drugs, oil, slavery in the form of sex slavery. It's all the same shit, man.
And the guy that Trump argues with on Twitter, he sold his yacht to him. So like that's the context people don't have when they see.
Reminds me of that South Park episode where it's they do it in a more sort of tongue-in-cheek way, but they do it with
Hey, and never let us forget that bin Talal gave away all his money. Get out of here, privacy notice. Where's the look? Meet the Saudi prince giving away all his money. Do you ever see what this dude has? He has like gold 757s and stuff. It's crazy wealth that this dude was rocking before he allegedly gave it away, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Saudi princes are, from my understanding, some of the richest individuals in the world. But again, that's off the books riches, from my understanding, to a certain extent.
Yeah, because the British gave them their own kingdom.
Yeah,
made them.
Yeah,
monarchs.
that's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
they supported the House of Saud, which is also an extreme form. Is the minority form of particular interpretation of Islamic scripture as well.
He donated his $32 billion fortune, Tony. Here it is right here. It's in Fortune, so it must be true.
What did he donate? Like $1 billion of it? Kept the other 31. And how do you know it's only 31 or 32 billion?
Because they told me in Fortune right there, buddy. Then
this
I mean, Fortune, that's just the company that CD Jackson used to run.
That's right, actually. That's a good point. CD Jackson, nothing
Hey.
dirty about Charles Douglas.
Yeah, CD Jackson is helping us out with the YouTube pirate stream because Jules got a suspension. So there.
Here's CD Jackson right
Wonder
here.
what we played last week. Probably Highwire or something.
Expert in psychological warfare.
Yeah, he was number 2 in like Eisenhower War during World War II, I think.
He's
Then
a
he
guy-
goes on with
yeah,
Project. I
here's
don't know if he's
Fortune. Fortune magazine he ran before he did Time Life and took
Time
over
Life.
the Zapruder film.
after World War II. It's interesting. They sort of did the Mockingbird thing, right?
He's a famous
branched
star from that 1945 film called The Death Mills
With
by
Billy Bond,
Billy
yeah.
Wilder.
That's what I'm talking about. Cyborg. We can't go down that track, but yeah, I get. Yeah,
They might tie to 9/11, such things. Anyway,
yeah. There's a connection there with state-sponsored propaganda, mass
American
formations
ruling
on
class
places,
at
type
work.
of stuff. Stockholm syndrome, trauma-based mind control. Trauma-based mind control might be the best description.
All right. So before we go to intermission,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think we got covered?
Have we hit the Ministry of Truth? Oh, sorry, the disinfo
We did last
governing
week.
board.
We did
The
last
DGB.
week.
Yeah, we were a week ahead with the story.
Yeah.
That happens a lot of
There-
times. We cover it on Sunday night, then it breaks
Yeah.
during the week. So we titled the episode that, but we covered it last week. So.
Yeah, we
She
covered that.
sang
It was a big
Scary
thing last week.
Poppins.
Yeah, there was a couple people
Next,
covered it.
she's
this
doing
week.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang
Yeah,
next. She's hitting all the MI6 classics.
As far as we got Russell Brand. We already got that. That's Kim Iverson did pretty much the same thing. Lockdowns for life. Bill
What about
Gates
Jimmy
goes-
Dore? We haven't. We always
There's
have
a lot of good.
of.
There's a lot of good Jimmy Dore. Just give me a surprise.
I'm trying to think of some of the funnier ones
praises
for the
Trump
week.
on Ukraine.
I don't know about that.
So
Chomsky.
here's the FDA. We want something funny from. I'm trying to. Well, Denmark halts COVID. FDA severe limits change.
Yeah, they pulled the J&J.
Big
but we
Pharma
told
is
you about
making
those
how
blood
much
clots
off of
a year
vaccines?
ago when they knew, and they waited a year before they pulled it. So
So Jimmy Dore has this big pharma is making how much off vaccines? That's one. Higher percentage of COVID deaths now among vaccinated. Jimmy Dore. Elites can make their own COVID decisions, says White House press secretary Jimmy Dore.
see, I guess my biggest, I like Jimmy Dore because he believes in things that I don't necessarily believe in. Like I think
he's a good counter.
in a
dialectic. I like
utopia,
it.
everyone should have health care, but practically, like, do you want your health care coming from a doctor forced to work for free or by government bid? Probably not. That's
No,
not
I
freedom.
know he doesn't understand
So
market theory.
socialized healthcare to Jimmy is a good thing, but to me it means you're stealing a bunch of money from these people so that the government can then take control of their health and then be dependent, just like they're British citizens. So why would we fight the king of England in the first place?
It's a tenuous ground to stand on to realize that utopic thinking can never manifest itself in reality. Like it just is.
Which
not
is
a
why
real
it's utopic
possibility.
thinking, because utopia means nowhere,
No place, nowhere, no
Yeah.
movement. Yeah.
not here.
And so it's
Not
it's
feasible.
also just like it's just not fundamentally. It also goes against our better instincts because we're beasts of burden. Like we if we don't work and provide value for ourselves, we tend to, that goes against our personality or sense of self-worth. It's built up in our personalities in regards to feeling a part of something and feeling like we're this gets to Aristotle's definition of happiness and eudaimonia, but like we have to overcome challenges, and that like helps define character. And like that's also that a lot of time we do it in the type of work we choose. And so like there's Peterson also brings this up, like we are kind of beasts of burden when we give people nothing to do. Look at the type of temperaments, look at like what they end up sort of giving into: video games, drugs, the sense
Johnny
of
Depp trial.
meaninglessness, the Johnny Depp trial. That's right. And so, you know, there's this idea of being able to provide for yourself, put in you know, the ownership of your physical labor and trade that for someone else's physical, you know, their labor. And that creates actually, ironically and paradoxically, the most peaceful types of exchange and the most powerful and exuberant economies and the most stable social systems. That's essentially the key component on systems theory, which has to do with peaceful interaction, but has to do with the fact that you have to work to achieve it. So if you have to work to achieve it, you want to be able to own the product of your labor. That's like John Locke's theory of, to a certain extent, that's like an extension of the properties of John Locke's theory of labor. But I mean, let's come on now.
And you technically do own the fruits of your labor. It's only when you trade your labor for Federal Reserve notes that they get a slice.
That's been the trick going into the Babylonian world. Like it's the trick of money changers. It's a trick of speculators. That's what
it's the trick of magicians.
Yeah, it's the trick of magicians. That's right. It's the financiers are just playing games with money, making up words and making you believe that they're going to make something out of nothing when you really can't fundamentally do that. And so that's and that's the problem with Dore. Like there's a lot of people, like I like Jimmy Dore on a lot of fronts, but he still operates with this idea that if we just tear down capitalism, which he has a very misconstrued idea of what capitalism is, we'll just build up to this like socialist utopia. And it's like, we've tried that and it fundamentally goes against all aspects of human nature.
First off, Jimmy, it goes broke.
We don't get any
That's
value.
the first thing that happens. Everyone loses everything because people redistribute wealth.
And then no one's incentivized to want to utilize their talents or produce something, whether it's based on their talents or just based on farming.
So there's no Jimmy Dore comedy tickets. There's no comedy club for Jimmy Dore to sell tickets at. Nope. It's not a good thing. So I understand limitations of his perspective and those sort of things. And I can still appreciate.
But I do like Jimmy Dore. He's pretty smart. Like he does a good job for being a he's an old school Democrat.
He's a comedian in his garage, and he takes multi-billion-dollar corporations to task on a regular basis.
That's what I like. He does call out the crony capitalism, the fascist sort of capitalism. It's the big government married with big business. And I appreciate that. That's where we find strict, solidarity. He also recognizes the machinations behind the scenes of the FBI or the CIA or NGOs, for example, non-governmental organizations.
It always just stops at America, and he doesn't have that British Empire, Anglo-American establishment history. But he's really close. Like, first off, his audience is people on the left who are wise to the ruse. They're trying to get smart. And he's close to like getting it. Like him and Tim Dillon know Whitney Webb, and they, speak of her work and with reverence. Yeah. So if we can get them to the point where they like recognize Corbett, and it's not just Max Blumenthal, but it's like, here's James Corbett to talk a little geopolitics, and he'll let you have, and so like we can get the message to that audience that doesn't listen to Grand Theft World.
Oh, that would be huge. That would be huge, because if you think about it too, they didn't swallow the progressive pill. That they didn't go along with the fallacy of the mean. They didn't get caught up in that. Why I associate my identity with being a Democrat or being a leftist. He still calls himself that, but he hasn't fallen into the cultural Marxist angle. I have to give him credit.
Democrats, liberals, leftists, progressives, all kind of get lumped together now.
That's right.
Right. And it's really only the leftists that are like extremist, ideological, communist, socialist type of tear down society.
I would say the progressives,
but they don't know how to build it back. Progressives are right up there, but they're more of an elite ruling class, like I can see DiCaprio movie The Aviator, when he's dating Katharine Hepburn, and he goes to her family's house, and they're old money, right? They're old money, and they're Democrats, and they're all about socialism. And he's a guy who has worked his way up. So there's this conversation at the dinner table where they have a fight. He's like, you guys don't care about money because you already have it. And they're like, excuse me. And he said it again. And then he got up and excused himself and went back to work, because he's a hands-on type of do it himself. And these people had lived off the fat of society, and they represent like the Franklin Delano Roosevelt 4-term effete Eastern establishment, has no idea what it's like to be poor, because their money comes from narco trafficking.
Right.
East India Company, Anglo-American establishment. That's what it's all about. That's how they have the power in the first place.
No, that's right. No, I that's a fair distinction. That's a fair distinction. People are so out of touch with the reality in that regard, then that are not used to the vicissitudes of like normal everyday life in regards to having to provide for oneself and know what it's like to actually have to work and provide for oneself.
And then
that's in order to feel socialism, it's a form of virtue signaling, because it's like, I want to feel better about the fact that I am actually just stealing other people's wealth, or I'm at least, if not stealing, I'm taking advantage of other people's productive labor and sitting on this top of the hierarchy. So
What
I
was
need
the
to
one
feel better
thing-
about it by redistributing that wealth, by
was the
stealing from
one
other
thing
people, redistributing. It's good.
that
Sorry, go
Malcolm
ahead.
X and Ted Kaczynski agreed on? That the most dangerous
Well, the
group,
Democrats are the most dangerous group.
well, it was like white liberal progressives,
White
or
liberal
whatever.
progressives, yeah, the
who
same
think
ones that also
they know enough to go and fix your stuff because
yeah.
That's racism. That's institutionalized racism. It starts at the British Empire and trickles down through the Anglo-American establishment, and I would like to see it taken care of too. It's still
That's a
going
good
on over
point.
there.
That's actually a good point. That's very Malcolm X. That's a fair point for both.
Look at what
They
Churchill
arrived
said
at it
about
from very
the
different
Commonwealth
angles,
and Palestinians, and a dog laying a manger doesn't make the manger the property of the dog, and all that stuff.
Look at what Lyndon B. Johnson said with the Civil
Super
Rights
racist
Act.
people.
I mean, look at what Lyndon John won't repeat it here because it's abhorrent, but or look at who supported
Look what
slavery.
Joe Biden said.
Yeah.
Oh, geez,
that's
you
right.
can just go to. Do we have Do we have Joe Biden's letting the truth slip out, saying the quiet part out loud reel for the past 50 years? Because he has stuff that I wouldn't even feel comfortable playing on this podcast unless it was bleeped.
Yeah.
Even though he's the sitting president, well, maybe because he's the citizen. No, that's not it. But it's just because that doesn't need, some of those things don't need to be repeated.
Sitting
But he said
president.
them.
That's sittismatically.
He's
parents.
sitting president because he has a
Talking
hover round that he rides around, and then he's got one of those escalator things where he rides it up, like in Gremlins when they sent the old like dun, dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun,
dude,
dun,
that's
dun,
classic.
They made her stare. What was that thing
That's
called?
hilarious.
It's not Stairmaster, but it takes people up
No.
the stairs.
Oh,
Ride
the
along.
escalator type things.
They sit on it and it mechanically takes them up the stairs.
Yeah, it's for the old people that
Yeah.
like you go.
Stripe
go up the
had
stairs.
like made it go real
There's
fast.
a couple of different versions of it because we were gonna get it from my grandparents at one point.
Yeah, we're talking
they-
Gremlins tonight, guys. We
Gremlins,
should get
that
Jay
was a- that was
Dyer
a
on here.
great
Let's
film.
talk Gremlins, yo.
That was a great '80s film. I mean, absurd, but I enjoyed that as a kid. Why was I?
Yeah,
watching
honorable mention. Maybe we'll play a clip from this past week on InfoWars. Burmis had like 4th hour hostage, and he kicked Elon in the nuts. And then Jay Dyer had like the next day, and he was talking about Billington and fire in the minds of men. He was on fire. So I waited till break, and I texted him to be like, "Hey, Billington was also a Rhodes Scholar," to see if he would pick up, because he's real Anglo-American establishment scholared himself. He knows about such things. And I think that having people like Burmis and Dyer host the last hour of that show is a lot stronger than a lot of the other people they've ever had.
Oh yeah,
hosting.
they have actual researchers now. No offense.
Yeah, I mean, I like Gerald Salenti. He's all right. It's Trends Journal, but you know what you're getting when you
Trends,
listen to
yeah.
him. You don't know what you're getting when Dyer or Burmis step up to the mic, because they treat it like a real opportunity. Like, let's get this information out there before they can't. We don't have internet access anymore, or whatever their next move is.
Well, he's also educating the InfoWars audience, which tends to be very black and white. I hate to say this, but I shouldn't castigate them all as that. But
Limited to the headlines.
they're just as they operate
as
they operate just as much on heuristics as people in the mainstream. They just operate on alternative heuristics. So right to your point, the headlines. So they see the headlines and they just jump to conclusions, and they don't really read the fine print, or in other words, extricate the evidence, if there's any evidence for the back up those headlines. Then like the problem with Jones, and it's not a problem, I should actually praise him for this, but at the same time, it becomes a problem when people aren't educated and don't utilize reason, is he has anyone on, people that are wrong and people that are right. But if they've been given their 15 minutes of fame somewhere else, and they seem like they're good enough speakers to sort of rhetoricize their point, go on and speak, and be able to hold an audience's attention, he'll have them on. So he had on, like with COVID, everyone, every potential theory, the Russia situation, Russia and Ukraine. He had a whole bunch of people on talking about how Russia is going against the NWO. Now, I'm not saying Jones agreed with all of it. Jones actually seemingly lately has been saying, there's too much evidence to the contrary and to support Putin here. But, to be fair, he kind of has on every alternative perspective, as long as it's not too egregious and absurd. So I appreciate from a free speech perspective. The problem is a lot of people don't have aren't trained in logical thinking, or aren't trained on how to be able to sift through what is true and what isn't true, fact from fiction. And they sort of, because they don't have time in the day, even if they have that ability, not everyone has enough time in the day to go through all that information and find out what is true, what isn't true. So then they operate on heuristics and put in these nice little subcategories, and they think they have sort of things figured out and move forward. Jason Burmis and Jay Dyer have been doing a fantastic job. Jason Burmis, I think, opened up his Elon Musk counter argument by saying, I'm going to do something that you're not really hearing much about. And I know he's like, a lot of people aren't going to really support necessarily, but I'm going
and then
to
he gets to break out the Dennis Bushnell stuff on him.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go. 10,000 brain chips already walking around. Yeah. So it is. People need to hear that. People need to
even on the Alex Jones side, who are falling to the, maybe not as much the Trumper side, but they do fall into the heuristics of alternative media, which is whatever is cool talking point, from if it was Snake Venom a couple of weeks ago to, either Putin being a savior, or who knows, like this
5G causing COVID.
5G cause.
There's all sorts of stuff out there.
Let's ignore the whole history of disease in general. And when did the electrical grid come into effect? Because it's not even 5G. A lot of them will state the electrical grid is the cause of the extrication of bias through pleomorphic interactions of terrain. Don't even get me started. I'm not going to go down that road. I promise myself I wouldn't go down that road. Yeah, a lot of epistemological cartoons, and they are cartoons. So it's fun. I guess that's another form of entertainment, and the misery can be a form of entertainment, Peterson once said, and that we have to check ourselves against that and make sure that we go for actual facts. Because
or as the 20th century poet known as Ice Cube once said, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Bad for your health. I believe that's from his album called The Predator.
Okay, we need to go to a clip.
Do we have that video, LD?
Oh, no, not that clip. Oh, shit.
I don't think Ice Cube follows me on Twitter. We don't have to play his clips. Chuck D follows me on Twitter, but
there you go.
I'm more, Public Enemy. Let's fight the power. You know what time it is. Flavor Flav's got a clock on its neck. Of course I do. All right, so other things.
Push Shizzle, bro. I think I'm getting that all mixed up. I don't know anything about hip hop culture.
Oh yeah. Well, it's always time to learn.
No.
Now you don't have to go through it real time. You could have like the best of hip hop culture, like brought to you from the 90s and 80s. Start with like Grandmaster Flash, Melly Mel, all the pre-Run DMC type activity, and then you get into like some legit activity. And then you get to gangster rap in the early 90s. That's fascinating research right there.
It is. Jay Dyer actually did a bunch of research
on curse words.
And they were trying to give the British a run for their money. They're saying the British were the best at cursing, and then they said, no, we'll take it up a notch. So,
I mean, NWA, 2 Live Crew. I mean, there's a lot of research to be done there, Tom.
Yeah. Well, it's hijacked by, big corporate like Sony Productions and
it's just
other major reporting studios.
Eating other fish.
Dyer actually went into that, talking about how the hip hop movement was about like sort of an expression of cultural issues in the inner city that are legit, and then it was sort of hijacked by entertainment establishment, which is legit. I mean, that's obvious.
How they do it.
If you look at like, for example, like P. Diddy in the late 90s, like that dude
Beat
is
Street,
dirty, and like what the production company he set up, and how many people have lost their minds. Sorry, there's a lot of like a culture.
Movies.
Oh yeah, that I don't know.
Yeah,
I was
go
born
watch
in 86.
Beat Street, man. Breaking and Breaking 2. Those are the originals, and then it proliferated from there. So it went from like street culture to movies to pop culture to fashion, kind of reiterating the whole thing. And then they kind of morphed that into gangster rap. And, it's been trends ever since. Then they got auto-tune. They make anybody an album now.
Yeah. Everything's auto-tune and
it's deep capture in the culture.
Compression. Yeah.
That's all it is. Deep capture for culture. It's like they have a product. All right, so for intermission, we'll play part Jay Dyer, part Jason Burmis, both coming from InfoWars this past week, hour 4, with the strong co-hosting that they're out there representing for truth. Plus, they're trying to help AJ stay in business. You know, he's regardless of most people's opinion of him, people in the know have checked out his work probably for a long time. Well, Jones.
Oh, Alex Jones. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was Jay Dyer or something. Or Jason.
No, that Jay and Jason are both like there trying to help InfoWars.
Oh
stay in
yeah,
business.
they're trying to bring more vibe. Yeah, I mean, all of them. I give a shout out to that whole crew. I mean, what he's been trying to do. I'd like to believe Alex Jones is not. He's not invincible, obviously, but he has taken a fair number of punches right to the chin. And like my buddy said, you don't know what it's like to get punched in the face until you get punched in the face.
No, it's Mike Tyson. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face.
That's the plan, to get punched in the face. My buddy would say, and you don't know what it's like until you do, because he got punched in the face once. It's like, you have no idea. It's a whole different, really sort of kind of jostles you a little bit.
It's your brain box that they're hitting.
It's a brain box. Yeah. It causes you sort of like you have a sort of nerve reaction that you're not used to, having like your nerves cut off for a second and having that feeling of like complete disassociation and no control. So it's weird. It's very weird. So you think you're still in control. Yeah, you get hit in your knee, get hit, like you might lose the ability to use it, but you have like an immediate recognition of that. When you get punched in your face, you lose that recognition because you're losing like a sense of consciousness, even if it's for like a half a second. If you get punched right. And Joe Rogan's talked about this. So when he was doing a martial arts contest, he got hit in the chin, and he just, whole body just fell over. Like it's like all his whole nervous system just shut down, just fell down. It's like, you have no idea. I think he got roundhouse kicked or something too,
which is different than how Amber hit Johnny.
A little different.
Yeah. I mean, whether or not he's the wife beater, that remains to be seen from the trial. She's already admitted that she beats him. It's come up several times during the trial. So now by this time next year, everyone could be calling that white tank top undershirt a Johnny Depp. I don't know. We'll see what happens, see how it plays out. Evidence yet to be brought in on that. But that goes back to your point, Tony.
Yeah, the cultural dissolution and the dumbing down of everything. It is sadly entertaining after a hard day's work, I guess, to look at too. It's also the point that, here are rich, powerful people, not powerful, but rich people that are celebrities that a lot of people look up to. There's sociological and anthropological
now they'll
reasons
learn
as to
not
why
to
that
do
is.
that.
Hopefully,
now they're learning not to do that.
Or they'll still aspire to that because people
imitate
leader type celebrity mentality. That's the whole point. That's the whole thesis of Starsucker.
The fact that Johnny's never done drugs to party and it's only to escape his pain is fucking tragic, dude. So you don't want to trade positions with these people or emulate them in any way, shape, or form. They're like warning signs, just like politicians are warning signs. Compromise your integrity, you could end up down there in Washington.
It's a false sense of power that people think they get from it. So there's all this power dynamics. Anyways, it's a mess. People need a greater sense. Really, what it is, it goes back to a sense of meaning. People need a greater teleology, like a sense of purpose or meaning in their life. It doesn't come by.
They'd have to learn some definitions to get to the meanings.
And with that, we'll get some
and already
premise and dire definitions.
Let alone read
which
the dictionary.
Which Jay Dyer clip are you talking about? Is that on band.video?
It should be the first. This should be like, he didn't do 2 this week, did he?
No, I think he just did like
he did 1. It should be on the Alex Jones show. It should be like this week.
No, I got it here because I texted with Jay and Jason while they were on there. And technically, I think Jay Dyer is probably Jason Dyer. So I texted with Jason and Jason. Let me see where that is. Jay Dyer was Friday. And he's talking about Billington, Fire in the Minds of Men, a book that we've looked at past couple of months. And Burmis, I talked to him on Tuesday, May 3rd.
Oh, is it the C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien Exposed Illuminati? Because that's Jay Dyer.
Yeah, he does cover that in there. But
so that's the name of the clip, so he doesn't.
Yeah, probably.
So it's. I'll send it to you. LD in production.
The thing he didn't mention in that context was once he got into like the secret society aspect of it, C.S. Lewis and his space trilogy might not have fit in with the overall plan that they were rolling out and maybe even Aldous Huxley, because he wrote Island, which I don't think fits in with New World Order plans they're rolling out. JFK, Aldous Huxley, C.S. Lewis all died November 22nd, 1963. And two of those people at least were in secret societies.
Stop. Whoa.
November 22nd, 1963.
They all died November 22nd.
Aldous Huxley, C.S. Lewis, JFK.
You got to be fucking kidding me.
I talk about this all the time. I think I brought it up one time with Corbett, so now it's like a thing between.
Well, if I heard about it, I haven't. I must have forgotten about it.
Yeah. And C.S. Lewis, he was in like a Mithraic.
So there's no
society
connection.
In the Anthony Hopkins movie where he plays, I think, C.S. Lewis. There's like little boys that go to the roof and sing to the rising sun. And I was like, that's a Mithraic reference. And when you get into what's going on, like, so there's all this other stuff to that.
C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien. I mean, even Lewis, obviously, in his understanding of Christianity in a very sort of metaphorical way, as well as Tolkien's whole.
Yeah. Well, he was saying that the books go together.
Created.
So C.S.
Lion, the
Lewis
Witch, and the Wardrobe
is responding to Tolkien's writings.
No, that's true. But the way they superficially talk about. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say when Corbett was on here, he claimed that I was dressing like C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, and then he had Control Room bring up a picture of Tolkien. He's dressed like similar to what I was wearing. So, So let's. We got the Jay Dyer clip. We got the Jason Burmis clip. We'll do
on Elon Musk.
Jason double on Jason.
Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, just
Jason
Elon Musk
squared.
one. I have a couple there.
Intermission. Yeah. Elon Muskiness. Elon Musk sounds like a cologne. Where'd they get this dude's name from?
Yeah, it's a stinky Musk.
New at Macy's. Elon Musk, only for men. It's probably not it.
Taken from Elon's literal Musk.
Werner von Braun. Elon.
Yeah. This is Mars Musk.
Mars. I don't know. Maybe we're all on our way to Mars, and this is the movie they play on the way.
What did John McAfee say? He took DMT. He smoked DMT, and he's like, I'm still tripping from it after 80 years. So maybe we're all just on one elongated trip.
Yeah.
That's called life.
All right. So LD, you got those teed up?
Yep.
That's right.
These are coming from InfoWars. And thanks to Band.Video for purveying tonight's intermission. We're going to go to Jason Dyer, and Jason Burmis, and let's get our learning hats on. You might need to take some notes. You might need to add some stuff to your book cart because you might need to read some of the books that are going to be talked about. Let's check it out.
Hey, everybody. Jason Burmis here, sitting in for the fourth hour of the Alex Jones Show. And this broadcast is going to be, in my opinion, the epitome of why Infowars.com and Alex Jones is so damn important, because we are going to spend the majority, if not all of this hour, presenting a true contrarian viewpoint on, you guessed it, Elon Musk. Somebody who, at least in right-wing media and alternative media right now, has been erected as some type of savior. And I am here to warn you that the only person that is going to save you is you, and that we cannot invest in puppeted globalist billionaires, period. And if you don't think that Elon Musk is one of those billionaires, let's start here. Elon Musk gained a 600% wealth increase over the COVID-19 84 nightmare. You can check this out at moneytransfers.com. Now, to put that in perspective, other awesome people, other great billionaires that love us so much, also had huge increases. Jeff Bezos, he obviously loves you. Bill Gates, boy, does it get any more of a love fest. Warren Buffett, Larry Page, and Sergey Brin. Now think about that for a second. During this total and complete takeover of not only our elections, but our free speech and thought over the last 2+ years, a medical martial law tyranny being instituted. They allowed Musk to increase his wealth. And let us not forget that he was also espoused by the good people at Time Magazine as the person of the year in 2021. You know, the same magazine that proudly wrote an article how the election in 2020 was fortified by the good guys. Now, these are really only the beginnings of the things that we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about him pushing transhumanism, climate change, and yes, warfare in Russia and the Ukraine based in space-based weapon systems that he's partnered with DARPA on. Okay, let me repeat that. Partnered with DARPA on. You know, those good people at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Now, before we get into all of that, I will give the Muskernuts his due, because one of the reasons that people have fallen for this facade, in my opinion, is he's spoken truth on a plethora of issues. We may even have time to play, for instance, where Musk talks about overpopulation being a myth, which it is, and that this planet could handle many times the amounts of humans that are currently on the planet. He's telling you the truth there. He told you the truth about artificial intelligence and its dangers at one point. Absolutely did that. He's telling you the truth when he tells you you're being censored online. Absolutely. Okay? Absolutely 100%. But at the same time, he's not only being pushed by Time Magazine, he's being pushed by another transhumanist that we've played clips on this show of, and we're going to do so now. And that man is Dennis Bushnell. Dennis Bushnell, still the chief engineer over at NASA. He is a talking head for the Defense Department and beyond, and has been around pre-Apollo since the Gemini days. And although we've shown you this clip before, we're going to go back to 2011, because in this very, very long clip, we're not going to play all of it, this man talks about what? Instituting population control. Malthus 101 says the code word is sustainability, brags that they may genomically alter human beings. We've all seen the Muskernuts talking about mRNA technology and how it can change your genes and how you could turn somebody into a butterfly if you wanted to. A lot of echoes here. And maybe the most stark thing that was said by Bushnell in this is that they had already put 10,000 brain chips in humans. We're not talking cochlear implants. We're not talking retinal implants. We're talking about the real deal memory/super soldier type brain chips. And we're not only going to play this clip, but we're going to play a clip from 2018 where that number is no longer 10,000, as you can imagine. But in 2014, he told you how 40,000 people had these brain chips. And in 2018, we'll play it for you, 200,000 people with these type of brain chips. We're in 2022, and this man has written down a blueprint that was published in 2001 prior to 9/11 called Future Strategic Issues and Future Warfare circa 2025, where he lays it all on the line in a timeline of a transhumanist future nightmare of total surveillance and control. Okay? So let's start here. Let's play Dennis Bushnell talking about population control, which they may institute along the way, and Malthus 101. Remember, Malthusianism is the price of a life and goes right in line with these predator class globalists.
The code word is sustainability. The crashing of an ecosystem is due to population growth and the way we're now living, our standard of living. The estimates vary between 30 and 50% of a planet that we're currently short to sustain the standard of living and the current population, much less the population growth. As the Asians and their billions come up as they are at 9 to 11% growth rate to Western standards of living, we're going to be short 3 more planets, and they're not readily available. This will result in peak everything. This will result in standards of living plunging. There's a partial solution to this, and that is to switch to halophyte salt plants.
And by the way, this partial solution he espouses well over a decade, and yet it's never been instituted. And by the way, he says it's not a partial solution in other videos. No. It is actually a way to solve food, water, and energy. But you know what? That technology would empower the people, and we couldn't use code words like sustainability to enslave them, to control them, to put them on a carbon market system. And remember, Musker Du was the anointed one for his Tesla motors because, that's going to solve climate change. I'd also like to point out that Elon Musk was so happy to put together a new sustainable house. Sustainability, lower standards of living for you and me. You think the Musker Du is going to be in sustainable living? Well, if you believe the propaganda that they put out there about this guy, that he's just an average guy and he's helping he's couch surfing. Oh, yeah, Elon Musk doesn't even have a home right now. He's out couch surfing. He's Kato Kalin, apparently. He's in the guest house. Like, do you believe these things? Now, on the flip side of this, we are going to have to dive deep into how Elon Musk is helping to start World War III. The man is outwardly challenging Putin to single combat over the Ukraine and then getting in fights with members of Russian parliament while arming the Ukrainians with his Starlink satellites that are being used in drone warfare. This is total and complete insanity, and we must bring this to light. I watched the Tuxter last night. This is what he got wrong. He talked about the Democrats wanting to go to war, while Elon Musk says we will coup who we want to coup. We will be back on the other side at Infowars.com. That's why this is the place to donate. This is the place to support. So go to InfoWarsStore.com right now and make that purchase for free speech. And we are back. I am Jason Burmis, sitting in for the 4th hour of the Alex Jones Show. We're talking about Elon Musk and the other side of the story. Before we get into his involvement in the Russia-Ukraine situation, I want to play just a little bit more of Bushnell before he praises Musk for his work with human brain interfaces, aka microchips that have been developed for human use by the Defense Department, by DARPA, over the past several, and we're talking about 3, 4, 5, maybe more, decades. Okay? This is not new technology. This is what is known as procurement systems they develop with about 15 years, and then they house them for about 40 years and distribute them consumer-wise through what? Trojan horse civilian systems. And I will argue to you right now that Elon Musk and his front companies are those Trojan horse civilian systems. So let's go back to our good friend Dennis Bushnell for a moment. And he's going to explain to you once again that this is Malthus 101. Oh, well, who's going to be instituting the population control when he says we? Because it's certainly not going to be Jason Burmis. And I'm sure that the United States government's not just going to announce that they're going to institute population control, or the United Nations is going to announce that they're going to institute population control. So ask yourself, who is the we that Dennis is speaking of?
Well, this is Malthus 101. These innate ecosystem restrictions and shortfalls will necessarily shift world econometrics from a growth mantra to one of sustainability, with possible population control instigated along the way that changes everything.
Think about that. That changes everything. That changes everything. And you got people like Yuval Noah Harari walking around yapping about a post-human world. All right? This is their move. Make no mistake about it. And what I want to do right now is I want to bring up another clip right here of Bushnell praising Musk before talking about what? Weaponized satellite systems. Okay? And why are we going to play this clip? Because the weaponized satellite systems are now being utilized in Russia. Make no mistake about it. That is exactly what is going on right here. These Starlink systems are being used for drone strikes. And if Twitter wasn't down on the desktop right now, it appears they're having problems with the website. I wonder if it's some kind of a malicious attack. And of course, if it is, it'll probably be protesters of Elon Musk, making him even more of a folk hero for those looking for free speech when I don't trust him at all, posing with the Starlink. Well, maybe what you didn't know is that literally over the last, the last weekend, 2 weeks ago, they launched the spy satellites with SpaceX, the thing that's going to bring us to the moon and Mars. Oh, no. That's not for you. That's not for us. That's the Hollywood feel of humans in space travel. Okay? Instead, what SpaceX is doing, it's launching Falcon 9 rocket satellites and U.S. spy satellites, a.k.a. the Blackjack program from DARPA. Okay, here's another one over the summer. The Mandrake 2 satellites, part of that DARPA program. Okay? And, they tell you right out there that it is the Starlink for the military. Now, even if it was just Starlink, those are what is known as Trojan horse civilian systems. So is it a coincidence that Elon Musk is man of the year and he's made 600% of his wealth over the COVID-19 84 nightmare, and he's launching military satellites and being praised as a hero as we start a proxy war that may lead to World War III and says we'll coup who we want? I'm sorry, these are things that I just can't get over when he's telling you, you can have a brain chip put in your head at a robot kiosk in only 6 hours, and then you can listen to Taylor Swift in your brain. Wow. Awesome. Totally what I want. So here's Dennis Bushnell now talking about Elon Musk and his work with these human brain interfaces.
Humans are now becoming cyborgs. We have cochlear implants to hear, artificial retinas to see, artificial hearts to live, artificial limbs to move, artificial organs to function, and brain chips. There's a couple 100,000 people wandering around with brain chips now.
A couple 100,000 people wandering around with brain chips now. This is 4 years ago. That's what he's publicly stating. Is that in the news? Are we talking about that on any level? We're talking about super soldiers, the real deal. And every time super soldiers come up, people want to talk to me about China. Hey, get with the program. Post-World War II, United States black programs and underground bases like Area 51 that have helped push the alien mythos were not only involved in propulsion and energy systems, but genomically changing human beings, chimeras, transhumanism, reality. So, Dennis loves the Muskernuts.
Affects congenitally defective brains and increasingly affects memory and other things. DARPA's working on brain chips for super soldiers. And people are now working, thanks to Musk and other people, funding on direct machine-brain communications. It's not us versus them, us versus the machines. We're merging. And this is the human evolution of the humans. There is no more natural evolution of anything. People are convinced that the human evolution of everything is 10 million times faster than any natural evolution. And so this is just part of the human evolution of the humans, which will apply in a little bit when I talk about something else.
So let me just stop it right there before we get into the satellite systems on the flip side of this break. He's telling you evolution is over unless we're at the helm of it. And in his little document from 2001, what does it say? Well, it says that the bio-nano era will enter into 2020. And in 2020, billions of people were injected with DARPA bio-nanotechnology. Now, they don't know how long this is going to last. No, they don't. But they know at the end it's the virtual age. And the virtual age isn't just the metaverse. And it's not just you logging in to not go to work from your living room. Dennis Bushnell will tell you it is you uploading your consciousness to the machines, whether you like it or not. Let that sink in. And Musk is a huge part of that transhumanist movement. So on the other side, we're going to talk about World War III. We're going to talk about Elon Musk. We're going to talk about fake heroes and so much more at Infowars.com, where your donations and your support are needed now more than ever. So get to InfoWarsStore.com and we'll see you on the flip. And we are back. This is the Alex Jones Show. I am Jason Burmis, sitting in the fourth hour. And we're going to talk a little space warfare, because if you didn't know, right behind me on the screen, if you are an audio listener only, is a 1983 Time magazine cover. Now, again, Time loves to promote that propaganda. Mr. Man of the Year, Elon Musk. And at the time, they were pushing the Star Wars program, the strategic initiative, the initial weaponizing of space. Now, you could argue that really the beginning of that came with the first Russian satellite and DARPA's predecessor, ARPA. And at the same time as those were being born, so was NASA, and so was a thing called Born Classified that allowed black sites like Area 51 to come into fruition. I would advise people to please read the vast works of Annie Jacobson, currently working on a book that she says terrifies her. I have a funny feeling that it's really about transhumanism, and that's why it terrifies her, because she's talked about Area 51. She's talked about Operation Paperclip. She gets how this moves into what? The Pentagon's brain, a.k.a. DARPA. She's talked about that technology being utilized, beta tested, if you will, in Afghanistan and Iraq via 1st Platoon. Okay, so she's worth reading. But you know what? Infowars is worth supporting, because guys like Robert Bowman, who were a part of this strategic initiative of the Star Wars program, guess what? They came on Alex Jones and they told the truth and said that the program was absolutely successful and highly classified. Now, our good friend here, Dennis Bushnell, while speaking at Fire 2018, has already discussed space warfare and its reality. I know, Space Force is a big joke. It's really just an extension of what they had via the Air Force, right? That's where they're launching SpaceX out of Vandenberg, where the secret space programs have been taking place in large part, obviously in other areas as well. But here, he's going to be asked about weaponized satellite systems that the Russians have. And I want you to take note on what's said and how Dennis thinks it's hilarious when he answers the question.
Is the Russian satellites that are moving in unknown and unusual paths. In other words, satellites are no longer just satellites, but now they are moving around in unknown and unexplained patterns. Can you comment on that and the evolution you see of satellites with that similar technology?
And the second one is the Russians apparently have satellites up there that not described. They're moving in strange ways, and there may not be normal satellites, maybe doing something different. So what's that all about?
You see the huge smile on his face? You got to understand, part of Bushnell's job is to be a spokesperson for these technologies, okay, to empower the military-industrial complex, which he is a high-ranking bureaucrat. You see that big old smile? He's like, yeah, they're weapon systems, but I can't comment.
No comment.
Oh, come on now. Killer satellites? Are they? No. Okay, all right. Sorry, Ty.
What he didn't tell you is I'm the NASA rep to the National Intelligence Council, and so I got to be a little careful.
He's got to be a little careful. You understand? He works for the Defense Department. He is the military-industrial complex. He openly discusses how what NASA does, only 20% is space exploration. He's pushing the climate change agenda. Okay, he's pushing transhumanism, and he's pushing old Musker nuts. Now, to get back to the fact that these satellite systems, just the Starlink ones, forget about the Blackjack ones that are launched in the ride-along program, are being utilized in warfare. I want to go back to Tucker Carlson and his opening piece last night, which I thought was pretty good, right? He was talking about the true believers and Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff and the Democrats getting behind the Ukrainians because Russia ruined everything. Russia put Trump in office. Russia hacked our elections. Russia disinformation everywhere. Now, let me tell you right now, a guy like Adam Schiff knows that's all Johnny nonsense. And I would assume that Nancy Pelosi, even in her old age where she can barely walk and is kind of stumbling around her words, not so much Zombie J style. I mean, it's tough to get Joe Biden style at this point, but enough where you can tell she's aged. Maybe she's not as much in the loop, but they surely are not the true believers that Carlson talks about. However, their base is, I guarantee it. These up-and-coming congressmen and senators that have pledged their allegiance to the Democratic Party probably do buy into that, probably do want to get behind it. But ask yourself, what is the excuse of the vast majority of conservatives and Republicans that are behind it as well? Well, it's really simple. This is about the military-industrial complex arming the Ukrainians as a proxy to start these wars, which can escalate to any level. Okay? You got Putin and the crew openly talking about nuclear weapons, openly talking about perhaps launching them in European targets, going after those that would arm the Ukraine. Okay? While we're sitting here bragging about giving them $30+ billion, bragging that they're using our Sidewinder drones, bragging that that's not enough, that we have to give them ghost drones as well. Okay, all these things are happening, and let me tell you right now, something could happen in this country. Doesn't necessarily have to be Russia, right? Just like Assange isn't a Russian agent. Assange wasn't working with the Ruskies. Okay? A dirty bomb went off here. If a nuclear weapon, God forbid, went off here, if a chemical or biological attack happened in this country, Russian sympathizers, anyone? Russian terrorists working with Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the white supremacists? Any narrative is possible. Any narrative is possible. And by the way, all you folks of color out there, I want to let you know, you're not safe either. You're not safe either. Because whenever the narrative needs to fit beyond white supremacy, what does it go to? Oh, black extremist. Remember that one individual who tried to drive through the White House gates and was shot down? Who do they associate with him immediately? Black supremacy, black extremist, Louis Farrakhan. And now we have this shooter in New York City, okay? And if you look at his videos, what did they say? Black extremists, black supremacy. Also just happens to be that the guy was doing videos about 9/11 and questioning that event as well. Weird. And yet, with all the surveillance we have, all the real-time cameras, all the biometric devices that are set up all around New York City now, and that's a reality, what happens? The cameras malfunction. See, it's just so convenient every time that technology might, empower the people and hold those in charge accountable. We don't get it. We have to just, Epstein killed himself twice. Both times we didn't have camera footage. That first time he tried to kill himself, didn't do it, couldn't do it, but we don't have the tapes of that. And then the second time, when he was successful, we don't have the tapes of that either. And no one's even talking about Jean-Luc Brunel, who again was not only a close associate of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, but seemed to have those weird Israeli intelligence ties and was involved in the fashion industry and modeling and raping underage girls to the tune of Vice doing a special on it. Oh, he just hung himself as well. And nobody has any footage of it either. We're going to come back on the flip side. We're going to give Musk his due. We're actually going to play the clip where he exposes overpopulation as a myth because we want to be balanced here. Go to InfoWarsStore.com right now and support Alex. And we are back. Final segment of the Alex Jones Show.
Go ahead and
I
play
am
Jay
Jason
Dyer.
Burmis. I want to remind everybody.
We'll link to the whole thing in the notes for both of them.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm your guest host, Jay Dyer of Jay's Analysis. I discovered something really wild in the last couple of weeks, reading and doing some research that I thought, I woke up this morning and I had a dream about it, actually. And I don't typically do the fourth hour of the Alex Jones Show based on dreams and premonitions I have, but this time I had to because, if I did, it would be like crazy stuff, like how to fly or whatever. But no, today we're going to be talking about Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, because I realized through reading C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy, which is an overlooked dystopian story that has actually redemptive Christian themes. I think that's why it's overlooked, is that you can't have a Christian themed dystopia story nowadays. You got to have things that are really nihilistic and depressing. I think Brave New World and 1984 are great books, but they don't leave you with much hope. And the thing with C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy is that he brings in not just the spiritual warfare, satanic element of what we're undergoing in these days, but he also brings in the redemptive hope aspect of it. But before I get to that, I want to kind of rewind and understand where we are in the long term here, right? Remember, in the French Revolution, according to Dr. Quigley, there were different banking interests that had put money into a giant revolution in France that would reinstitute what they called Year Zero. So when we hear the term Great Reset, you should keep in mind that it really is the same basic plan going back to the French Revolution. The French revolutionaries wanted to instantiate an ideal, perfect republic based around pure reason. So the goddess Reason was exalted at this time. They didn't really believe in a goddess, but they thought that the goddess Reason symbolized the new order, the new global international order should be arranged around. And what this led to was a lot of frustration on the part of these insane, foaming at the mouth revolutionaries who, when they couldn't get society to operate on a perfectly mathematical, rational basis, why you have to kill everybody. Everybody that doesn't go along with it, off with their head. And this led to the creation of the Committee for Public Safety, which is estimated to have beheaded tens of thousands of people in the French Revolution. Now, the reason this is relevant today is because I was just reminded by my buddy Tristan when he was covering the book, Fire in the Minds of Men, which is by James Billington, who is kind of the historian of revolutionary thought. He was a Library of Congress historian. And in that book, he talks about how the revolutionary faith from the time of the French Revolution onward is a faith. It's a belief in the ability to perfect man, to overcome man, and to create a utopian society. And for the revolutionary, what always stands in the way of the perfect utopian society is the traditional ideas, conservative ideas, the ideas of God, the ideas of family. These things end up being stumbling blocks, in their view, to the creation of the utopia. So they locate evil within the created order. Evil is always some existing thing like a family or a government, as if evil itself had existence, as if it was something over there and not a moral problem. So first of all, revolutionaries have what we could call a Pelagian view, that they don't think they think that you can perfect man or you can fix man through external means. They don't understand that man's problem is his own fallen heart, his own passions, his own desires. It's not something out there in the world. There's evil people, but evil people aren't evil in themselves. But you have this sort of Gnostic idea amongst revolutionaries that the overcoming and creating of a utopia requires the destruction of everything that came before. And that's something that the French revolutionaries were adamant about. Now you're gonna be blown away when we get to the Lewis and Tolkien part, because I was blown away this last week or so reading this, and it just occurred to me, it finally coalesced, like what Lewis and Tolkien were writing about. And I'd actually done an episode of my TV show from a few years ago. I had a TV show where we decoded movies, and we did 2 episodes on Lord of the Rings, and I thought at that time, well, it's a warning about technocracy, but it's way more than that, and I didn't even realize that back at the time. And I went and watched a bunch of professors and different people doing lectures on Tolkien and Lewis, and even those guys couldn't figure out what these books are really about. But if you read the Space Trilogy and if you read Tolkien together, his trilogy, they're actually meant to be kind of parallel. And I'll prove that to you here in a little bit, but you're going to see the continuity. This is not crazy. I mean, it may sound a little out there, but I'm going to show you that C.S. Lewis and Tolkien were saying the exact same thing as Alex Jones, believe it or not. I'm not joking. You will learn that they were literally Alex Jones fans. They were saying the exact same things that Alex is telling you. So why am I talking about this? Because how do we wake people up? How do we get people to understand what's going on? Everybody has seen Tolkien. Everybody has seen Lord of the Rings. Most people are familiar with Narnia. Not many people are familiar with C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy, which is actually more sophisticated, more powerful and insightful than Narnia. But the Space Trilogy is about Tolkien. Did you know that the main character, Ransom, is Tolkien? Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But going back to the revolutionary ethos, the idea of the revolutionaries was to create the new society. Everything had to be destroyed that came before. And so they came up with the idea of a new calendar, right, with no Christian holidays, no Christmas, none of that stuff. It's got to be all new rationalist science man holidays. And they just made up stuff. Thermidor, right, which made up nonsense. Oh, we're going to celebrate Thermidor. We're going to celebrate Science Day. And all of it was just to replace and give people another version of what they had before, but what taught the revolutionary faith. And so they had to get rid of all the history, and they called it Year Zero. The idea of bulldozing and getting rid of all the past is fundamental to the revolutionary ethos. That's why you see the left and people doing this kind of stuff really hardcore in the last several years. They're not doing anything new. This is what every radical Jacobin Illuminist revolutionary regime has done. You have to erase history. And it's always erected around the notion of an oppressor-oppressed mythology that might have some truth. I mean, there's always been tyrannical, oppressive governments. But the problem is that they will act like if we can just destroy everybody that came before and everything that came before, then we can finally erect what we're after. But they never come to think or to consider that maybe their revolutionary philosophy itself is the problem. Maybe they're the ones that are evil and satanic. Saul Alinsky dedicates his revolutionary strategies book to Satan. And they think that they're on this revolutionary banner to create this great society that will be egalitarian. It'll be everything will be free, and it'll be great. And it always ends in mass death. Why? Well, number one, because they're under delusion. They don't really have a grasp on reality. Number two, they are so idealistic and married to their own delusions that they really think they can stamp into the world their perfect, idealistic sort of Hegelian thing, right? They think they can make it manifest. And that's why when they find out that people oppose them, they immediately just go nuts and feel like they have to kill their opponents, because the existence of people that don't go along with their program calls their program into question. It means that maybe they're not right, and they can't handle that. That's why so many people are turning to going nuts now. They're going crazy. They want to kill the conservatives. They want to put us in camps, all this kind of stuff, because they know that deep down they might be evil and they might be wrong. And so they have to double down. They have to keep doubling down like an Ouroboros eating themselves, right? Self-destruction. They literally want self-destruction. Don't go anywhere.
And we've been getting a lot of crypto donations, which is keeping us on air. Want to salute all those. You know who you are. They've been giving the donation. Remember, Bitcoin, where coming out.
Ideas, centuries, revolutionary ethos from the French Revolution. And I was telling you about how they had these ideas of perfect egalitarianism, perfect enforced equalitarianism. We'll make everybody, in a literal sense, equal. Everybody will be part of this giant blob. And that's why they were collectivists in the French Revolution. And this is precisely where you've heard, I'm sure, of Adam Weishaupt and his philosophy. Well, Weishaupt's Illuminism was communism. And he had been influenced by a lot of medieval communistic style movements to create the perfect society. And although it was not very popular at the time, there were a lot of secret societies that had sort of jumped on board with this at the time of the French Revolution. And over time, this spread. And the same forces, the same ideas behind the French Revolutionary attempt to create the Great Reset, Year Zero, perfect society, did the exact same thing in the Bolshevik Revolution. And if you have read Billington, you know that he talks about how the journalists. I had a grad class on this. I had totally forgotten this, but the journalists in the French Revolution back at that time, they were the ones who were the new moral fact checkers, the new moral preachers. Now that the church had been replaced, the journalists had the ability at that time to get people executed. If the journalist did an expose on you back at the time of the French Revolution, right? If Lord Babouf was too fat, then he wasn't a man of the people because he was bourgeoisie. You see, he was overweight. So he's not really a revolutionary, even though he pretended to be. Off with his head. And they gave the journalists the ability to dictate the morality and sentence people to death for not being a true part of the revolution. I can't believe I've forgotten that, because that's exactly what is going on Twitter. I mean, thank God now Elon has bought Twitter and things seem to be changing there. But typically speaking, the mainstream journalist is no different in his role, or him, there's role, than it was back at the time of the French Revolution. And I can believe I've forgotten that was so important. So shout out to Tristan for reminding me of that. And when it doesn't occur, what do? Well, they just repackage and redo the revolution a few years later. And they'll do it in another country. It's the exact same model. They do the exact same thing. It's a scientific technique of revolution. And they did the same thing in the Bolshevik Revolution. So when the Bolsheviks did this in Russia, and they were funded by the elites in the West, by the way, they just did the exact same model, destroy everything that came before, raise it to the ground. And people like journalists, right, and fiery people in the salons and whatnot, just like in France, like they stoke the fires of revolution. And anybody who wasn't up to date with the latest orthodoxy that week, it would literally change, was also subject to the revolutionary purging. And that's why Alex is always correct to point out that the first people that are going to be axed in this great reset are the people who serve the system. It's just a fundamental ignorance of history to not know that that's what revolutionaries have always done. They always, because they're not really about the revolution. They are always tools of money power, industrial power, always, or foreign powers. All revolutions in the modern world in the last 1500 or last 500 years since the 1500s, all of those revolutions are essentially funded and used by some offshore power or some bigger power block or some foreign entity or some bank or some private industry. Even the great analyst and historian Oswald Spengler said there's never been a socialist revolution which was not the tool of the money power. And I don't agree with everything that Spengler said, but he was a, wise sage, you could say, in terms of history and analysis. Spengler knew that. I think he himself had some kind of like a Prussian socialist view. So even he, who, had apparently bought into this to a degree. So socialism and revolutionary communism, all of the isms, it doesn't really matter. They're all really the same kind of thing. Fabian socialism, Marxism, they all have the same modus operandi of raising to the ground everything that came before. And they're impelled by ultimately a satanic ethos. And even though they may not believe in Satan, they actually typically will say, Satan is our symbol. Think about George Bernard Shaw, these different people, the Fabian socialists, and Bertrand Russell was amongst the Fabian socialists for a while with H.G. Wells. And they have this liberal veneer. But really, deep down, they are controlled by people like the Royal Society. That's how the Fabian Social Society worked. It was the fake left arm of the real Illuminati. And by the real Illuminati, I'm speaking of the same powers and forces that were the money influence behind the French Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution. The same old families, the same black nobility, the same British royalty, the same banking elites, the same industrial elites. The exact same people today are not literally the same people. They're not vampires. Like, they're not literally living through the century, but the same ideology in these elite families, in these groups that vehemently believe that in order to erect the perfect society, they must kill most people. And why would that seem strange or hard to believe if you've had any basic history, if you know anything about the history of regimes, especially the communist socialist regimes, which believed, like Plato's Republic, the Republic is a communistic style society, they believe that you have to cull the population at regular intervals, right? It's like you gotta weed the garden. That's how they view it. And the same idea is combined with technocracy, which also comes out of ancient Greek philosophy, that comes out of Plato's Republic. So when you combine technocracy with this, you get a dangerous mixture of the idea that, well, the previous revolutions didn't work because, number one, humans are fallible. They make free will decisions. They have these false ideas like love and family values or whatever, Christianity, God's existence. If we could just erase all of that and then bring in the technocracy, that will be the key to the utopia. And so it's a faith. That's why Billington calls it a revolutionary faith, that they will be able to set up a perfect utopia if they can overcome man. Man is the problem, according to these people. Humanity is the problem. What does the first global revolution book say from the Club of Rome? We have come up with the idea that humans are the problem and pollution is our new global threat. They even say we just came up with it. So I mean, there is such a thing as pollution, obviously, but pollution is not the great global threat. They just chose a great global threat. These vast corporate elite interests chose this because they are committed to this belief that mankind must be wiped out and overcome. And people call that crazy. They say it's hard to believe, even though Noah Yuval, Novocaine, Euthyphro Ferrari, whatever his name is, even though he's up there literally saying this in countless clips and lectures. I've shared it all across Twitter and everything. That there is no free will. You will be destroyed. You must be overcome. Humanity must be hacked. Humanity must become a giant matrix blob, Borg blob. He says all these things constantly. And he's Klaus's understudy. So while reading all these global elite books, reading all this Great Reset stuff, and remember, a lot of these people come out of the Royal Society. They come out of the Oxford, Cambridge circles, the Cliveden set, the Astors. Those people are a big part of this, according to Quigley. And separate from that, I mean, I knew that Lewis and Tolkien had been in some of those circles. They knew some of these people. They've been writing about these things to a degree. But when I read the Space Trilogy, I could not believe the precision with which the artistic power of Lewis literally predicts the future. I mean, he was writing about the technocracy, transhumanism, and all of this being satanic, Luciferianism, the control left-right dialectic. He calls it an international conspiracy by the National Institute for Coordinated Experiments, NICE, NICE, that he's making a joke that they call themselves NICE. He's talking about Tavistock and the scientific Illuminist elite. He's talking about the real scientism-based Illuminati. I'm not joking. That Hideous Strength, the third installment of the space trilogy, calls it that. But he has a hero in the book who is a professor and a linguist who exposes this to the entire world. His name is Ransom. He's the hero of the first two, and then he plays a significant role as a hero in the third one. Guess who Ransom is based on? Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm your guest host, Jay Dyer. Jay's Analysis, also of the YouTube channel, Jay Dyer. If you like this discussion, by the way, I have lengthy lectures through these works. We've been going through the C.S. Lewis Space Trilogy, and I'm about done with that. We'll post the second lecture for the subscribers. But I get into a lot of this over on my YouTube channel, which I just hit 90, almost right at 90. So I'm trying to work up to 100,000. I know we're not big fans of YouTube, but definitely you can still reach people through that platform if you can filter them over from YouTube to better platforms such as this one here. Or I also have a lot of content over on my Rockfin channel. By the way, I'll be having a good discussion with Eddie Bravo over on Rockfin pretty soon too. So that'll be a lot of fun. Now, we were talking about the predictive elements of Lewis and Tolkien, and they knew about this conspiracy. That's what.
All right, so we had a fascinating intermission. We got through part of Jay Dyer, part of Jason Burmis. We'll have the entire clips in the notes for this episode if you guys want to see the entirety, because Jason still had a lot to unfold on Elon Musk, and Jay Dyer was just getting into it with C.S. Lewis and Tolkien. But you get that you got to go check out the Space Trilogy, and probably check out Jay's Rockfin to get the more in-depth analysis, as is part of his witty repartee on such topics. All right, Tony, the things that we got after intermission. Do we want to go to the John Bounds and the Greg Reese's
I
type
didn't put myself on camera. So I pulled out Critique and Crisis. I was going to read a section, but I'll save it because there's exactly what Jay Dyer was talking about in regards to the moral predilection of the revolutionaries. It's covered in depth. I have a couple things highlighted here.
Yeah, it's an excellent book on it. I have that.
So
copy
I'll
over here
save
too.
it for the town hall if people are interested. I also pulled out obviously the Perfectibilist, Terry Melanson. I have a bunch of note cards and old highlights in here, but it basically is recapitulating the same remarks just from,
Different sources.
Just from different sources. Just the idea of wanting to recreate human society, humanity itself in their own image. And so that was
that was when he first said
idea.
that. Like, he did say Fabian socialism there toward the end, but the Fabian socialists logos were the wolf in sheep's clothing and the man reshaping the world. There's a stained glass of them pounding the world into their image. It's like, that tells you who they are. I don't see why people have such a hard time. It's like, there's this group of people, here's their symbolism, and here's what they do. What's so hard to understand about it? But
it's
small group of people understand that, and large group of people keep getting the bread and circus.
It's more of the intellectual or the philosophical arguments they put forward, at least for the intellectual side of it, that gets either people confused or dresses up the rhetoric in something that can galvanize the inherent utopic sort of ideals that are always romantically sort of kindled inside the human spirit, especially when we're younger. And so there's a lot more to it from the realm of human philosophy and psychology. Like, it's easy to look at it if you have a good moral sense, regardless of you're religious or not, or, just the belief in the family and the importance of protecting your family and, your love for your friends and family and so forth. Like a simple, like straightforward, but sort of implicit moral sense. Yeah, it's easy to sort of pick up on, but for those that can get swayed by it, there are some sophisticated arguments around it that are wrong. But that's why I do appreciate Jay's Jay's
you said it. That's why you appreciate Jay's analysis. Go ahead, say
there.
it.
Not with everything. There's a lot I disagree with him, particularly on with Plato and the ancient mysteries and stuff. Like there's no connection between Plato.
Well, then
and
you should debate
transhumanism.
him, dude. He's always debating people.
No, I
Good
know.
practice.
I've seen his debates with people, and like this gets it's kind of a joke. It's almost like it's a form. I appreciate his work. Otherwise,
he has a good sense of humor too.
He knows. Yeah, I'll give him that. Anyways, for the follow up, I'm actually right now giving him props, so I don't want to debate him on Plato necessarily right now, because it'll just end in he'll interpret Plato one way, which will be the explicit way, and I'll interpret Plato as I have been, sort of with the implicit, sort of metaphorical, contextual way. And so it's like trying to parse out the symbolism and the meaning behind.
So it's not either
the
or. It's
allegory.
also and. Listen to both and make up your own decision.
Yeah, that's basically what we're coming out at. That's why like there's a lot wouldn't be gained from it necessarily, except for those that there's multiple ways in which you can sort of hermeneutically now analyze these very complex symbolic texts and decipher what they may or may not mean. So that's sort of the problem associated there. He does give some props to sort of Platonic theories and metaphysics, though, and as it relates to Orthodox, since he's an Orthodox Catholic, because there's a definite overlap between the two metaphysically. Anyways, I'm not going down there. The point is, if people are interested, I'll critique and Christ's perspective. We'll cover that a little bit. I have a bunch of stuff highlighted during
Grand
the town
Theft
hall.
World members town hall Tuesday night.
And this is the on week, not the off week.
This
So
is the
lights-
on week. It's going on this week.
Yeah, light switch is flipped on for this week. Okay, so with getting to
John Bound and Reese's Pieces. Reese's reports in pieces.
yeah,
each
so
week.
here we got a lot. So we got John Bound, Nero 2.0, just drawing parallels with the idea of the fall of the Roman Empire with today's fall, crisis.
Are we at the
with-
Caligula point? Oh, that's what Hunter's laptop was. Sorry.
Yeah, we're kind of beyond. It's sort of
Already beyond it.
It's
We're
a little bit
beyond
of like the Time Wave Zero combined
America
with
beyond Hunter's laptop.
There was actually 3 videos that are kind of bringing us back to Russia and Ukraine, and we heard Burmis, both of them probably reference it a couple of times. Burmis, actually. They did it again, Paul Joseph Watson short clip, the Obama Revolution and Peace and Justice. I had them sort of lined up as 3 pieces to play back to back. They're about 4 minutes each. I thought they were pretty good. I thought they were all thematically succinct and corresponded to one another. Might be worth playing those 3 in succession. That'd be about 12 minutes. That's a little long. Then there's like John Bound. Let me look up what he had this week. He only had a couple this week. He usually has a lot. So we had Nero 2.0. I think it was just it. That's all I have for John Bound this week. Okay. Or bad. Yeah.
Is there any McBrains? He's been producing lately too.
I know I forgot to. I usually check him out, but I definitely.
That's all
forgot.
right. We're gonna get better about our organization and have
Well,
like
he's
some
the only
team
one I'm-
captains that watch certain influencers so we can get the right pieces from the puzzle during the weeks. It's hard to keep an eye. It's like
He had proof conspiracy theories for right all along. That was Darren McBreen this I think talking about Fauci. Conveniently, it's the full length of the video is 3 minutes and 22 seconds. If I were to highlight any, I would highlight the 2 Greg Reese and the Paul Joseph Watson. We can skip Paul PJW one, but that was funny. That was kind of making fun of the Ghost of Kiev and some of the recent revelations around that. But that's sort of superfluous. But the Obama Revolution and Peace and Justice, Peace, Love, and Justice, which is kind of a nice message from Greg Reese. Sort of gives, I don't know, a sense of, I don't know if hope's the right word, but stand your ground. So otherwise, if we're looking for other stuff,
no, let's go to the InfoWars mini movies of the week. It's kind of how I say
that's what they are.
So the Bound report and the 2 Greg Reese reports, did I get that right?
I would say do the PJW. So basically the first 3 of the Ukraine and Russia. I'll highlight them here for you. Because they're all consistent. They're all connect to one another.
It's a long and distinguished show card we've got tonight. It's a good thing we've got Control F to search and not have to scroll.
Function.
It's magically searchlicious. That'd be a good search engine. Who's got searchlicious? Searchlicious.
That's a 3 in the morning, 3:20 in
It
the
is.
morning.
It is. It was a 3:22 a.m. in the morning idea. That one was.
It's interesting. We already showed Jason Burns. Bill Gates has a Jeffrey Epstein problem, but no one is talking in reality.
Well, that's known right there.
Yeah. And there was this mega. Well, I guess Christy Lee talked about it, but having the Johnson and Johnson heirs get up on stage with them at the Pennsylvania rally, not a good look there. Trump people. Oh, honorable mentions. Let me just put it on. Nope. Is that, you guys seen the show?
If Trump had a cocaine company, he would market it as Trump Bumps and sponsor the Johnny Depp trial.
That's pretty funny. Huh? Trump.
That's 3:34 or 3:24 a.m. humor.
So
Right.
honorable mentions. It's a good interview with Geert Vandenbosch by Del Bigtree. Also, the Jeffrey Jackson report was extremely detailed and voluminous this week. Worth checking
And
out.
that's a shame because it was like one of the best weeks for the High Wire. And
Yeah, it's one of the best episodes they've had produced in a long time. They're always high production, but this was nearly a 3-hour episode, or that was nearly a 3-hour episode. So
Catch the High Wire Thursdays or catch the replay.
that
That's
was
the answer.
worthwhile. And otherwise, I think we had kind of hit most of the stuff. The big news, we kind of commented on the Roe v. Wade and the Amber Heard trial and just
Shit be
dumb
going
stuff.
on.
Yeah,
That's the summary.
the
for
culture
that.
stuff, the culture. Tucker, this is the road to chaos and collapse. That was interesting. Jen Psaki, it's just the gender. So it's the same cultural Marxist postmodernist thing. Anyways, go ahead, LD. I think this will cover the.
Yeah, we'll
gamut.
play these clips when we come back. We'll thank everybody, and then we'll play a little JP or something at the end. That's the plan going out. We're gonna
Alrighty.
egress as well as ingress.
The ghost of Kiev, the claim that a crack Ukrainian fighter pilot had shot down dozens of Russian fighter jets. Widely acknowledged to be a hoax when it first circulated back at the end of February. But over the weekend, the legacy media tried to resurrect it again. And there you were thinking Adam Kissinger falling for a Photoshop meme of Sam Hyde would have put the story to bed. Or the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense tweeting out a video it claimed to show the ghost of Kiev, yet which was swiftly revealed to be from a flight simulator, would have discredited it for good. But they're so desperate to manufacture phony narratives surrounding this conflict, it just refused to lie down. And now it's back. Kiev Post. Identity of legendary Ukrainian pilot Ghost of Kiev revealed by Ukrainian media. Major Stapan Tarabalka, 29, was killed defending Ukraine's sites on March 13th. London Times. Ghost of Kiev dies in battle after shooting down 40 Russian aircraft. But even as dozens of legacy media outlets were once again pushing the Ghost of Kiev hoax, the Ukrainian military itself confirmed the story to be manufactured. The information about the death of the Ghost of Kiev is incorrect. The Ghost of Kiev is alive. It embodies the collective spirit of the highly qualified pilots of the Tactical Aviation Brigade who are successfully defending Kiev and the region. In other words, it's a unifying propaganda myth. Tarabalka's death was reported on back in March. There was no mention then of the Ghost of Kiev or any confirmation of his kill count. Not to mention the complete impossibility of one person shooting down 40 different fighter jets. But that didn't stop him. New York Post, Ghost of Kiev killed in battle, identity revealed. 2 days later, New York Post, heroic Ghost of Kiev fighter doesn't actually exist, Ukraine admits. Whoops. I don't care if it's fake, it's the message that counts. The BBC subsequently admitted, quote, but now the Ukraine Air Force commanders warned on Facebook that the Ghost of Kiev is a superhero legend whose character was created by Ukrainians. The Ghost of Kiev was a collective image of pilots of the Air Force's 40th Tactical Aviation Brigade who defend the sky over the capital rather than a single man's combat record. Ukrainian military historian Mikhail Zyrahov described the Ghost of Kiev story as, quote, propaganda for raising morale. And while admitting that the whole thing was propaganda, deliberate disinformation, what headline did the BBC choose to run with? How Ukraine's Ghost of Kiev legendary pilot was born. He doesn't even exist. So the entire thing was fabricated from the start Yet the media's still pushing it 2 months later. The story's gone viral on social media multiple times. And where are the fact checkers? As Chris Menahan writes, quote, "Not one single news outlet which ran with this hoax will get banned from social media or algorithmically censored by Google for spreading it. No one will be downrated by NewsGuard, no one will be demonetized, and no one will lose their PayPal account or credit card processor. Such treatment is reserved only for those who tell the truth." Where's Biden's new disinformation czar? Where are all the online disinformation experts? I'll tell you where. AWOL. Because when the disinformation benefits the regime, it not only goes unchecked, they relentlessly amplify it. Disinformation? It's okay when we do it.
Back in 2008, while the masses flocked to Obama to save them from Dick Cheney, those waking up to the American nightmare could clearly see how he was a puppet to Wall Street and the big banks, and also to the military-industrial complex. Their profits soared as the anti-war movement disappeared. Obama even had an American citizen killed with a drone strike while eating dinner. Obama loved Predator drones, and he normalized the unending war.
I have 2 words for you: Predator drones. You will never see it coming. You think I'm joking?
At first, Obama was not threatened by the election of Donald Trump. He had the all-powerful media on his side.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
But that didn't last.
If we fall for
Trump got elected, and Obama helped lead a massive attack against him with the entire establishment, mainstream media, and loyal Democrats. And by the time the 2020 election was stolen right before our eyes, there was no doubt that Joe Biden was a puppet. But whose puppet?
I think it's no surprise to know that it's not just Obama, but it's the whole Obama-Clinton machine that has been in power for a long time and continues to pull the strings behind the curtain in the Biden administration. But when we're talking about this Ministry of Truth, Will, what's even more disturbing than the fact that you have all these Democrats who are supporting it is that there are powerful Republicans who are supporting it as well.
Obama and Clinton are puppets, along with at least 99% of all the Democrats and Republicans in Congress. And it's not even a government anymore. It's a criminal cabal made up of several crime families and corporations that see the people as a commodity. And now, while being exposed for some of the biggest crimes in American history, they are stealing every last penny from the American people, creating a worldwide famine, and provoking a war with a country that is showing off ways they can nuke we the people into oblivion. In Germany, hundreds of thousands of people are demanding that their government stop sending weapons to Ukraine and urging them to move towards a peaceful resolution. While in America, it seems as if everyone is just going about their business, waiting for the next election, as if it's just a series on Netflix we are watching. But if we sit and do nothing, as we watch them start a nuclear war, are we innocent? The U.S. government is training Ukrainian soldiers in Germany and supplying Ukraine with hundreds of newly declassified suicide drones. The liars and thieves inhabiting the U.S. government are starting this war for their own puppet masters. But they are no one special, just old money with centuries of fraud. And we outnumber them 10,000 to 1, conservatively. They are not going to stop. And now that they are being exposed, it's just going to get worse. And so, wouldn't it be beautiful if we the people can stand up for what's right and stop World War III? Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. The letter from Albert Pike regarding the Illuminati plan for 3 world wars is largely considered a hoax due to the use of the word Nazism in a letter dated 1871. But it is interesting to note the desired outcome of this alleged plan. According to the letter, the Third War officially started on 9/11 and was intended to leave the people in a state of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion. They will then use nihilists, atheists, and revolutionaries to create a cataclysm of social turmoil. And they will do this in order to force the people into exterminating the destroyers of civilization. According to this letter, this bloodbath would result in the destruction of both Christianity and atheism and lead to the pure doctrine of Lucifer as the new world religion. And it does appear as if this is happening now, as if the powers that be are pushing the people into a desperate corner, as if their main goal is to create mass chaos and violence. But they've been doing this all by decree, because they have no authority over God or the U.S. Constitution. And so they'd be thrilled if we burn it all down for them, proving we are inferior savages in need of governance. They thought they'd have that on January 6th, but the people were there for peace, love, and justice, not a revolution. We don't need one. We already have our Declaration of Independence. But without justice, the death cult remains free and continues on its path to kill us all. They are going to shut us down again, but this time the United Nations will be in charge. Our government is giving them that authority at the end of this month, just in time for the next international health crisis. And with the leaked Supreme Court memo on Roe v. Wade, they can launch endless organized riots on us while we remain locked in our homes. Round 2 is coming, and this time with food shortages and the crashing dollar. But it doesn't have to be like this. Their authority is the biggest psyop ever. You are not their slave unless you choose to be. They are convincing you to do this to yourself. When they demanded that everyone wear a mask in 2020, the majority of us could have said no, demanded justice, and the true renaissance would have then begun. The 2020 lockdown was a beta test to gauge how compliant the population was, and we failed. But we will soon have another chance, and 2020 was also a wake-up call for millions of Americans and millions worldwide who previously had no idea how corrupt our governments had become. So now we are many, and we must all prepare for the next lockdown. And we must remember that we are not savages, sheep, or slaves. We are human beings with free will. And as lawful Americans, it is our responsibility to apprehend these traitors, exact justice, and restore the Republic. But first, we must simply say no. Say no to the masks. Say no to sheltering in place. Say no to vaccine passports. Say no to shutting down your business or your church. And if the police come to shut you down, make them commit treason. The law of the land is already in the hands of the people. All we have to do is wake up and take it back together. Peace, love, and justice is ours, if we want it. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
Good reporting by Reese. I'm that World War III Pike letter is pretty specious, though.
Oh yeah.
Good to draw inspiration from it, but I think it's a pretty recent concoction, and it's like they do this a lot in history, so it's a good example. There are documents that reflect things that are ongoing, and then they're wrongfully attributed in order to get mass circulation.
Yeah.
And report from Iron Mountain, a whole bunch of different protocols of Zion. There's a lot of interesting research into these documents, and like the protocols of Zion is a counterfeit because there was an actual document but the document that circulates is not that document. So it's like there, in order to be a counterfeit, there had to be something original that it is not, right? It is different from in various aspects, right? So there's a lot of interesting, when you get into researching, you can't just accept because, it says 1871. One of my favorite memes is like Abraham Lincoln said, watch out for whatever the current thing is, it's like, you can't believe everything you read on the internet. Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, there's sort of like a hero
anachronisms.
mythos. Yeah, anachronisms. Yeah.
Right. Anachronisms, things out of time.
Out of time, out of place, out of time.
Yeah. I forgot to ask Jeremy about if he went to the MIT Time Traveler Convention. Because there was only one. It's a time traveler convention. So there was only one. I think it was like 2007 at MIT. Maybe next week I'll wear the t-shirt. We'll see. I got to go there first. Get it. It's a time machine joke.
It's still believing in that young time travel. So yeah, there's I agree. I mean, and to be fair to Grease, he sort of mentions it obviously as being a hoax. The problem with those types of documents, one, to gain notoriety, but the other problem is like there's a lot of like general principles that repeat themselves, so it's easy to draw parallels. And then,
Pike did say like that Lucifer quote that's in his Morals and Dogma.
Sure, Morals and Dogma, but that Lucifer is the light bringer. He it's the morning star. It's Venus. Like it's this idea of it being like. I
don't think it's that far from what Saul Alinsky was trying to point toward, or that Walter Cronkite said he sat at the right hand of. I don't know that it's that much different. I don't necessarily think it's a caricature. I think maybe they mean what they say.
Yeah, I mean it's deciphering what they mean by Lucifer. I don't agree. I don't know. That's a tough one. First of all, I'm not at all
bringer of light, bringer of knowledge. That's all good stuff. Learning is great. And to Pike's credit, at the end of that Morals and Dogma book, he says the royal secret of the Sublime Prince is the lessons of Pythagoras, and it's basically the trivium.
Yeah, you got it. The quadrivium to be in that capacity, but it relates to the trivium. So Pythagoras is quadrivium, but still it relates to the ancient.
Some lost tools of learning.
Yeah, it relates to the mystery schools, and the mystery schools had this idea that there's.
Well, Pythagoras had a mystery school, yeah, for sure.
He did. That's correct. So, but anyways,
yeah, we could talk about that till next.
That's what gets me going for 7 hours on town halls, and it's like 3:30 in the morning. So.
Oh yeah. Plus, you got other intellectual people on there that are smart enough to take the conversation forward, whether you want to take it there or not.
Well, they
got their own intellectual momentum, like a bunch of smart people on a call is what that is. And always pleasantly impressed to hear the high intellectual acumen of the subscribers who participate, not just listen to the podcast, but like take it to the next step. Very impressive bunch of individuals thinking for themselves. Not everyone agrees. It's definitely not an echo chamber.
No, that's for sure.
All right, so LD, aside from the fantastic members of Grand Theft World, who else do we have to thank for tonight's gala and festivities?
Yeah, last chance for the Rockfin tippers, but big thanks to Dave L. He donated $10 for Tony to hate the Rockfin chat a little less, but Steve Fearnow, thank you, Steve. Zach Boyles, he had a little comment. The leaders of the left were all assassinated and jailed in the 60s. Public-private sponsors moved in to adopt their movement and misled them. CIA, Gladio, crush, or frame economic left, showing alternatives, and guide U.S. left into idiocracy. Now that same public-private glob is framing right groups in a similar way.
Yeah, like the SDS and whatnot, those types of radical organizations. NGOs are heavy.
So the same coterie of people who would go after JFK, RFK, MLK, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, all the way up through, would go after a Julian Assange type character as well. It's not just like one side, but that was a dominant side, and they wanted to take it over. the people in control wanted to have, like, they wanted to be the party of the people of color. And historically, Democrats were the ones who owned people of color. So they've
Correct.
always had an interest in people of color, to be
the
sure.
irony was the Republicans were
You want to look at
supportive
institutionalized racism in
freedom
America,
and
look
end of
at
slavery.
August Belmont, the Rothschild agent in America who funded Confederate activities and was the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you. That was good.
Yeah. Thanks to Ian Henderson. Thanks to Mr. Garrison. Again, thank you, Nicholas Biscotti, Thomas Hutchinson, and Vervain Verve. And that about covers it. Let's see. You want to talk about Grand Theft
we didn't
World?
play your Float Fest video. You and McMillan were at Float Fest.
Oh, you want me to bring that up?
Yeah, might as well.
I could, yeah, give me a sec.
It's only a couple minutes, and Chris took the time to film it, and Autonomy was one of the sponsors of the event. I couldn't make it, but we had 10 VIP tickets and all sorts of cool stuff. So LD was there, and a bunch of other Autonomy graduates and students, and we had people that were speaking there, and we had clients that were speaking there from Autonomy Unlimited's perspective. Yeah, so I wanted to catch whatever the output on production was from that, and share that video that you guys made.
Yeah, we were both filming. I was helping him facilitate some interviews, had some tech troubles, but got some of it in.
Good learning experience.
Despite of that, yeah. Let's see. Here.
Yeah, pimp Chris's site. Truth Conduit. That's Chris's site. Look at this logo introduction.
Truthconduit.com.
You're listening to the Truth Conduit. Only at truthconduit.com. Look, I did a radio promo for you, Chris. How about that? Boom.
All the hippies in Austin think that they should wear a mask. But what they did was forget to think, and they forgot to ask, what is the virus? Where do they come from? Do masks even work? Is government a good thing? Is it possible there's an agenda to enslave us all? Why do celebrities throw up satanic symbols when Joe Biden speaks? Why don't we know what it means and what's in the vaccine? All the hippies in Austin think what the TV says is true, that the narcissists in Washington care about me and you. They think that guns are bad and that we don't like black people. When a crisis after cries, they don't see that it's all lies. What's the virus? Where do they come from? Do masks even work? Is government a good thing? Is it possible there's an agenda to enslave us all? Why do celebrities throw up satanic symbols when Joe Biden speaks? Why don't we know what he means and what's in the vaccine?
Hey everybody, Chris McMillan here, and we are at the Float Fest 2022, and I'm here with Jack Spirko. Jack is from Texas. We are in Texas. It's a hot Texas day. Jack, you've got a massive following, the survivalpodcast.com. I'm a member of the community. You and I have met at workshops. You are focusing on solutions. What solutions do you get out of coming to the festivals and get-togethers like this? Basically, what do you make of all this? What's going on?
Well, so I've been teaching solutions now for like 14 years with my podcast, and this is a piece that is missing a lot today in our world, which is people actually getting together, meeting each other, pressing palms together, forming real-world relationships, and then taking those relationships back home into their networks and branching further out from there. So I've already met, I guess just today since I got here, probably 24 people that are like, hey, I know you, right? And they feel like they know me, but we really didn't know each other because we didn't actually ever meet in person. And I've tried to get a lot of those people into my phone and what have you. A lot of times people think if you have a big following and all, you're hard to be approached. I'm easy, man. Come up and say hello. And I mean, that's the biggest thing I get out of this is the relationships and the interrelationships of people. And then you will learn things from people at an event like this that you will never learn online because you just won't get to there in the conversation, right? Since we're sitting here for like 4 days hanging out with each other in this beautiful place, you have regular conversations. You're not just discussing like the latest agenda of the Libertarian Party or whatever the heck it is, right? Or arguing the merits of Bitcoin or something like that. You talk about like where you're from and what have you. And then like the gold nuggets drop. Like, hey, if you're into that, I know these people over here and they're working on this community. And then, I just found out, for instance, that you can buy land for like $1,000 an acre in Arizona, but there's a way to lease land for like, I can't tell you how because they said it was secret, but $2 a year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't find that out online, right? So I think having that interaction is incredible, and it's just something we're missing in our communities. And I say communities with an S.
So you're going to be speaking on Monday. What are you going to be talking about?
So the title of my talk is Build Your Empire While Theirs Crumbles, right? And I think when I say that, sometimes people think, okay, so the state's narrative, the elites, it's all falling apart. It is falling apart. It is crumbling. But that's what the Great Reset's about, right? So they know it's crumbling. They know it's falling apart. And so they have their plan to reconstitute on the other side. That's a time of flex. That's a time of shift. And I've been saying since 2008 when I started doing my podcast, 2020 to 2030 is going to be the biggest period of shift that anybody that's living has ever seen, and maybe the biggest thing in like recent, multi-century history that's ever happened. It's going to be like what happened between 1850 and 1900 in 10 years instead of 50. That's how big the shift's going to be. When that happens, even if it's not to your benefit the way it's shifting, it spells opportunity. And so this is our opportunity, while they're kind of all in disarray trying to push their agenda forward, to use all the things that we talk about all the time and actually get things done. And this is a time we need to move very quickly, in my opinion, toward intentional communities, toward larger networks. And so I'm going to be talking about the things you can actually do. And I'm going to come at this, even though it's not a permaculture talk, from a permaculture perspective. So many people have this thing, one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to do that, I'm going to have land or whatever. That's all great, and I think you should do it, but start by designing the things that are closest to you. So that's what I'm going to focus on. How do you do something tomorrow? How do you do something today? And so that's what I'm going to be talking about.
That's awesome, Jack. Well, Jack Spirko, thesurvivalpodcast.com. In the unlikely event you've been living under a rock for the last few years and you've never heard of him, The Survival Podcast.
All right, so there's more of that. We can link that whole video in the show notes, right, LD?
Yeah, I'll drop that in there. And I'll just say, like Jack was saying, those conversations that people were having out there in that field, I had a few of those myself. One in particular, and thanks to Chris and Marie, I spent a couple nights at their place. They're very hospitable, and had a good time with them. And I met Chris's friends Zach and April, who invited me down to their homestead. So before I left Texas, I ran down there and just conversations with them about how they got out of Houston, found a piece of land, camped out in a tent for a little while till they got a shack good enough to live in, and then they ended up building that property up and flipping it, and now they've got 13 acres and a nice little sustainable homestead with a lot of natural resources on their land. So that was a priceless experience. I was really grateful for as a result of going to Float Fest, and yeah, it was great. I like Texas.
Now you've been to you went to Pork Fest last year. You're going to Pork Fest this year. What's the difference between Pork Fest and Float Fest, or is it like Pork Fest for the South?
Yeah, kind of. It's a little smaller, a little more spread out. There's a lot more room. I think that I heard there were maybe 500 some people there, but there was plenty of room to camp out. People were spread out, and the end campus stand was set up on the far end from the entrance with Patrick Smith and the Dallas Voluntarists. They were recording Anarchast out there apparently a little bit, but yeah, it was a little smaller than Pork Fest and more room to grow. I'm sure
do they have like food vendors, or like how do people like meet their needs during the week? Is there enough?
Yeah, food vendors, massage. There was a coffee guy, a guy with water. He had a couple of huge Berkeys, and he was doing all kinds of interesting stuff with water, adding little minerals and such. Different. There was a few food vendors. There was a guy smoking meat all the whole time. He was like the Jay Noon of
Nice.
Texas down there. Good stuff. And yeah,
That's
there was
Texas brisket. Shit's famous.
Oh yes, brisket. I tried some boudin. Never had that.
Nice.
Sausages and there's a vendor circle. Derek Rose and John Bush were set up there, and Ramiro Romani with the Above phone. There's a lot going on in a pretty small space. Yeah, mini Pork Fest. I'm sure it'll grow next year.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll put it in the calendar next year, or maybe I'll live closer to it by next year. We'll see. See how that works out. Lots of things in motion. We gotta. We know they're not done with these lockdowns and these sort of things, so I'm not hip to living in a place where I might need a QR code and vaccine boosters to get food or something like that.
Texas and Florida looking better and better.
Places with freedom look mighty attractive right now. All right, so
And don't have the winners of the Northeast. I'm not a fan of winter, and I'm not, and all the people that. Sorry, I know we have a large contingent in Canada, and they
look, dude,
tell me
I'm
what
well
it's-
set up for
what
winter.
it's
I
really
got all my
like.
winter clothes straightened
Oh,
away.
so do
I got
I.
a snow plow and a snow blower, and now I might not need those if I have to get out of Connecticut. All right, so do we have that JP clip?
The Ministry of Truth. Everything you need to know.
Yeah, that's probably a good one because I thought the other one might be a little too offensive. So that's a good one that he's done recently. All right, so premature admonishment. Do we have an admonish button for going premature on the outro?
More like a reproach.
Reproach button. Reproach. We could have anyway, it could be
I'm
Alex
not
Jones.
being pedantic there.
Need a buzzer or one of those old car horns.
I mean, one of those Hunter Thompson cattle prods. Yeah. Just come in all sparking and let's say it's a Johnny Depp callback joke.
Yeah, I know. Like Hunter
I was gonna
Thompson.
say,
That's why I'm laughing. I'm just like, I have to throw that out.
You gotta keep up with that. Gotta keep up with that.
Uh-huh.
All right. So I want to thank everyone who's made it through this live episode because you guys are special people. Those of you getting through the episode on the replay, good for you too. But to make it through like in the endurance mode, catching it live.
I appreciate everyone, both that do it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We appreciate both. It's
Look.
it's a lot to go through either way.
Grand Theft World is like trying to ride one of those bucking Broncos. Not everyone's going to make it all the way to the end, but those who do are champions. Thank you guys for tuning in, not dropping out. Here's
Thank you,
JP Sears to play us out.
Do it live. We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy. Kleptocracy.
Sounds like he's suffocating. Do you think he'll be okay?
Good evening! Our top story tonight. President Biden forms his Ministry of Truth, aka the Disinformation Governance Board. What is the Ministry of Truth? And what does it mean to your freedom of speech? How is it connected to Obama? And who is this delightful woman that's in charge of it? And why did Hitler have a Ministry of Truth too? We'll answer all these questions for you tonight as we tell you what to think with a full episode of Lies You Can Trust. But first,
Of Putin's kleptocracy. Kleptocracy.
It's not like he has a job that requires high levels of cognition and communication. I mean, he's the president, not a grocery store clerk. But rest assured, this is the faithful leader that you are gladly surrendering your First Amendment right to freedom of speech to as you bow down to his Ministry of Truth. Because disinformation results in precisely 0 deaths, the Biden administration knew it was time to reverse these statistics and thus formed the Disinformation Governance Board. It's here to protect you from dangerous things like disinformation, words, differing political views, and giant jellyfish. All they need to do to protect you is take away your First Amendment right to speak freely and hear other people speak freely. It's kind of like the best way to save a drowning person is to take away their right to breathe. Here, hold the cinder block for a second. Where are you going? Well, maybe when Leah Thomas is done with her prostate exam, she'll swim down and save you. Our world-class journalism shows that Biden's Ministry of Truth, which is formed in order to prevent false narratives from being spoken while propagating the truth, is comprised of people who tell you men can get pregnant. So you know right off the bat that you'd be stupid not to surrender your right to free speech in order to be protected by these honest people. But what Americans want to know is, who will be running the Ministry of Truth? Well, the U.S.'s first chief propaganda officer is Nina Jankowicz. Here she is describing to the American people her intentions in running the Disinformation Governance Board.
I want to be rich, famous, and powerful.
Same for Fauci. Early polling shows that 100% of all Americans support the formation of the Ministry of Truth and support Nina Jankowicz running it, because the Disinformation Governance Board has deemed any...
Hang on, if you haven't heard that clip, she asked Santa Claus who she has to fuck to get rich, famous, and powerful. Just, go find it.
That's pretty funny. I've not seen that one. No, I saw the little jingle she stole from the...
I think we need to play it right after this video just to have it in the source material, because
let me find that.
Her musical talent is very enlightening.
Anything else to be disinformation. Now let's take a closer look at the person who has the job of telling you what's true and telling you what's false.
Information laundering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. When Rudy Giuliani shared bad intel from Ukraine, or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain.
She is an absolute delight. But it says here the White House defends the Disinformation Board, saying it's apolitical and nonpartisan, even though Nina Jankowicz supports Hillary Clinton. This just in! The Disinformation Governance Board has ruled that it's disinformation to say that the Disinformation Governance Board isn't nonpartisan. Oh, and when Trump was in office, the head of the board, Nina, said she would never want to see the executive branch with the kind of power to determine what's true. Watch.
Imagine that, with President Trump right now calling all of these news organizations that have inconvenient for him stories that they're getting out there, that he's calling fake news and now lashing out at platforms. I would never want to see our executive branch have that sort of power.
Nonpartisan people, get it through your skulls. And in an act of graceful nonpartisanness, Nina has already said, online mockery of Kamala Harris is a threat to democracy and national security. That's right, people. Would you quit mocking the most mockable human on planet Earth? She is a respectable leader. Oh, and here's Kamala Harris explaining in great detail the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
So, Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
Wait, Ukraine is a what?
Ukraine is a country.
Oh, country, yes. She's your vice president. She just goes so fast and in so much detail that she's hard to keep up with. Right, Nina? Now that's a look you can trust. And here's Hitler's disinformation chief, Joseph Goebbels. And I don't know about you, but each of them evokes the same warm, fuzzy feeling of altruistic trust inside of me. Moving along. In addition to the Biden administration, throughout history, there's also been other governments who have formed propaganda arms in order to dictate to their citizens what's true and what's false. Oddly enough, they've all been dictatorships. But not Biden's Ministry of Truth. His is here to save democracy. Just like how the best way to save a starving person is to put them on a prolonged fast. Because fasting's good for you, is what we tell them. And here are some examples of other governments that have created ministries of truth. Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. And specifically working under Hitler was Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Minister of the Nazi Party from 1933 to 1945. He helped kill 6 million people. Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union. He helped kill an estimated 20 million people. And of course, Joseph Biden. But his propaganda arm is different. Because unlike every other time in history that one's been used, he's using his propaganda arm to save the lives of people. There sure are a lot of Josephs in that list. But enough of the coincidences. As disinformation has resulted in 0 deaths, and ministries of truth have resulted in millions of deaths, our leftist logic can only conclude that in order to save more lives, we need more ministries of truth. This is one aspect of Hitler's government that Biden has decided to copy. And remember, Hitler's ministry of truth convinced a nation full of people that he was just building back better too. Now the naysayers kind of give Hitler a bad rap and say that what he was doing was bad and evil, and therefore Biden shouldn't be following in his footsteps in any regard. Well, here's what they don't understand. Hitler used a ministry of truth because he's evil. Biden's using a ministry of truth because he's good. And his ministry of truth will prevent you from saying anything other than he's good. Make sense? Well, what does Tulsi Gabbard have to say about the Disinformation Governance Board? I imagine she's a fan. Let's find out.
How do you feel about the Ministry of Truth?
This is the kind of thing that you see in dictatorships, this Ministry of Truth, this Department of Propaganda that the Biden administration has just stood up. And the reason why you see this in dictatorships is because they're afraid of us. They're afraid of the people. They're afraid that we might actually think for ourselves.
Well, that sounds just like all disinformation. And Tulsi Gabbard is so untrustworthy that the DNC had to sabotage her run for president because she's not controllable. She's a Democrat that's unwilling to just go along with the narrative that other Democrats propagate. Obviously, you should not trust anything she says because she is a principled person, not a useful idiot. And Obama does not like that kind of person. Speaking of Obama, here's what Biden's boss had to say.
While content moderation can limit the distribution of clearly dangerous content, it doesn't go far enough.
Democrat Tulsi Gabbard, who the Democrats hate, once again points out, Biden is just a front man. Obama, on April 21st, says social media censors don't go far enough. So the government needs to step in and do the job. 6 days later, Homeland Security rolls out the Ministry of Truth, aka the Disinformation Governance Board. What she and other misinformed right-wing nut jobs who are Democrats don't know is a democracy is where you have elected leaders being controlled by unelected leaders, who can then take away citizens' right to free speech. I mean, I love a good old-fashioned democracy. Don't you? Now let's check in and see how the Lions are complying with Biden's Ministry of Truth. Well, free thinking is obviously the next pandemic we have to defeat, and we're working on it now. That's it for today's news. The Ministry of Truth is here to help. Now believe what we tell you and quit thinking for yourself. It's the law. Welcome to 1984. Good night!
Okay. So I first heard that from No Agenda Show, so that's where I just found it quickly. This is audio only.
Thank you to the Podfather.
Yeah, from episode 1447. They've got, they do it. They do it so well. They've got a great audience too. Let's see.
Ever since I was a baby, I have had one dream in mind. And each Christmas, I think maybe it will finally come true. It's a simple wish that...
All right, the reason this is getting played is this is Nina Jankowicz singing a Santa Claus song, and she's now in charge of the Disinformation Governance Board, Ministry of Truth, and we should hear what she has to sing.
Yes, thank you for teeing it up.
Everyone has had from time to time, so I know you'll understand me when I share my dream with you. I want to be rich, famous, and powerful. Step on all
life is sit around and sing. I don't want to work, struggle, or compromise. When I set a goal, I want to reach it right away. 'Cause paying your dues, that's just for other guys. As for me, I want what I want, and I want it all today. I don't want to audition, I don't want to take class. I want to be discovered while I'm sitting on my ass. I should not have to struggle, I should not have to sweat. I tried that for 10 minutes once, and look, what did I get? What does it take to be famous and powerful? Santa, if you're listening, please tell me what to do. Who do I fuck to be famous and powerful? I've done everything I can, and now the rest is up to you. I'm not rich, famous, and powerful.
All right, that's enough of that.
Oh, that says a lot.
Interesting resume she has.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I'm sure Homeland Security knows of such things. Right? It's not like Adam Curtis.
They probably
has some
chose
special
her
access.
based on that.
Probably, yeah.
Interesting little Broadway pieces. She must have been a failed Broadway star. Aspiring, but never quite worked out. You know, Hitler was trying to be a painter at one point too. So
Scary Poppins.
All right.
Okay, have a good night, everyone.
All right, tee it up. Thanks, everybody.
Peace.
Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything. It doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.